Middle of Night. Jack and Jill Series Book 2. Written by Jewel E. Ann. Narrated by Stephanie K. Chapter 1. Night. The signs were everywhere. That 2020 hindsight was an evil, gloating bitch. What incentive was there to ponder a question that had already been answered? The PTSD was a catch-all. AJ knew it. Jillian dismissed it. Fate seized it. I love you. Why would he say those words? Jillian Knight pondered that question while her brother Jackson drove her home from the hospital. So, you just ran out? Jackson asked, making a quick sideways glance. Walked. I walked out. I told AJ I needed to do something. And what was that? I needed to get the hell out of there. Why? He said, I love you. I see. Actually, I don't. You're going to have to help me out on this one. Why would he say that? Was his accident some near-death experience that brought about this rush of irrational feelings? And it wasn't just that he said it. It was the way he said it. It's like someone had a gun to his head. Do you love him? No, I don't know. That's just it. What was I supposed to say? Thank you? Or I'd rather you wouldn't? So what now? She sighed. I don't know. Food, beer, and then I'll face him tomorrow. By 11 o'clock that night, with the help of 4 bottles of Heineken, Jillian had an epiphany. It was a new record for her. Most epiphanies didn't happen until the end of the 6th bottle of Heineken. Jackie, she whispered, opening Jackson's bedroom door. What the hell did you call me? He grumbled, with his head buried in his pillow, the bedsheet draped low on his waist. Jillian giggled, then hiccuped. Jackie, I figured it out. He flipped over, raising up on his elbows, eyes squinted against the hall light. Call me that again, and I'll knock you out before the beer gets to it. Scooch over. She stumbled to his bed. I'm naked. So, scooch. Jillian wedged her way into his bed. Jackson retreated to the other side, securing the sheet around his waist. I've decided to love AJ. Decided? Jillian rolled onto her side, facing Jackson, with her cheek rested on her folded hands. Yes, why not, right? He's mature and good in bed, and he gets me. And he's good in bed. He's strong and grumpy, which I find oddly sexy. Oh, did I mention he's good in bed? Jackson stared at the ceiling. Yes, you mentioned that. He chuckled. Sex doesn't mean love. I never said that. God, all you guys think about is sex. She slurred each word. I'm serious. He's my chance. You're going to find that happily ever after, and she's not going to want me living with you forever. AJ will take me. God, you're so drunk right now. That's it, huh? You can just decide to love him like love's a choice? And you're basing this deep emotion on the possibility that he gets you, or even more pathetic, that he'll take you. You're making yourself sound like a stray dog. You need to get off the booze. It's beginning to rob you of your self-esteem. It doesn't matter. I'd rather he love me than hate me. He's had a vasectomy, so he's not looking for a baby mama. And he's definitely not clingy, so in some ways he's the perfect guy. And I have these feelings for him, and maybe they're love. I'm not going to lose him because my head is messed up. When Cage called and said AJ had been in an accident, I swear, my heart stopped. It has to be love. Jackson rubbed his eyes. You're 30 years old, and just like that, you're making the decision that you don't want a family? Jillian tried to roll her eyes, but it was hard to do behind heavy eyelids. That makes no sense coming from my twin brother that doesn't want children. I never said that. You said you don't like kids. Misquoting once again. I don't like other people's kids. My kids will be awesome. Will be? Yes, the whole slew of them. My wife is going to be so hot, I won't be able to keep my dick out of her. She'll be knocked up all the time. Jillian laughed. I can't wait to see that. My nieces and nephews, not your dick and my sister-in-law. If you don't want to see my dick, then get the hell out of here. Fine. Good night. Jillian bumped into the nightstand and then the wall, trying to maneuver her drunk self out of Jackson's room. Morning didn't care that Jillian had too much to drink the previous night. Neither did the incessant knocking at the door. Jackson, she called. Nothing. Unaware of the time, 15 minutes after noon, Jillian grumbled about the poor etiquette of someone knocking on the door so early. She winced at the throbbing side effect of too much Heineken as she shuffled her bare feet to the front door. Cage, hey. The morning sun burned her retinas as her nipples saluted the crisp morning breeze. Cage cleared his throat, forcing his eyes to stay on hers instead of her barely covered body. Hey, I just brought my dad home from the hospital. He wants to see you. I have to get back to campus, but I'll be back this weekend. Yeah. She nodded through her rambling of nothing that made any sense. I'll shower and be over. She started to close the door. Jillian? Thank you. She narrowed her eyes. For what? For being here and putting up with him? Even if he doesn't say it. I know he appreciates it. But mainly for me. It eases my mind to know that someone is looking out for him. Oh, sure. She shrugged it off. How's he doing today? Fine, I think. He's quiet. Seems a little distracted. I think the accident really shook him up, which is a little weird because he's been in crashes, around gunfire, and even ejected from a plane that was shot down. Jillian frowned. Cage confirmed her earlier suspicions that AJ wasn't quite right. I'll talk to him. Drive safely back to campus. Thanks, I will. After a long procrastinating shower that included a review of the previous night's declaration, made under the heavy influence of alcohol, Jillian slipped on a yellow sundress, several shades brighter than her mood, red rain boots, and her best smile to mask the courage she struggled to muster. She considered taking him something to eat, but decided one near-death incident that week was enough. AJ? Jillian called, letting herself in his house. On the couch. She peeked around the corner to the great room. The closed blinds on every window rejected the light as the stagnant air leadened her lungs with doom. Hey, she said, her voice unusually small. Damn nerves. Are you drinking before 5? AJ tipped back a bottle of beer. Just the sight of it caused Jillian's stomach to roil. Yeah, why not? He flipped off the TV. She slipped off her boots and sat on the opposite end of the couch, lifting his feet up to sit and resting them back on her lap. He nursed his beer, staring at her, but not saying anything. About yesterday. He shook his head. Don't worry about it. I'm not, or I was, but I'm not now. Doesn't matter. Just forget about it. Jillian traced her finger along the serpent tattoo on his leg. What if I don't want to forget about it? I don't give a fuck what you do. She glanced up at him, lips parted, eyes wide. Do you need a minute to rethink that? He took another pull. Nope. Would you like me to come back later? You don't need to come back at all. That's all I wanted to tell you. The 24-hour whiplash left quite a sting, especially since she'd prepared to reciprocate his expression of feelings. Those feelings had taken a back seat to his anger. Are you having a moment, or is this about me leaving yesterday? Don't be so fucking condescending with me. I'm not having a moment, and I told you to forget about yesterday. Scooting out from under his legs, she stood. Call me if you need anything. He didn't deserve another glance as she pulled on her boots and walked to the door. I won't. His voice slurred. She turned. AJ! He shook, tumbling from the sofa with a thunk. Oh my God! A seizure racked his body, stealing him from consciousness. Jillian grabbed his cell phone off the sofa table and dialed 911. They talked her through it and sent an ambulance. She followed it to the hospital, leaving a message on Jackson's phone, but waited to call Cage, assuming it was most likely a side effect of his accident and the concussion. They treated him in the ER, but no one would give her any information because she wasn't family. An hour later, they let her see him. Why are you still here? His words hung heavy with defeat as she entered the room. Because I love you, you idiot. It's not how she'd planned on telling him, but it came out and she couldn't stop it. The word didn't feel right, but it didn't feel wrong either. It just felt like a word. He closed his eyes and turned his head side to side. Don't. She sat on the edge of his bed. I shouldn't have left yesterday, and I'm sorry. What you said scared me. I don't feel worthy of that kind of love, and stop. Just stop. He opened his eyes. I meant it when I said it doesn't matter. What doesn't matter? Jillian's voice escalated. Me? Us? Your love for me? Mine for you? All of it, he said in a monotone voice. It mattered yesterday. You said you didn't let me finish. Jillian jumped. AJ sighed. You didn't let me finish yesterday. You left too soon. She shook her head. I don't understand. I needed you to know that I love you, but then I was going to tell you that I can't be with you anymore. Yeah, that makes perfectly no sense whatsoever. You need help. I know you don't want to talk about the PTSD, but it's eating you up inside. You may not think anyone can help you, but maybe you just need another opinion. She refused to back down, refused to be kicked to the curb like an old sofa up for grabs. He could be harsh and hurtful, but she could deal with it. Goodbye, Jillian. He looked away. I'm not leaving, you stubborn SOB. She grabbed his face and forced him to look at her. He was it, her last chance at love, and she was determined to take it. Her past had taken too much already. It wasn't deserving of him, too. He was her future, a future she would fight for. Is this a bad time? Jillian turned. A doctor in a white lab coat stood at the door. No, sorry, come in. She smiled past her anger and released AJ's face as if she hadn't just manhandled a patient. He nodded, walking toward them. I'm Dr. Reinhardt from oncology. Every last bit of air evaporated from the room. Jillian couldn't find a single breath. Doctor, AJ nodded. This is my friend Jillian. Jillian looked at AJ, not Dr. Reinhardt. Why do you need an oncologist? Tell her, Doc. Why do I need you? Dr. Reinhardt gave Jillian a regretful smile. AJ has a brain tumor. It was discovered on his MRI after his accident yesterday. The air? Where was all the fucking air? The migraines? The personality that flipped without warning? The PTSD pigeonholing for everything? How could everyone have missed it? Cancer? She whispered. We're not sure, Dr. Reinhardt replied. When will you know? Dr. Reinhardt looked at AJ. When I'm dead and an autopsy confirms it. Jillian turned, glaring at AJ. It wasn't the time to be mad at him, but she was. How could he say that? Why would he say that? You're not dying. She looked to Dr. Reinhardt for confirmation. I've consulted with the neurologist that saw AJ yesterday. The tumor may be inoperable. But you can do radiation or chemotherapy or something else, right? Yes, there are options. But the neurologist confessed that the success rate is lower with tumors like mine, and I'm sure as hell not going to be a guinea pig. So what? Jillian snapped at AJ. You're just going to do nothing? Wait until your headaches get even worse? Wait until you're having seizures every day? Wait until you... The familiar pain in her chest crashed like a wrecking ball. She didn't notice the tears streaming down her cheeks until she tasted their salty presence. Die. AJ grabbed her hand and squeezed it so hard that pain in her chest exploded into something irreversibly destructive. Yes, Jillian, I'm going to die. Chapter 2. There was nothing and yet everything to say, but the nothing won over. AJ left the hospital with a grim nod from the doctor and a handful of medications to help with the migraines and lessen his chances of having seizures. Jillian opened her mouth to speak at least a dozen times on the way home, but nothing came out. Thanks for the ride, AJ mumbled, getting out of her car. Have you told Cage or your parents? She jumped out and chased him toward his door. He shook his head and kept walking. Don't shut me out! Raw emotion bled from her words. Everything had happened so fast she couldn't process it. The man that dared anyone to cross him stood in defeat at his door, with his back to her, head bowed, hands on his hips. Why? You shut me out all the time. I don't... He turned. You do. You're orphan Jillian from New York. You have a sick need to make men bleed. You're 30 and your greatest skill is selling sex toys. That's so fucking pathetic. Yet somewhere along the way, I bought into all of it. Part of me loves you, but I don't know how, and I sure as hell don't know why, because I don't really even know you. Her teeth clenched. You didn't want to know. You said it yourself. Well, I do now. Well, I can't, she whispered, shaking her head. Why not? I just can't. She would never be able to make him understand. I don't want you to die. Why couldn't he see the pleading in her eyes that said everything she couldn't? Tell me what happened to you. Tell me and I'll make an appointment with the oncologist on Monday. That's not fair. I have a goddamn tumor in my head. Life's not fair. She continued to shake her head. It was a nightmare. Eventually she would have to wake up. You're blackmailing me with your fucking life? What's wrong with you? You have a son and parents who love you. You don't trust me. He narrowed his eyes, then turned toward the door. It's not about trust. She grabbed his arm. The anger and desperation pulled the pin to another grenade inside her chest. Forget it ever happened. Please. He laughed. He actually laughed. Her anger held back the tears. Forget what? The biting and clawing? The broken nose? The fact that we can't sleep in the same bed? Yes, she whispered, closing her eyes as shame stole the last bit of fight she had left. He pulled away from her. I can't. As she pushed open the front door, feeling weak with defeat, her phone vibrated with a text message. Hebrews 9:22. How's he doing? The thundering of her pulse muffled the sound of Jackson's voice. Some fucker kept vying for her attention, trying to cripple her with fear. when AJ's doctors had already given her an overdose of it. He has a brain tumor. Jill. He pulled her into his arms, but still no tears, just a cold numbness. Cancer? They're not sure yet, but it seems inoperable and AJ doesn't want treatment. She stepped back, laughing at the morbidity of the situation. Let me rephrase that. He'll agree to treatment if I tell him about my past. Oh, you're not thinking of... No, I'm not going to tell him. She shrugged. What's one more death to my name? It's not your fault. Shaking her head, she held up her phone. Doesn't matter anyway. I'll probably die before him. Jackson plucked it from her hand. A squint of confusion etched along his forehead. He searched for its meaning. Indeed, under the law, almost everything is purified with blood, and without the shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness of sins. What if it's him? Jillian narrowed her eyes. Who? AJ. Not funny. I'm not trying to be funny. Jesus, Jackson! Did you hear me say he has a brain tumor? It gives him migraines and seizures. It's probably the reason his personality flips without a moment's notice. But he's not a stalker. Maybe one of his personalities is. It's not. Nothing else makes sense. Trigger and Four are dead. If it were the people responsible for Mom and Dad, they wouldn't play this cat and mouse game. We'd simply be dead. Jillian put her hands over her face and sighed with a little grumble. Tell Knox to get me a new phone. I'm going to bed for the next month. Don't wake me. The overprotective and sometimes doting brother hated being the bastard, but someone had to be. After 3 days of Jillian leaving her bedroom only for water, Jackson yanked her from the black hole. Time's up. I'll give you 5 seconds to get out of bed before I start your intervention. Touch me and I'll kill you, Jillian warned from under her rat's nest of covers. I welcome the challenge. At this point, I'd welcome any sign of life from you. Maybe you need a good ass-kicking. Jackson! She yelled and flailed as he heaved her over his shoulder and carried her to the bathroom. Depositing her stubborn ass in the shower, he turned the lever until an icy stream of water rained on her. She clawed at the walls and slipped along the floor like a drowning cat. Wash up, you stink. An hour later, she emerged from her room with clean clothes and wet hair. He loves me, and he's dying. That's messed up, right? She looked at Jackson through vacant eyes. He could confirm AJ's impending death, but not from his tumor. He's not dying. Not today, anyway. I'd call it shock. Once he accepts the reality of a situation, he'll man up, let them fry half his brain with some experimental treatment, and live happily ever after with his psychotic neighbor. Not funny. Jackson cradled her face, then sighed at her lifelessness. I'll never stop reminding you that you are the strongest person I have ever known, because when you hit the lowest depths of hell, you choose to claw your way out every time. It's not what you do. It's who you are. You're a survivor. The bravest woman alive sucked in a shaky breath. I'm not. You. I'd die without you. He hugged her. You wouldn't. I think a meteor could hit Earth and wipe out the human population, with the exception of you. She grunted. I'm not invincible. Jackson kissed the top of her head. She encompassed his world. You are to me. Even the protector of this brave woman lived with his own demons. Had he followed his instincts, he could have saved Claire's life, and in turn, his sister's. Instead, he waited for their dad to get home nearly 24 hours later. 24 hours too late. He never told his sister that, and he swallowed the guilt every day of his life. Nothing but more pain could come from what-ifs. I have a lesson in 2 hours, and I have a few errands to run. So eat something and call Dodge and Lilith. They've been worried about you. Jillian nodded. And ice your eyes or something. Your face looks all kinds of wrong right now. Thanks for that. Anytime. Jillian forced down a piece of dry toast, then lay down with tea bags on her eyes. The man who would always have her heart was alive, but she would never see him again. The man who made her think love was possible without said heart was right next door. But he was on a cruel suicide mission, and eventually he would die, and she would never see him again. Maybe she would be the last person standing. It was just her and life, both equally crazy. The doorbell rang. Tossing the tea bags in the trash, she shuffled her bare feet to the door. Hi. Jillian mustered a smile at the woman standing on her stoop. Hi, sorry to bother you. I'm Wren Middleton. I clean AJ's house. She pointed next door. There's usually a key under his planter, but it's not there. And the garage code doesn't work either. I tried his cell phone, but it goes straight to voicemail. Jillian laughed a little. She had no doubt that AJ was trying to keep someone out of his house, but it wasn't Wren. He's had some issues lately. I'm sure it's just an oversight on his part. Wren wrinkled her nose a bit. I don't want to make you uncomfortable or get you in trouble, but would you happen to have a spare key to his place? I've been cleaning his house for over 5 years, so I'm not a thief or anything. I just have a really full schedule, so if I don't clean it for him today, he'll have to wait another 2 weeks. Jillian smiled. I do, actually. She held up a finger. Just let me grab it. The woman, to whom the rules did not apply, returned with a small black box. Wren raised a brow. I'll open it for you. I'm Jillian, by the way. Wren followed as Jillian's boot squeaked with each step through the dewy grass to AJ's front door. That doesn't look like a key. It's a universal key. Comes in quite handy. You should think about getting one. I'm sure this isn't the first house you've been locked out of. Wren replied with a nervous laugh. I'm not sure what the neighbors would think of me using a lock-picking set to open a client's door. They'd think you're ingenious. Jillian turned the handle and the door opened. Well, at least that's what I'd think if I saw you doing it. She returned the picks to the box and closed it. What if he asks how I got in? Jillian grinned with pride. Tell him I let you in. It's the truth, and trust me, he won't ask you any more questions after that. Wren gave her an easy nod. Thanks, I'd better get to work. Jillian smiled, took a few steps toward home, then turned. Are you taking new clients? Wren grabbed 2 buckets of supplies from the back of her car. I could probably take on one more, but it would have to be a weekly client. I have a 2-hour slot on Tuesday afternoons, but it's not enough time for a bi-weekly job. More dirt, more time. My brother and I could use someone to do some light cleaning, if you're interested. Your brother? Jillian laughed. Yes, my roommate happens to be my brother, for now. We just moved here. Well, yeah, if you want Tuesdays, I could put you on my schedule. When I'm done here, I can come over and give you an estimate if you'll still be home. Jillian didn't really need an estimate, but it seemed like the normal thing to expect, so she went with it. Sure, if I'm not home, Jackson will be. And just a fair warning, he's going to like you. She winked at Wren. An uneasy smile formed along her lips. Excuse me? Just ignore everything he says or does. He's taken a vow of celibacy. Some days are easier than others. We hired AJ's cleaning lady to clean this pit on Tuesdays, and she'll be dropping by to give an estimate when she's done with his place. So be nice and keep your dick in your pants. I'm going to watch Lilith. Jillian pulled her hair back into a ponytail. We hired her? He loved how his sister made decisions for both of them without consulting him. Yes. And why do you think my dick will wander from my pants? She insulted him with her lack of trust. He was a changed man. Her answer began with a sigh. Because she's older than you, maybe late 30s, early 40s, and she's pretty. Jackson crossed his arms. Elaborate on pretty. She's most likely married with kids, 2 fish, and a dog, so I don't know why it matters. Elaborate on pretty. He held firm. 5'7", 130 pounds, shy smile, an inverted bob cut with wavy shades of blonde, light blue eyes, and freckles. Bye. She shut the door. After piecing all the descriptives into a mental image, he looked down at his crotch. Yeah, buddy, this could be a problem. Several hours later, while in the middle of his lesson, a few soft taps rapped on the door. Keep playing, I'll only be a minute. He opened the door. Hello. The smile that curled along his lips continued to grow as he stole a few extra seconds to just look. It didn't hurt to look. You must be AJ's housekeeper. Yes, Wren Middleton. She strained her neck to the side. Sorry, am I interrupting? I'm in the middle of a lesson, but Jillian said you'd be coming by. Come in. Feel free to scope out the place. You won't bother us. A nice smile, indeed shy but genuine, graced her mesmerizing face as she nodded. Although it was her eyes that held his attention, a stark change from his past. He usually couldn't remember a woman's name, let alone her eye color. The exception, however, stood in front of him, with the most brilliant blue eyes that faded to icy blue halos right next to her pupils. They drew him in like a hypnotic spiral, an idiot just staring at her. Oh, he moved to the side and grinned. Yes, come in. Thanks, she whispered. His student continued to kill his piano by playing her own made-up chords that had him dreaming of physically harming her. Wren didn't need to whisper. Her voice offered an angelic reprieve from the musical massacre going on in the background. The distracted piano teacher, with his head in the gutter, sat back down by his student while Wren surveyed their place. No wedding bands shackled her finger, but it was possible she didn't wear one while cleaning. 5 or so minutes later, she paused near the front door, writing something on a pad of paper. Play that song again, he told his student. His mind screamed, Get out and never touch Black Beauty again. Jackson's new obsession smiled as he approached her. Here's the estimate. Great, so I'll see you Tuesday. Her brow furrowed a bit. She gestured at the piece of paper. Didn't even look at it. Jackson looked at it for 2 quick seconds. Great, so I'll see you next Tuesday. Wren chuckled. 12:30. He nodded. If you need to discuss that time with your husband and call us back, that's fine. Wren peaked a single brow. I'm pretty sure women asking their husbands' permission to schedule work went out of style a couple generations ago. 12:30 on Tuesday. A terrible answer. What was he supposed to deduce from that? A simple, I'm not married, or I don't need my husband's permission, were the acceptable answers. At least they would have been clear answers. The only acceptable answer was the first one. Shit. That pretty much summed up Wren's thoughts on her new clients, specifically the tattooed sex on a stick that taught piano lessons. Guys that looked like that did not teach piano lessons. Then there were those geeky glasses with the white tape on the bridge. Was it wrong that within 30 seconds of him answering the door, her mind had him crawling up her body wearing nothing but those glasses? Probably. Damn hormones. His eyes and that smile, she knew flirting when she saw it. Or maybe it was teasing. Flirting said, I want you. Teasing said, you want me, but you don't have a chance in the world. Wren had to think on that one. Celibacy. Jackson didn't look like a priest, but there really wasn't any other good explanation. He probably played the organ at church. A tattooed organ-playing priest. And his age? Younger. He had to be in his sexual prime. That explained Jillian's warning. His carnal needs warred with his spiritual calling, and his type had been reduced to a simple category: women. When a person suffers from starvation, they're not choosy. They just crave food. Any woman would be tempting after so long, or maybe forever, without sex. Was it possible? Was Jackson a virgin? Wren tore through her last house on autopilot and dragged her tired, aging ass into the shower. 3 weeks separated her from the big 4-0. It wasn't a huge deal, except she would be 40 and single with a 21-year-old daughter and an ex-husband with a restraining order against him. She really knew how to pick 'em. The most important male in her life was Gunnar, her 10-year-old German shepherd. She adopted him as a pup, and they went through years of training together. The perfect guard dog, obedient to her like a soldier. Should we call Maddie? Gunnar tilted his head to the side. Wren towel-dried her hair while plopping down on the bed and grabbing the phone. Not now, Mom. Nice to talk to you too, Maddie. Will you call me every day? I have a date. Some of us have a life, you know. Wren knew. How could she not? Her daughter reminded her of it all the time. I thought we could do a spa day for my birthday. I have to work on your birthday. Need I remind you why that is? No, she didn't need to hear it again. Maddie's father pulled her college funding when Wren filed a restraining order. Maddie complained that her mother overreacted. She didn't, but Maddie had no way of knowing that because Wren sheltered her from all the ugly. It was a mother's sacrifice, and Wren never regretted it, even when her daughter treated her with disrespect and contempt. Well, if you find someone to work for you, I won't. The usual sigh escaped Wren. Someday Maddie would understand that no amount of money justified selling both of their souls to the devil. And Preston Iverson was the devil. Madison, I love you. Wren ended the call before her stubborn daughter had a chance to respond. Of course she loved her only child, but she had too much respect for herself to tolerate any more snide comments. It was like strikes. After 3, Wren ended the conversation. That went well? Gunnar did another head tilt. He had her back, licked her tears, and never once complained. Maybe she needed to take Maddie to obedience school, too. Chapter 3. Jillian meandered home after leaving Dodge and Lilith's. She wasn't ready to go inside and deal with Jackson, the second text, and the ramifications of AJ's diagnosis. Choosing the temporary sanctuary of the front porch stoop, she plopped down and watched her neighbors grilling out and tending to their yards and plants. The breeze ebbed and flowed, carrying the smoky aroma of Stan's charcoal grill and the droning screech of cicadas. A small part of her waited for AJ to come home, which was ridiculous because she had no idea what to say to him. Maybe if she could see him, fall into his arms, the right words would come to her. If only he could feel the conflict that warred inside of her, he'd realize that her past didn't matter. Maybe. If only. But doubtful. Hey, kiddo, did you look over the notes in the profit and loss statement? Stan asked, hobbling his way up her driveway, shoulders slumped, sweat dripping from his brow, and muddy gardening knee pads still strapped to his legs. The guy never stopped working. I did. Briefly. Anything we could improve on? You spend too much money on snow removal. Granted, I'm not from around here, but I have a feeling your plow guys show up the second there's a light dusting in the middle of the night. Then there's the insane amount of money going toward insurance. When lightning struck the Dixons' house and caused damage to the roof, that was a legitimate claim for the association's policy. But the most recent claim from the kitchen fire started by the Andersons' college-aged daughter, who doesn't even live there? That should have been a claim for their personal homeowner's insurance. Well, we try not to discriminate. I think the association needs to worry less about discrimination and more about taking it up the backside. It's okay to be neighborly at picnics, but when you're responsible for people's money, you have to treat it like a business and have guidelines and boundaries in writing. Stan nodded. I'll talk to Dodge about it. He seemed a bit disappointed in her opinion. Sorry if that's not what you wanted to hear, but you asked my honest opinion. No, that's fine. I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that. It's not like this is your area of expertise. Yes, it was, but he would never know that. After Stan left, she lay back on the warm concrete stoop, letting the setting sun hit her face. Everything she shared with Lilith replayed like a highlight reel to her favorite movie. Since AJ went AWOL, Luke filled the empty void, which was ironic because up until that point, her entire existence as Jillian Knight felt like one big Luke-shaped void. Day. Jessica awoke alone and naked from what had to be a dream. Restraints, tears, love, sex, the best sex ever. Covering her face with a pillow, she grumbled into it. Please tell me it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a dream. Jones! She bolted up, tossing the pillow to the floor. Good morning. The god of all gods stood in the doorway with a towel wrapped around his waist, wet hair, sexy smile. Hi, she breathed. You stayed. I stayed. On the couch. Her eyes wandered along his body with her breath held captive. The mark on his shoulder wasn't new. It was from Long Beach. Turn around. He shook his head. You didn't make me bleed. On a slow exhale, she extinguished her nerves. She'd had sex with him more than once. He'd released her from the restraints and she didn't make him bleed. You're not cured. She nodded. But it's a step. The sexy lips she craved curled into a hint of a smile. A small step. I'm better for you. You're better with me. She squinted at him with her brow tensed. I'm like a dog that's well-behaved with its owner. His teeth peeked through his growing smile as a soft chuckle vibrated from his chest. I'm not sure you'll ever be well-behaved. Everything about him captivated her. The vulnerability she felt under his control nearly broke her. It wouldn't matter how many blankets covered her body or layers of clothing concealed her nudity. She would forever feel stripped naked in his presence. I have to get home and change for work. The lilac sheet slipped from her breasts. Could I convince you to stay? He looked at her bared chest. No hesitation, no guilt. She was so completely his. He knew it, and she knew it. Yes, but my patients would be grateful if you didn't. How do you do that? Do what? Make me surrender without taking my sense of control? He dropped his towel and stepped into his jeans. Surrendering is the ultimate control. Now you're just messing with me, Jones. He buttoned his shirt. Take a shower. Go to work. Be productive today, and I'll reward you later. So I am your dog. Will we play fetch? I'm pretty good with a frisbee. Luke tied his shoes. It thrilled her to see him struggle a little more every day to keep a smile hidden. I'll pick you up around 7. 7:30. I'm teaching class until 7. Class? Self-defense. He nodded, giving her a thoughtful look. The battered women's shelter? Yep. 7:30 then. Hey, she called as he began his escape. That's it? She slid out of bed, baring her entire naked body to him. No kiss goodbye? He looked back over his shoulder, puckered his lips, kissed the air, then continued to the front door. "Jones!" She jogged to catch up, stopping him before he opened the front door. "Do you still love me?" He sighed as if the sight of her naked body pained him. "I adore you." "You adore me? What, you no longer love me?" Inspecting the choices on the coat tree, he grabbed a long gray sweater from it, then wrapped it around her. She returned a single raised brow. "People love chocolate, surfing, and their goldfish. Adoration is better. It means to both love and admire." The tough-as-nails woman melted into a teenaged girl for a bit. "You admire me?" Her voice softened in disbelief. "I do." He gave her a quick peck on the lips and pulled away as she began to lean in. She shoved the sweater off her shoulders. "But you don't admire my body?" He made a swift move out the door. "I do. Way too much," he called as he fled down the stairs. Her smile beamed with uncontrollable delight from his adoration confession. "He thinks I'm adorable." That smile faded to a frown as she ran to her window and slid it open. "Damn it, Jones!" He looked up a second before closing the door to his GTO. It was another dog reference. Puppies are adorable. She scowled. Luke shook his head, a big grin plastered to his handsome face as he shut the door. "God, he's adorable," Jessica giggled as she made her way to the shower. Jessica cursed the traffic and the tourist-filled cable cars that slowed her journey home. By the time she pulled into her single-car garage stall, the GTO that she adored sat parked in front of her place. "Don't mess with my heart, Jones. You'd better let me drive her tonight," she murmured to herself while smiling at him with bared teeth. "There's my girl." Luke grinned as she approached her front steps. Did she like being his girl? Hell yes! He grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his body, finding her lips and stealing her breath. She would never get used to Jones, Dr. Luke Jones, looking at her with those seductive blue eyes, pulling her into that sexy body, and kissing her with those lips that she'd coveted for so long. When her knees gave out, he released her lips but kept her close to the hard planes of his chest. "Let me run and change. Wait for me in the passenger seat." "Nice try." He followed her up the steps. After a quick change, they were off to Sausalito for dinner. Luke drove. "This feels like our first official date." Jessica winked, freeing the shiny utensils from the red cloth napkin. "You're not counting our blind date?" Luke asked. Jessica smiled at the waiter serving her wine. "No, although it was our first kiss." She grinned with her teeth clenched together. The unappreciative victim of that first kiss narrowed his eyes at her. "Well, it was," she laughed. "So, is this a working dinner?" "Working dinner?" "Yes, more unofficial therapy?" "No, that was yesterday. I can't see you as my unofficial patient tonight." She sipped her wine. "Why not?" "Because I have a date." Everything about the man personified perfection. How was that possible? And why was he with arguably the biggest disaster on the West Coast? Yes, with that nice girl I told you about." He closed his menu. "You said she was a real catch." "Do you concur?" "I do. What are you doing this weekend?" Luke shrugged. "That depends on how much cleaning you get done around my place tomorrow." "So you don't have any real plans. Great. I want you to meet my family. I'm having tea with my mom at Samovar on Saturday morning, but maybe we could all have dinner or Sunday brunch." "I'd love to meet your family. How will you introduce me?" "With my voice? Mom and Dad, this is Jones. Jones, these are my parents, Grant and Sunny." Your mom's name is Sunny Day? Not possible. Luke laughed. It's true, says the firstborn of Tom Jones. Anyway, we kid my dad that she married him just for his name. She lives up to her name, too. I think I've heard her swear once, and even then it was when she was quoting someone else. Hands down, I have the most optimistic, laid-back mom in the world. She's walking zen. So, you didn't get her zen genes? Jessica laughed. Astute observation, Dr. Jones. No, I have my father's personality. A total firecracker. He doesn't do anything in the middle. When he's mad, it's a raging inferno. And when he's happy, it's like glitter exploded everywhere. When we work on cars and motorcycles in his garage, he's either singing his favorite song, like the next American Idol contestant, or if something's not going right, he's slinging wrenches and cussing up a storm. You'll like him. Just don't mention that you drink imported beer. He exclusively drinks locally brewed beer. They gave the waiter their orders, including another glass of wine and another imported Heineken. My roommate in college committed suicide. Luke stared at his beer as he rolled the empty green bottle back and forth in his hands. He was born in Amsterdam, and he exclusively drank Heineken, which I'm sure he considered a local beer. Luke's smile looked pained. Anyway, after he died, I started drinking Heineken. It makes me think of him when I drink it, like a silent toast to him wherever he is. That had to be what Luke's dad started to tell Jessica. She knew it was a small piece, and there had to be more to the story. A painful more. Well, then I toasted your roommate over and over last night before you showed up and tied me to my bed. Of course, I navigated to the Heineken because of you. Luke nodded, taking an extra few seconds to resurface from his past before locking eyes with her again. So, tell me about Jude. Is he a firecracker too? Jessica laughed so fast she snorted. Jetta boy? No, he's a very unique breed. He's a hair trigger when it comes to self-defense type situations, and he's kind of paranoid, the conspiracy theory type. But he's definitely Sunny's boy too. She sipped her wine. A smile tugged at her lips. When he's in his element, aka in front of a computer or preying on every woman in the Bay Area, he's cool Joe, laid back. I don't need pot to be this chillin'. And the women fall at his feet like he's a god. The truth is, he's such a man whore. But the weird part is he doesn't have a following of disgruntled women. It's as if they know they're only going to get one night with him, but they still line up to willingly drop their panties and spread their legs. Pathetic. Thank God my sisters don't live around here. They'd be safe. Jude likes older women. Smart, older women. He said it's hard to fuck a woman's brain out if she doesn't actually have a brain. Luke smirked. Jessica quirked a brow. His words, not mine. They enjoyed a sunset dinner by the bay, revealing bits of each other, one tragic or funny story at a time. Hand in hand, they strolled toward the GTO parked in a lot with a backdrop of sailboat masts and the sunlight on the water's surface, reflecting diamond-studded white caps. Contentment settled upon them like they'd done it for years. I want to take you to my place. I have a surprise for you. Luke leaned over and kissed her as they waited at a stoplight. What is it? Do I need to define the word surprise? Ugh, fine. But give me a hint. I like this game. Luke laughed. Contumacious. I'm not being stubbornly disobedient. Okay, maybe a little stubborn, but not disobedient. Thank you once again for the dog reference. Well, there you have it. Jessica looked at him, eyes narrowed. Have what? You'll see. It's an apron, isn't it? I bet you're going to have me dress up in a kinky little French maid's outfit to clean your place tomorrow, aren't you? Luke adjusted in his seat a bit. No, that's not the surprise. But I'm not going to lie. I like your idea. I love that, Jones. The hard-ass, no-humor doctor role you play has appeared in many of my fantasies, Argyle socks and all. But you in this car getting turned on by the thought of me in a French maid's outfit, reminding me that you are all guy, it's the absolute nothing else compares best. She leaned her head back on the headrest, closed her eyes, and smiled in total contentment. So, now wouldn't be the best time to wake you from your dream state and confess that I'm gay? She laughed. It happens, Jones. I think it's almost impossible to live in San Francisco and not question your sexual orientation. Yet another thing I love about this city. It opens its arms to everyone. We're all just human. He pulled into his garage space, killed the engine, and stared at her like he was somehow seeing her for the first time. What? She wrinkled her nose, sliding her tongue along her teeth in case she had a piece of spinach stuck to one. He rested his arm on the back of her seat and threaded his fingers through her hair, cupping the back of her head. When we first met, my biggest fear was you would never feel normal again. And now I fear you will, and for some reason, that feels tragic to me. She leaned into his touch. I think we both know that's not possible. Now, about this big surprise. It's not a big surprise. Not yet, anyway. He climbed out and rushed around to open her door. Why, thank you, sir. She placed her hand in his, and he led her up to his condo. Wait out here. Sweeping the joint for your Tumblr followers? Funny. But seriously, don't come in until I tell you. He shut the door, leaving her in the hallway. Her smile grew with each passing second, not from the surprise. The man of her dreams and his adoration for her owned that smile. But she did love surprises. Okay, open the door, he called from the other side. Her whole body shivered with giddiness. She opened the door. Luke squatted down next to a pudgy little Great Dane puppy, white with irregular black spots. Oh my gosh! She hunched down as the puppy waddled over to her. Jessica picked him up and hugged him to her. I love it! Him? Him. Luke stood with a smile that showed his pleasure with her reaction and probably himself as well. You got me a puppy? No one has ever done something like this for me before. She spoke with the classic high-pitched puppy/baby voice. Holding the puppy out in front of her, she continued to baby talk it a few inches from its face. What am I going to name you, huh? He already has a name. Oh, really? Luke moved closer to her and took the puppy, holding it with one hand and petting it with his other. Yes, I already named him. Please tell me it's not Spot. She leaned in and kissed its head. No, it's Jones. Chapter 4. Night. With the arrival of Tuesday came an agglomeration of nerves sparked by a lethal mix of hormones and the anticipation of seeing Father Jackson Knight. Wren's dormant sex life didn't help matters, neither did Jillian saying he would like her. Why would he like her? Perhaps there was a shortage of young, perfect-bodied women in Omaha. She knocked on the door, hoping Jillian would answer. Wren deemed it best to ease into Jackson's intensity. No such luck. His holiness appeared before her, inviting her into the gates of heaven. Granted, she was there to tidy up the grounds of eternity, but hey, it was heaven, and that's all that mattered. Wren Middleton. He made her name sound dirty, with a wicked smile on his face, while his eyes moved along her body. It evoked all kinds of feelings. Good, bad, and maybe even sinful. What was the punishment for tempting a man of God? The makeup she decided to apply at the last minute may have been a bad idea. She sucked at subtle. Everything about her said lonely, sex-deprived, and easy. Her shorts felt extra short under his gaze as she flexed the muscles in her legs, hoping it would tighten the appearance of her skin that had lost some of its elasticity. 40 would suck. Jackson? Or is it okay if I call you that? Ren wasn't Catholic. Did he expect her to address him as Father Knight? He gave her a funny look, his smile still beaming with intensity. Jackson is fine. He stepped aside and let her in. No lesson today? She headed straight to the first bathroom. Nothing good could come from standing around looking at him. No, I rescheduled my Tuesday afternoon students. He followed her. Oh, I hope not on my account. I clean quietly with the exception of vacuuming. It was no big deal. Now you don't have to worry about being quiet. It's just the two of us. She pulled on her gloves. Oh, okay. Just the two of them, and she didn't have to be quiet. Why was her mind in the gutter? Do you want me to turn on some music for you? She scrubbed the toilet bowl. Sure. What type of music do you like? She glanced back at him. He leaned against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest. Her gaze stuck to his tattoos. Whatever. Classical, gospel, piano, or even organ music if you prefer. So, no alternative, rock and roll, or rap? She wiped her brow with her arm and continued scrubbing. He brought the room temperature up a good 10 degrees, with the mix of his presence and the third-degree questioning. No, I try to avoid anything that's not uplifting. Most songs on the radio these days are all about sex and other, sinful stuff. Her favorite song in high school was George Michael's I Want Your Sex. If he didn't hurry up and leave, she'd pass out from the heat, or confess her sins and beg for forgiveness. Ideally, she just wanted to keep her dignity, clean their house, and get the hell, or heck, out of there. So, you're religious? No, she stopped going to church when she got pregnant out of wedlock. I'm a believer. It was true, even if she no longer possessed a certainty of those beliefs. Everyone believed in something. I have a shitload of scripture in my head that's been drilled into me over the years. Sorry, I meant a lot, not a shitload. Hope I didn't offend you. She tipped her chin down to bite back a smile. No offense taken. I'm sure you're more than covered in the area of forgiveness for that minor sin. Are you and your husband originally from Nebraska? Her body stiffened. Even then, years later, the word husband made her flinch. I'm not married. Divorce elicited scowls of disapproval in the religious world. She'd save that topic for later, or preferably never. And I'm originally from Atlanta. I see. Well, I'll let you do your thing. Maybe I'll just play the piano. Any requests? She shrugged. Surprise me. The woman who could be a game changer wasn't married. That was good, but her anti-sex, gospel music-playing personality presented a bit more of a challenge than he anticipated. Jackson had committed to not being a man-whore, but that didn't mean he'd submitted his application for sainthood. He played one classical piece after another, tracking her every move as she floated around, scrubbing, dusting, mopping, and sweeping. She finished in the main room as if to not disturb him until she had no other choice. They smiled politely at each other as she dusted Black Beauty. God, he loved her eyes, and the way she incessantly wet her lips if he stared too long. She squatted down, disappearing beneath the piano. I'm just dusting the legs and pedals. I don't want you to think I'm trying to do anything inappropriate here. He grinned. I wouldn't stop you if you were. Ouch! She seethed after a loud thump. He leaned down to look at her. Are you okay? Balancing on her knees and one hand while her other hand rubbed her head, she squinted her eyes a bit. He tried to focus on her head, but the view down her shirt to her pink sports bra and just a tease of cleavage, which also had a smattering of freckles, enticed him in a sex-deprived way. By the time he tore his eyes away from her breasts, she stared at him in shock. Clearly, he'd offended her. Do you need an ice pack? He sat up with a guilty grimace. Jillian would kill him if their cleaning lady quit on the first day, claiming sexual harassment. Ren crawled out and stood, one hand still on her head, the other pressing the neck of her shirt firm to her chest. I'll be fine. She focused on the floor, the ceiling, anywhere but him. I'm going to run the vacuum and then I'll be done. He relocated to the kitchen while she vacuumed. Time evaporated faster than his mind could conjure a plan. He had to think of something to say before she left, and most likely would never come back. Tick-tock, he grimaced with defeat as she shut off the vacuum and wound up the hose and cord. Motherfucking idiots, Jillian grumbled, opening the front door. Ren's eyes popped out of her head. Jackson closed his. He no longer needed to worry about being the responsible party for Ren quitting. Jillian swooped in just in time to take that honor with her sailor's tongue. Oh, hey, Ren. Jillian stepped inside, holding the screen door open with the backside of her body, while she smacked the soles of her shoes together. I hate it when they spread those stupid fertilizer pellets, then take off without using a broom or blower on the driveway and sidewalk. Now they're stuck like shit to the bottom of my shoes, and if it rains, they'll discolor the cement. Jill, not the best word choice. He gave Ren an apologetic look. She returned one that looked just as pained. Sorry, I always say that wrong. They'll discolor the concrete. I know cement is the powdered form. It's like that whole itch versus scratch thing. She shut the door and looked up. So, how'd it go today? Ren forced a smile. Fine. Look around after I leave and let me know if there's something I missed or that you like me to do different next time. Jackson sighed with relief from the promise of next time. Thanks, Ren. Jillian held the door open. Jesus, Jackson, don't just stand there. Help her take her stuff out. Oh, yeah. He jumped out of his daze and grabbed the other bucket and vacuum. Sorry about your head. He handed her the rest of the supplies as she loaded everything into the back of her white RAV4. It was my fault. She closed the back door and leaned against it with her arms trapped behind her. You caught me off guard when you said... She glanced up with a sheepish look. What you did. Wearing a half-guilty smile, he shoved his hands into his pockets and shook his head. Yeah, I was completely out of line. It's fine. I applaud you for your commitment. A vow of celibacy at your age must be difficult sometimes. Jackson bent down, cocking his head to bring his ear closer to her face. What did you just say? I said it must be difficult, she answered with breathy words, eyes on his mouth. No, before that. He squinted. She mirrored his expression. The part about me commending you for your commitment to God? What commitment to God? Her eyes darted to one side and then the other before meeting his again. The vow of celibacy. Who told you about that? Ren's body sank until the bumper halted her descent. Jillian, she replied in a small voice. She told you I took a vow of celibacy? Ren nodded as her nose scrunched. So you thought what? That I'm a priest or something? Another uncomfortable nod. Jackson stepped back, giving her space. The dots connected themselves. Tell me, did you go to church last weekend? Ren shook her head, eyes wide. The weekend before that? Another shake. Jackson chuckled. Give me your keys. He held out his hand. Why? Just give them to me. She set them in his hand. Fear painted her face in crimson as he slid in the front seat and turned the key. The radio blared with Adam Levine complaining about the summer hurting like a motherfucker. Wren covered her face with her hands. Jackson stepped out and peeled them away. She kept her eyes set firm to the driveway. Doesn't sound like gospel to me. She shook her head. I'm so embarrassed. He bent down and whispered in her ear. See you next week, my child. After a cold shower to relieve the flush of embarrassment and to temper her riled-up libido, Wren grabbed an iced tea, a good book, and planted her ass on her front porch swing with Gunnar at her feet. The day would go down in history as Wren is an idiot day. Somewhere between graduating high school, getting pregnant, and marrying Satan, she lost her normalcy gene. Preston physically beat it out of her, leaving a wreckage of insecurity, fear, and social awkwardness, like an abused animal whose tail never wagged. Hey, Wren, how was your day? Her neighbor Drew asked as he walked up the sidewalk from his mailbox. I've had better, she answered on a laugh. Her handsome 40-something neighbor leaned against the railing to her porch steps. Sounds like a story. She teased Gunnar's ear with her toes and smiled. Can I ask you a question? Shoot. If not for religious reasons, why would a guy take a vow of celibacy? Drew chuckled, scratching his head, then leaving his salt and pepper hair a bit ruffled. He was Dermot Mulroney's twin, especially that sexy crooked smile. I thought maybe you were going to ask me why the clover seems to be taking over our lawns this year. Yeah, that too. But first answer the celibacy question. She grinned. Okay, well, maybe the guy has STDs or he's afraid of getting them. Maybe he has an unhealthy attachment to sex or what? A sadness stole Drew's handsome features. Maybe he lost a lover. Cancer stole Drew's wife a year earlier. Drew, I didn't mean to. He shook his head. You didn't. It's fine. He shrugged one shoulder. But it could be the reason. Wren nodded. Could Jackson have lost a wife or girlfriend? Have a seat. She stood and walked to the front door. I'll get you a beer. Her lips twisted to the side as she looked at him. Maybe two. A few minutes later, she returned with 2 bottles of beer. Thanks. Gunnar waited until she sat down before resuming his spot at her feet. So, you have a thing for a guy who's taken a vow of celibacy? Wren laughed. He's younger than me. I'm not sure it's appropriate for me to have a thing for him. So, my wife was almost 10 years younger than me. Really? Wren looked at him with wide eyes. I never knew that. Then again, when you moved here, she was going through chemo and the fucking poison stole her hair and eventually her life. Yeah, that. She frowned. After a long pull of his beer, he sighed. I was 31 when we met. She was my student when I taught an intro to business class at a community college. Sounds scandalous. Drew chuckled. Her parents were not happy. At our wedding, when the minister asked who gives this woman, her dad just grunted. No! I'm serious. We were married 5 years before he stopped scowling at me. That's just it. I can't imagine dating someone significantly younger than me. Not to be sexist, but I think older women dating younger men get more scowls than the other way around. Obviously, your in-laws weren't this way, but most people don't think much of the older man, younger woman relationship these days. So, how young are we talking? Drew asked. Wren smiled while taking a sip of her iced tea. I don't know, 30-ish? But I could be off, and I don't think in my direction. With my luck, he's in his mid-20s and the perfect guy for Maddie. She waved a dismissive hand. It doesn't matter. He's celibate. She laughed. Of course, I have been lately, too. When I turned 40, my wife swore I had a midlife crisis. I swore 40 was too young to be considered midlife. We'd been trying to get pregnant, but it just never happened. So I told her to quit her job. She was an accountant and hated it anyway, and we traveled the world for 2 years, living like gypsies. We left our naked ass prints on many beaches. Drew wiggled his brows. Ren laughed. We would have stayed longer, but that's when they discovered her cancer. When we were in France, I berated myself for being so reckless. Had we just stayed home, maybe they would have found it sooner. But she refused to regret any of it. She said my midlife crisis was the best 2 years of her life. She said she'd never felt so alive, and we all deserve to feel that way at least once. After all, why the hell else are we here? Ren loved that story. But what she loved the most was how many times Drew had told it to her. Each time it felt like the first, and each time he came up with a new moral. So, you think I should leave my ass print on the beach? She said that every time too, but it was never the moral. Exactly. Ren gasped. Seriously? Drew smiled and nodded, looking off into the sunset while sipping his beer. Rob the cradle, have sex on the beach, and fucking embrace your 40s. You're at your prime, Ren. What do you have to lose at this point? A lot, starting with her dignity and her mind. Maybe he made a valid point. There was just one problem. The cradle she wanted to rob had a warning sign that said, celibate. Chapter 5. Your favorite neighbor just pulled in his garage, Jackson announced as he came in the back door, dripping with sweat. Jillian didn't care, at least that's what she told herself every morning, to muster the strength to get out of bed. No response. He plopped down in the chair next to hers. Good, let's talk about me then. His mouth held a pleasant smile, one that said he had a secret ready to burst from his lips. He marked time much better than she did, going through the motion of each day like a good soldier. But it had been a while since she'd seen him look happy. Let's. She found her own smile. It was his moment. I know I was a little pissed about you telling Ren that I'd taken a vow of celibacy, which I did not do. You had sex. I did not. His grin held firm. But I think I should now. I think I'm ready. I agree. You should, but not with Ren. What? Why not? Because she works for us. Jillian drummed her fingers on the table. A tight grin pulled her lips into a firm line. She works for you. Technically, I think you hired her. Jillian shook her head. She's probably married with kids. Don't be a homewrecker. That has never been your thing, so don't start now. She's not married, I asked. Are you going to marry her? What does that matter? Because this house has never looked so clean, and unless you marry her, it will eventually end with her quitting because of you. And she'll probably quit working for AJ too, just so she doesn't have to be in the same neighborhood as you. You're full of shit. Look at yourself. You're a walking disaster. I had to pick up your room before Ren came just so she could find the floor to vacuum it. You've been a slob your entire life. And a certain doctor that I shall not name, he knew it too, and it drove him crazy, and you know I'm right. I know for a fact you thrive in disorder. So, either you intended Ren to be a gift for me, or you're using her to worm your way back onto AJ's good side. And just to be clear, I'm not sure he has one. She stopped drumming her fingers on the table and rolled her eyes. Fine, but do me a favor. Choose what it's going to be and make sure she understands. Jackson shook his head. I don't understand. What are you talking about? If it's just sex, then make sure she knows up front. Otherwise what? Marry her. Jackson laughed. I'll ask her on Tuesday which she prefers. Jillian didn't want to laugh. She'd been in the worst mood since she last saw AJ, and her depression began to feel like a security blanket, dark but warm. Unfortunately, she envisioned Jackson asking Ren if she'd rather have sex with him or marry him, and the image brought a huge smile to her face. "That looks good on you." He smiled back. "Now go." She narrowed her eyes. "Go where?" "I know you're dying to go next door." She wasn't. "Lay it on the line. Don't take any of his crap and call me if you need backup. You don't even like him. Why do you care?" "True, but I think Jillian needs him." Loving Jackson came easy, even when he acted the part of a paranoid, overprotective ass. Eventually, he came around and supported her with only one goal: for her to find happiness. Was AJ her happiness? Could she be happy watching him die? Did he have to die? Jillian hadn't prepared herself for the defeat in AJ's eyes when he answered the door. She expected grumpiness and anger, not shoulders curved inward, eyes devoid of life. "Can I come in?" The hollow man before her nodded once. Grabbing 2 beers, he handed one to her. She shook her head. There was no need for an SOS. He wasn't dying. He wasn't dying. "I need you to live." Her voice, barely a whisper, squeezed past the lump in her throat. AJ leaned against the counter, staring at his feet. "Sorry." She wanted to tell him everything. He would fight for himself, fight for her, if he knew about her past. "I know what it feels like to want to give up. I know what it feels like to not feel in control of your body. Living is so much harder than dying." His cynical laugh sliced through the thick air. "You have experience with dying?" There existed a headstone with her former name on it. In many ways, she was dead. After all, a person couldn't live without a heart, and hers resided in San Francisco. "I do." He laughed again. "But let me guess. You can't tell me about it." "You know what pisses me off the most? You've had one opinion, and you're already planning your funeral. Just because some neurologist or oncologist thinks your tumor is inoperable doesn't mean another more experienced or more confident doctor would." AJ looked up at her. "So, that's a no answer yet again to your past." "We're not talking about my past. We're talking about, well, I think we should. It's a moot point talking about my future that no longer exists. I've told you about my past. I think all that's left to talk about is yours." Anger gripped every nerve as she fisted her hands at her side. It was a low blow. He didn't need to push her away with her own past. "I love you." He shook his head. "You're reciprocating. I didn't ask you to say it back. I said it because I needed to make peace between us. You're saying it because you're scared and pissed. I think telling someone you love them after you find out you're dying would be classified as an act of fear or anger. So please don't feed me this line of bullshit that you had some romantic epiphany about us on a whim. Are you done?" His face turned stone, eyes cold. She stepped closer until they were toe to toe. "I'm just getting started." "I don't want to hear any more." "Well, I don't care." She poked his chest with each word. "You have 2 parents and a son that will be devastated. You don't enlist in the Air Force and fight to stay alive, to make it home to your family, just to turn around and give up. You're not a fucking coward, so stop acting like one." 6 months. He glared at her. What? What are you talking about?" "I saw the oncologist. It's cancer, and he gave me 6 months to live, with treatment." She stared at his chest. How did his heart feel about that? Hers remained hollow. It had been for many months. Those were crushing words. Luckily, she was safe. No heart, nothing to crush. But for some reason, his words filled that empty space and formed into something living, beating, and aching so damn bad. How could nothing feel so painfully like something? Now that I have your undivided attention, let me tell you the rest. Her head inched side to side. Through a haze of shock, her eyes remained fixed to his chest. He had something to live for. You don't stop fighting if there's something worth fighting for. She had Jackson. They kept each other alive. Just one person was enough. How could AJ not see that? Sometimes I get blurred vision, but it's been easy to relate it to my headaches because they're so frequent. I don't remember some things, but I'm getting older, so I just figured it was age. The day of his accident, he'd forgotten their dinner date. The night he took her for a ride on her Harley, he acted confused when she reminded him about his parents and Brooke's family coming for Cage's game. Fucking 2020 hindsight. He continued, "It's all going to get worse. I'm taking medication for my headaches and seizures, but it's not a cure. If I do nothing, I could go blind in less than 2 months. If I agree to radiation and try to squeeze out 6 months, I could experience worse headaches, nausea, vomiting, extreme fatigue, hearing loss, difficulty with speech and memory, and more seizures. If I become the exception and make it past the 6 months, then they tack on stroke-like symptoms and poor brain function. The fatigue and medications could lead to erectile dysfunction. No sex." He lifted her chin with his finger, but she would not give him her tears. "Sound like fun to you?" The strong woman who came in the door vanished, leaving a ghost, biting her quivering lip, hating herself for being so weak. Her pain softened his rigid scowl of determination. "I love you." His words ripped through the impostor of a heart in her chest. "I'll do this for you, but you have to know it's going to feel like the most painful kind of love ever. You need to get that. I would never blame you for turning and walking away. It's your choice. Are you in?" AJ didn't realize Jessica, had already experienced the most painful kind of love, letting go. Holding on was so much easier than letting go. It's the reason she held on to Jessica and held on to her memories of Luke. "I'm in," she whispered. The pain in his eyes intensified. He cradled her face in his hands, shaking his head. "You're so stubborn. Contumacious." The man who'd made claim to her empty chest kissed her hard, but she would not blink. The next day she'd pull it together, make some calls, and find a doctor that showed some optimism. That night, however, she surrendered her emotions and then her body. "Jillian," AJ whispered as he held her in his arms. She fought sleep, wanting to stay with him. The fragility of their time together kept her frozen in place. She kissed his arm, wrapped around her, holding her naked body against his. "I need you to promise me something." "What?" "Don't let me hurt you, physically or emotionally, and don't," he drew in a long breath, "don't let me suffer. Let me die with some sort of dignity." "AJ," she choked on her words, damming the nagging tears. "Promise me." "How will I know?" she whispered. "You'll just know." He kissed the back of her head. "I trust you." She closed her eyes, begging the tears to hold off as she held her breath and nodded once. Her body shook from the pounding in her chest, an earthquake of pain that was just too much. A while later, she felt his body relax around hers, so she slipped out of bed, dressed, and went home. Jackson sat perched on a chair in front of his computer. He looked up. "Downstairs," she whispered. He stared at her for a moment, then he nodded. After changing her clothes, she wrapped her hands and waited for Jackson. He gave her a sad smile as he reached the bottom of the stairs. He started to wrap his hands. "I'll fight back, I promise, but I need you to make me feel a different type of pain." They both slipped in their mouth guards. He nodded. Before she could meet his eyes, he swung his leg around, knocking her to the floor. Tears flooded her eyes, but not from being knocked down. "Get up," he growled, his voice devoid of sympathy. Jackson knew what she needed, sometimes more than she did. "Get the fuck up." She crawled to her feet, tears streaming down her face. He hit her again before she had a chance to react. Blood pooled along her lip. "You feel that?" he asked. His voice grew louder with each word. "Yes," she gritted, brushing away her tears with her arms as her tongue licked the blood. "Then show me." Her ragged breaths came quicker as anger seized her body, and she attacked her brother, holding back nothing. She fought her past, beating the shit out of everything that took Luke away from her. She fought the asshole who had been messaging her, making her feel scared and weak. And then she fought the fucking cancer. She fought it through tears and blood. Jillian fought until she collapsed in Jackson's arms. The tears ran dry and the pain numbed. One feeling remained: acceptance. Chapter 6. Once again, Jackson witnessed his sister hitting rock bottom and crawling through her blood, sweat, and tears to surface again. After AJ saw the marks on her face the following day, he paid Jackson a visit with his fist. Jillian broke up the fight before blood stained the carpet. With a scowl and a nod, both men declared a truce, although a silent one, and contingent on the other keeping his hands off her. A promise neither could really guarantee because they were all a bit unpredictable. Jillian jumped all in and went to AJ's appointments, including getting second and third opinions. Jackson, content that his sister stood on her own feet again, counted down the days until Tuesday, the best day of the week. "Hey," Ren smiled as he led her inside. "AJ home today?" he asked, to break the ice before suggesting sex or marriage. "Yes, I was pretty shocked to hear that he retired from the Air Force. Honestly, I've worked for him for over 5 years, but I've rarely seen or talked to him. Yet he seemed, I don't know, maybe a little depressed today." "Jillian will cheer him up after she gets home." "Oh, are they—" "Yes, he's screwing my sister. No, I don't like it." Ren looked away with a hint of discomfort in her expression. She took her bucket of supplies to the bathroom. "Is it because of the age difference?" Jackson followed her. "No, it's because she's my sister, and therefore no guy will ever be deserving of her." "She's lucky. I'd love to have someone feel that protective of me." "Could you tell her that?" Ren laughed. "Yeah, I'm sure she doesn't always think of it as a blessing. So, how old is she?" 30. "And you're older?" Ren tried to sound indifferent, but he saw through it. Jackson smiled as she fished for his age. The age thing mattered to her. "Yes, I'm older." Her smile grew with a look of relief. "By 7 minutes. That look of relief quickly faded. "Really? Twins?" "Yes. So how old are you?" She tapped the toilet brush on the edge and returned it to the bucket. "That's kind of a bold question. You know it's not polite to ask a woman her age." "You asked Jillian's." "Let me rephrase. It's not polite for a man to ask a woman her age." "Sounds like a double standard." He chuckled. "Besides, I'm a bold guy, so it's fitting that I ask bold questions." Ren cleaned the mirror, occasionally meeting his eyes through the reflection. "How old do you think I am?" "I'm bold, not stupid, so I'm not answering that." "I'm in my 30s as well." She rolled her lips between her teeth to contain her smile. He felt bad for playing her, but he wanted her to think of him as a normal guy. Telling her that he'd already done a full background check on her would not get him past his celibacy phase. Women were sensitive about the whole invasion of privacy thing. "Can I be honest with you?" he asked. "Honesty's good." "I told Jillian I'm interested in you." She gulped, loudly. Then her hands doubled their pace, working at record speed. Her eyes remained focused on her task. He enjoyed seeing her uncomfortable. It meant she was attracted to him. "She wasn't too pleased because she doesn't want you to quit cleaning our house, or AJ's." Another gulp. She had an excess of saliva. He continued since she didn't have anything to add yet. "So she said I should make it clear that we're going to just have sex, or else I need to marry you." "Oh my God! What?" She turned, holding the cleaning rag against her chest as if she were standing there topless. A grin dominated his whole face, and nothing had ever felt so good, which was weird because his dick remained in his pants. He worked her for a reaction the same way he had done for years with Jillian. "I agree. Marriage might be too soon. I wouldn't dream of proposing without asking for your father's blessing." "I'm almost 40. She spewed out the words like a last-minute confession with a gun pointed to her head. Even her face scrunched into a frightened grimace. "Great. So you have a birthday coming up. We should celebrate." "I have a daughter. She's 21. Another rushed confession. "I'd love to meet her." Ren narrowed her eyes. "As in, you want me to fix the two of you up?" Jackson chuckled. "I'm keeping you from working. We should have drinks later and discuss what I want in further detail." "I have to take Gunner for a walk." She hugged the cleaning rag to her chest even tighter. "Later." "Your ferret?" The hardened statue in front of him relaxed a little. He enjoyed the smile that reacquainted itself with her lips. "No," she laughed. "He's my dog." "Oh, gotcha. So leave me your address and I'll come walk with you." He knew her address, but once again, it didn't seem like a good idea to tell her that. "You're relentless." "You have no idea." He made a point of letting his gaze drag slowly up her body until he could see a small sheen of perspiration on her brow. Mission accomplished. Leaving an ass print on the beach carried less intimidation when Jackson Knight seemed unattainable. Celibate. Sex or marriage? Who says that? Definitely not a 30-year-old guy with the most unique eyes Ren had ever seen, a body sculpted for the front cover of a fitness magazine, and tattoos that were clearly on display for the sole purpose of her enjoyment. And a guy like that definitely did not say that to a nearly 40-year-old woman losing her battle with gravity. Perhaps she'd hallucinated the whole conversation. It was hard to say for sure. There had been heart palpitations, sweating, and foggy brain confusion. Had she also imagined the inappropriate way he looked at her? Ren hoped not. She rather liked how he looked at her. He made her feel 100 times sexier than she imagined possible. Clothes were strewn all over her room. It was a walk, not dinner with the president. She didn't need to try on 10 different outfits, but she did anyway. After settling on the most boring choice ever, gray yoga capris and a white tank top, she waited on her porch swing with Gunner at her feet. "You're smiling at no one in particular." She turned. "Hey, Drew." "Good day." She snorted out a laugh when a wood-paneled PT Cruiser pulled into her driveway, the perfect visual to temper her attraction to Jackson. Then he got out and the PT Cruiser might as well have been a Ferrari. Jackson exuded sexiness. He made ugly beautiful. Could he make her feel half as desirable as he looked? Drew chuckled. "He's young." "Yep." Ren couldn't take her eyes off Jackson as he navigated up her driveway like a catwalk, wearing faded ripped jeans and a fitted black tank top that showed more of his tattoos than she had ever seen. "Hi." Jackson first acknowledged Drew. "Hey there. Well, you two have fun at the beach. Drew's steps faded into the distance. Warmth surged along her skin, overheating her whole body. Someone needed to throw some ice water on her. The beach? Jackson questioned. Inside joke. Her eyes took their first blink since he'd pulled into her driveway. Hot car, she grinned. Sex in the flesh shoved his hands deep into his pockets, flexing the muscles along his arms. But her eyes latched onto the wide black waistband of his underwear, exposed in the front from his hands pushing down. Thank you. Ren shook her head with an embarrassingly huge smile plastered to her face. Are you conducting some sort of experiment? On? What makes a man sexy? She snapped her fingers and pointed to the ground beside her. Gunnar took his position on command. Because before you pulled up, I would have said no man could look sexy driving a PT Cruiser. I stand corrected. Jackson cocked his head to the side, watching Gunnar. I'm not part of any experiment. He continued looking at Gunnar as if he were talking to him. But I do know the answer to that question. I have no doubt that you do. I'm sure you see it in the mirror every day. Walk. She started toward the sidewalk with Gunnar right at her side. Nope, but don't stress over it. I'll tell you someday. By the way, I think I'm in love with your dog. You've only just met. Well, he's beautiful and well-behaved. No leash? He doesn't need one. What if a rabbit or squirrel runs out in front of him? He doesn't do anything without my command. I once knew a Marley reincarnation. Yours? Ren looked up at Jackson, squinting against the setting sun. No, this doctor I knew got it for his girlfriend. He tried to get her to take it to obedience school, but I think they dropped out after the first day. The mutt was a nightmare. Gunnar was trained to be a guard dog. I don't think I'd be able to sleep at night if I didn't have him. Because you're single? Because I'm divorced. Ren kept her eyes focused ahead. I left an abusive relationship. He didn't want to accept it even after I filed the restraining order. I don't like guns, but I needed a way to feel safe. Gunner. Jackson smirked. Nice. So, I noticed you have some crash-type pads and different equipment in your basement. Are you a boxer? I'm not a boxer, but I can box. Jillian and I like to spar for a good workout. Do you know any self-defense moves? His lips twisted to the side. A few. Would you be willing to teach me sometime? Jackson didn't say anything. It's just that Gunnar's not always with me, and I wonder what would happen if the mace on my keychain didn't work or if I dropped it and was left defenseless. I know I sound paranoid, it's just, I'll teach you. You will? He nodded. I'll even pay you, or we could barter for the house cleaning. His lips curled into the most mischievous grin. Bartering, yes, but not for the house cleaning. Oh, a cold chill inched up her spine. Do I want to know what you have in mind? He looked over at her. I don't know, do you? She tried to lighten the moment, thick with suggestion. If you're thinking of trying to take Gunnar or Maddie, then the answer is no way. Maddie? My daughter. I think you already offered me your daughter. What? I did not. You offered to fix us up. No. I asked if that's what you were implying. And if I would have said yes, you were going to give me her phone number with your blessing. I most certainly was not. Why? It was a good question. That's what I thought. His smug smile wasn't sexy. Really, it was, but she didn't want it to be. For your information, my daughter is too young for you. Jackson chuckled. I'm closer to her age than your age. So here we are, on our first date. Don't you think I'm too young for you? Yes, of course she did. This isn't a date. It's a dog walk. It's a date. Ren shook her head. It's not. Why? Because you're too young for me. There, I said it. Happy now? Men like Jackson were put on Earth for one purpose: to rob every ounce of confidence from women like Wren. They ate it up and saved it for themselves, as if they could possibly need any more. Then they flaunted it to get the attention of the lucky recipients who were Maddie's age. The 20-somethings thrived on it. I know all my ABCs. I'm potty trained, I chew with my mouth closed, and I require limited supervision. Wren didn't want to laugh, but she did anyway. Shut up. Now you're just being stupid. Oh, and I can count to 100. Forward, backward, and even with my eyes shut. She sighed. Have you ever been married? No. Kids? No. So our total time spent together so far in the past week has been 5 hours, and we might not have anything in common, which would only be compounded by our age difference. And you expect me to believe you are seriously interested in me? Yes. Fine, she huffed, hiding her grin. I'll marry you. Jackson laughed. It made her want more. More laughter. More resplendent smiles. He held her gaze, lacing his fingers with hers, then gently squeezing her hand. That made her want more, too. More of his touch. More of the happiness that swelled in her heart. His touch felt like a spell. For a moment, she forgot about her age, her physical imperfections, and the fear that held her hostage to a past she could never escape. They finished their walk in silence. It wasn't awkward, it was perfect. The most indelible moments are spent in quietude with a worthy companion. Gunnar had been that worthy companion for years. When they reached her front porch, it felt like waking from a dream. Their age difference returned to her thoughts again, as all the insecurities she tried to overcome came rushing back. She attempted to release his hand, but he tightened his grip and pulled her to him. He smelled good, really good. Her eyes closed on their own accord as she took a slow inhale, hoping he didn't notice her trying to smell him. Candles, he said. Wren opened her eyes. I smell like sex candles. She laughed a little. Sex candles? Whatever they were, she needed to buy some. Yes, Jillian sells them, and until just recently, she'd been using Woody to transport them. Sex candles and then Woody. Maybe she was too old. Clearly they didn't speak the same language. Well, sex candles smell good on you. He smiled. It was a hungry smile, with his tongue wetting his lips. You know what else would smell good on me? He whispered, ducking his head a breath away from her lips. The enormity of his dominating presence wrecked her ability to conjure coherent thoughts and formulate words to go with them. What? She couldn't even remember his question. Why were his lips just lingering over hers? It was torturous. You. He touched her lips, just barely. She felt the very tip of his warm tongue touch her top lip. Good night, Wren. He strode with extra confidence to his car because he stole hers. He stole everything and left her speechless, standing on the porch with her lips slightly parted, making soft panting noises. Pathetic. Night, she whispered, long after he was gone. Chapter 7. How's AJ? Still alive, Jillian shrugged. Lilith gave her a reprimanding look. Char's a mess. She didn't take it so well. I know, that's what he said. How could she? It's messed up. Children aren't supposed to die before their parents. Is he? Is he what? Going to die? Jillian didn't know the answer to that question. She was too close to the situation to even look at the possibilities with any sort of objectivity. Surgery seems too risky. I think they've ruled that out. But it's beginning to affect his vision, so he's agreed to radiation therapy, starting next week after his parents and Brooke leave. They're arriving later today, and they go back home on Sunday. Yes, Shar and I are having coffee. You should join us. I'll see. Brooke and her family are staying with us. Jackson's not too thrilled, so I may need to be there as a buffer. He doesn't like Brooke? Lilith questioned. She has kids. He doesn't like kids? Just his own. He has kids? Jillian laughed. Not yet, but he's working on it. Sounds like a story. It probably will be, but it's still in the prologue. And yours and Luke's? It's just getting good. Jillian grinned. Day. How did killing 4 make you feel? Luke was more determined than ever to work through Jessica's past, lay it to rest, and begin their future. She liked the future part, but lacked motivation to deal with the past since the night they'd had sex. However, he knew it bothered her that they hadn't had it again after that first time with her bound to her bed. That had been a month earlier. Luke found plenty of excuses and ways to distract her, the dog being the biggest one. Why can't I move in with you? She sat on his bed with Jones, who wasn't supposed to be on his bed or any of the furniture. Because you're a slob. Down. He snapped his fingers at Jones and pointed to the floor. Jones rested his head on Jessica's leg in defiance. I'm not when I'm at your place. You are. He gave up on the stubborn, contumacious dog and continued with his crossword puzzle, staying in the chair by the window. Luke wouldn't go near her in his bed. It was a bad idea. Give me one example. One of your shoes is right there on the floor, and the other is in the middle of my hallway. You clean my kitchen counter by wiping the crumbs onto the floor. You organize your purse by emptying gum wrappers and toothpicks onto my coffee table and leaving them there. After you wash your hands in the bathroom, you flick your fingers before grabbing the towel and leave water spots on my mirror. And you're always taking books from my bookshelf, and you never put them back. Jessica frowned while petting Jones. Geez, I just said one. He smirked at her pathetic attempt at pouting. She was the world's worst pouter, and he told her as much so many times. Anyone trained to kill could not pout. Period. Answer my question. She flopped back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. After I killed 4, I felt different. Different how? When he killed Claire, it hardened me to the world. I had so much hate for the unfairness of it all. But when I killed him, it hardened my feelings toward Jessica Day. She was trained in defense, not revenge. I was trained to think of it like that. We were defenders, like soldiers, not killers. We don't call soldiers in the military killers, even if they kill. So, you're upset with yourself? Disappointed. Separated. In denial. I don't know, I just no longer knew who I was or who I was supposed to be. Jessica the Defender has friends, drinks too much wine, and pursues her career. Jessica the Killer just waits. Waits for what? Trigger. Who's Trigger? The one that got away. Matthew Green? She nodded. Luke had to push through his own emotions and leave them behind. Jessica's lover didn't want to know any more. He too wanted it to all just disappear. But Dr. Jones owed it to her, and he owed it to Luke. He had to make things right. You want Matthew Green dead? She shook her head, then looked over at him with tears in her eyes. He knew she hated those tears. Maybe someday she'd realize the strength in setting them free. Luke felt privileged that she trusted him with her vulnerability, with her tears. The need to go to her and wrap her in his arms pained him. Why? Why couldn't love heal everything? "Please don't hate me," she whispered, her face scrunched with pain. "I'll never hate you. I don't just want him dead. I want to kill him because he didn't save my friend." Luke couldn't take that away. No one could take that away. Two voices resided inside her, and she needed that separation to keep a small shred of her sanity. He, however, couldn't separate the two. He had to love both of them as one for her to have any chance of offering forgiveness and finding acceptance. "I can see it," she blinked, releasing the tears. "In your eyes. You wonder what's wrong with you. You wonder how you could even consider loving someone as awful as me." Dr. Jones needed to stay focused and not let his emotions override the progress they were making. But that man, the one who loved her more than a clean mirror or a tidy coffee table or oxygen for that matter, told the good doctor to fuck off. Then he stood and went to her. That man, the one who never felt guilty for loving the woman. He sat on the bed and pulled her onto his lap, straddling his legs. She hugged him with a fierce intensity. "You don't see anything," he whispered. "You're so blind because the only thing in my eyes is adoration. God, I love every part of you so much I can't even think straight. You're my goddamn miracle, and there's nothing in life more amazing than a miracle." Love was not a problem to solve or a choice to make, simply an involuntary feeling that explained human existence. It wasn't contingent on anything, and everyone was capable of giving and receiving it. Words couldn't define feelings. Luke didn't know why he had to love her. He just did. "Show me." She sat back looking so vulnerable with her tear-stained cheeks. "Show me how much you adore me, Luke." It wasn't so much a request as a desperate plea. They held each other's gaze for a few silent moments. "I won't hurt you," she promised. "You're my everything. The life that beats inside my chest." She took his hand and placed it over her heart. "Do you feel that? Every single one is for you." He took her hand and placed it on his chest. "Yours," he whispered. Luke became Jessica's prodigy of love. He accepted her without judgment, held her in reverence, and trusted her implicitly. No one loved like Luke loved. For that, she gave him everything. She unbuttoned his shirt and pushed it away from his chest. Pressing her lips to the scar on his shoulder, she whispered, "I'm sorry." "Don't." She moved her mouth back to his, tasting and savoring him. Let me be sorry for what I did to you, okay?" He nodded, then removed her shirt. "I need to see you. All of you." He smiled while unfastening her bra. It was a vulnerable smile, not like the controlled one he used every day with patients, or even his family and friends. There was one very special smile that looked like a child who just had all his dreams come true. That was a very private smile for Jessica. "What if I want more than your heart?" He cupped her breast and brushed his thumb over her nipple. She smiled. "Take everything." He leaned back on the bed, letting her straddle his waist. "You first." Drifting forward, she kissed his neck, followed by every inch of his chest. Never, never again would she hurt him. He was the miracle. She stood and removed the rest of her clothes and then his. That smile, her smile, came back to his handsome face. That smile quickly faded as Luke cleared his throat. Out. Jessica frowned at Jones, who sat on the floor watching them. Sorry, Jones. She ushered him out and shut the door. Now, you need to remind me of what this whole adoration thing feels like. She crawled up the bed and laid her naked body on his. There was no room for her past, no room for fear, no room for control. His hands explored her body, hers explored his. Their lips connected as they shared soft moans. Luke lifted her hips and slid into her. Luke, I told you. He kissed her neck. If I had you in my bed, his tongue slid over her nipple, I'd never want to leave. Oh, my God. Her eyes closed as she completely surrendered, letting him pull her under to depths of intimacy she never knew existed. By the time she resurfaced, sated, exhausted, and thoroughly adored, Luke's body was draped over hers. She didn't panic, and that realization flickered in her watery eyes as she hugged him. Jessica felt certain of very few things in life, but Luke's love had become an indisputable law of nature. Of that she was absolutely certain. His body became her security. He would protect her from her demons. Forever. Jess. He mumbled into her shoulder. She teased her hands along his back, tracing each muscle. If I wake up tomorrow and live to tell about it, you should move in with me. She shoved him off her. Traipsing naked into his great room, she kissed Jones goodnight and put him in his kennel. Returning with 2 arms full of blankets and pillows, she blew him a kiss while tossing everything on the bed. Luke turned on his side, resting his head on his hand, with amusement tugging at his lips. What are you doing? Jessica ignored him, proceeding to construct a barrier in the middle of the bed, separating the Qin dynasty from the nomads. Hurry up and go to sleep. Don't flail and let me wake you in the morning. He chuckled. I can't even see you. She peeked through a small hole in the pillow and blanket wall. Jones is going to be so excited. Not if you accidentally snap my neck in the morning. She blew him another kiss. I've got you. I'll always have you. Chapter 8. Night. Jackson scowled at Jillian from his piano as Brooke and her family settled into the lower-level bedrooms for their 2-night stay. I know your mental state has been the hot topic for years, but this is truly insane. Jillian pressed her index finger to her lips. Don't shush me. Those kids are going to tear this place apart. Well, good thing we hired a cleaning lady. She has a name, you know. Jillian raised a brow. Wren, yes, I know. I hired her as our cleaning lady. Well, she could be more than that. Oh? A smile crept along Jillian's lips. Did you propose or offer her your body to help her stave off menopause? Jackson narrowed his eyes. I'm kidding. Either way, she should invite you to stay the weekend so I don't have to deal with your Oscar the Grouch attitude. Oh, wait, that's right. You're Mr. Snuffleupagus. Not anymore. Wren not into penis role-playing? Jackson failed to hide his grin. Somehow, I doubt it. That's a shame. I was going to suggest that Lascivio create a line of penis accessories. I think action hero dress-up could be quite fun. Would AJ do it? Jackson raised a questioning brow. Would AJ do what? Brooke asked, rounding the corner from the stairs. Jillian gave Jackson the hairy eyeball before turning toward Brooke. Grill out, even though it looks like it could rain. Trust me, AJ would grill out in the middle of a hurricane. Brooke shook her head. Jillian smiled. AJ had softened her, exposed her humanity. Maybe it was crazy for her to invite her lover's ex-wife to stay with her. Jillian didn't have a boiling pot of jealousy waiting to erupt inside of her, but Brooke proved that with exposed humanity came a little spark of jealousy. It was a miserable emotion. AJ and Brooke had been married and raised a child. Of course Brooke would know him better than Jillian. Well, it was nice to meet you. Jackson smiled at Brooke. I'm going to take off. Jillian nodded. Good idea. She winked at him as he grabbed his keys and headed out the door. Your brother is... Brooke stared at the door. Yes, he's a freak of nature. But I'd say the same thing about you, knowing you have a 21-year-old son and 5-year-old twins. Jillian stopped shy of actually saying the word angel. I hired a personal trainer after the girls were born. I've had a tummy tuck and breast implants, but none of it stops me from peeing a little when I jump rope with the girls. Jillian's jaw dropped. TMI? Brooke scrunched her nose. Jillian shook her head and maybe fell a little in love with Brooke in that moment. The angel's wings weren't real. I wanted to like you, and it's official. Now I can. Brooke laughed. I wanted to hate you, and it's official. Now I can't. Jillian's eyes narrowed. Why would you hate me? Brooke eased up onto the kitchen bar stool and crossed her long, thin legs. Because you found what I lost. What's that? His love. You didn't lose his love. You lost him. And I don't think I'm with the man you married. I doubt he still exists. Brooke seemed to think about it as she stared intently at Jillian. Shar told me about... She paused. The tumor. Jillian nodded. Do you think that's the real reason for his change in personality? Brooke's eyes filled with unshed tears. She had to feel a pang of guilt as if she, too, was responsible for missing something, assuming it was the PTSD. It could be, especially now, but even one of his doctors said he probably has PTSD, but sifting through his symptoms to determine which category they belong in is useless at this point. No one is to blame, and we can't change what already is. Jillian said it for Brooke's benefit, but she wanted there to be someone to blame. Having someone to blame made dealing with the pain so much easier. You do know that his parents asked him to move back to Portland for treatment, so they, or we, can help take care of him while he goes through radiation? Jillian did not know that. What did he tell them? He said he'd think about it. When did he say that? She tried to hide her disappointment, or anger, or whatever feeling triggered some sort of meltdown inside her. Yesterday, when they talked on the phone. Jillian had practically been living at his house the previous week to help him out and go with him to his appointments, but somehow that bit of information had not been shared with her. It did rain, and they still grilled out. Dodge and Lilith came for dinner too, but Cage couldn't make it because he had a late practice to prepare for his first preseason game. The girls played hide and seek, then Stan took them out on his paddle boat with their dad. At one point, Brooke and AJ disappeared inside, and when they both returned, Jillian could tell Brooke had been crying, and maybe AJ too. He wore a baseball hat pulled low on his head, which made it hard to get a good look at his eyes. Jillian found herself not fitting into Dodge and Lilith's conversation with AJ's parents, and AJ himself seemed to be avoiding her. So after dinner, she sneaked out the door and went home. In that moment, she regretted shoving Jackson out of the house because she needed a good kick in the ass to push her past the rut she'd fallen into since Brooke's revelation about the possibility of AJ moving back to Portland. Hey, I wondered where you went, AJ said, standing at the bottom of the stairs. Jillian stilled the punching bag and tugged off her gloves. I wanted to give you some time with your family. That's nice of you, but you didn't have to leave. She shrugged, wiping the sweat off her brow with her arm. I needed to work out anyway, and I knew I wouldn't be able to be down here later when Brooke and everyone came back, so... Oh, well, after you shower, come back over for a little bit, okay? She nodded. AJ started back up the stairs. I'm mad, she said. That admission, those 2 words, ripped through her gut. Jillian didn't want to be mad, and she sure didn't want the insecurity that came with confessing her vulnerability. He stopped and turned, an uneasy squint tugging at his brow. The giving a shit, channeling her humanity thing, took its toll on her that day. I'm mad, okay? I was mad that time when I took Cage out on a date because you had the balls to go out with Karen after our moment in the shower that morning. So, I'm sorry. I should have just told you up front that I was mad. I didn't, but I am now. You're mad at me now? AJ looked lost. Typical male. Yes, and I'm not even going to play the whole mindfuck guessing game with you. Her voice grew louder with each word. I'm just going to tell you, and then you're going to apologize for even considering leaving me to move back to Portland. AJ closed his eyes. I was going to tell you. Tell me what? That they asked you or that you're considering it? He looked at her but didn't answer. You're leaving. She shook her head. I didn't say that. He walked back down the stairs. She retreated. Well, you didn't say you're staying. I didn't say anything. An eerie silence followed his echo. I can't move to Portland with you, she said, her voice soft, regretful. But maybe you weren't going to ask me to anyway. I don't know what I'm doing. His shoulders slumped. I haven't even told my son that I'm dying. You're not... Don't, he sighed. I'll let everyone but you think that a miracle is going to happen. My parents believe it. Brooke believes it. Hell, even I want to believe it. But you are my real, my truth. You are the only clarity in this whole fucked up mess. You don't have to watch me die to accept that it's going to happen. But what if they do? She couldn't look at him. He'd put her up on a pedestal as if she were invincible, a rock that could not be broken. He was so very wrong. AJ kissed the top of her head. I have to go back over there. He turned and walked up the stairs. AJ? Yeah, he answered with his back to her. There's no acceptance in watching someone die. There's only a lifetime of regret from knowing you couldn't stop it from happening. Chapter 9. It took Ren several days to recover from a near kiss, or a half kiss, or whatever involved Jackson's tongue grazing the top of her lip. Her hormones giving her whiplash didn't help either. Unpredictable periods toyed with her, making it impossible to prepare for them. In the middle of the night, she had a hot flash. A hot flash! What was she, 60? Then the next minute she thought about sex, non-stop. She imagined having sex with every guy she saw, and it had nothing to do with their looks because she also imagined every couple she saw having sex too. Sex. Sweat. Sex. Her body couldn't decide if it wanted to act 16 or 60. Gunnar barked while she made a late dinner. An egg salad sandwich. She knew someone had to be at her house because it's the only time he barked when she was home. Who's here, baby? She looked out the front window and jumped, pressing her back against the wall next to the window, trying to hide. Oh, God. Ren closed her eyes. Her khaki shorts had permanent oil stains from lemon wood polish, and her large t-shirt looked even more grotesque and 2 sizes too big, resembling a nightshirt. She couldn't bear to think about her bra, a compression sports bra that made her chest one small speed bump. Maybe the large shirt was a blessing. The doorbell rang. "Just a minute," she grimaced. He could probably tell from the nearness of her voice that she was 2 feet from the door. There was never an extra dose of confidence around when she needed it. "Hi, what are you doing here?" She tried to keep most of her body hidden behind the door. "I've been displaced from my house by twins." "Twins?" 5-year-old girls. "Oh, cute." "Not cute." "You don't like kids?" "Just my own." "Oh, wow. You have kids?" Ren didn't realize she was just one of many victims that fell for that line. "Not yet, but mine will be awesome." She nodded slowly. "I see. Sort of. Well, I'd invite you in, but..." "Great, I'd love to." He squeezed through the small opening. "Nice place." There was nowhere to hide. "Thanks, I'm kind of in need of a shower and clean clothes, and I was just getting ready to eat." "Great, I'm starving." He slid his hands in his back pockets and grinned. Jackson looked much more edible than anything she had in her kitchen. "Okay, we're having dinner together now?" "Of course. I need to know if my future wife can cook." Ren laughed. It was a nervous laugh. So we're still playing this game laugh." "It's egg salad." "Minus the eggshells?" She gave him a crazy look. "Yes?" "Great." "Great," she replied, amused at how many times he had said great. Jackson Knight was easy to please. She hoped that would work in her favor. The exotic, inked, human specimen looked out of place sitting at her kitchen table. It had 2 chairs on one side and a bench seat on the other. Jackson took the bench, propping his legs on it, crossed at the ankles. "So I don't have a lot of money." She handed him a plate with a sandwich and a small wedge of watermelon. "And my first wedding was in my parents' backyard, where I wore a $100 dress from JCPenney. I want the fairy tale wedding with a one-of-a-kind Vera Wang dress, 6 bridesmaids, and Ed Sheeran singing at my reception. Is my future husband willing to give me that?" Ren sat across from Jackson, taking a bite of her sandwich to mask her grin. "That depends. At what frequency do you see you and your future husband having sex?" She covered her mouth with a napkin to keep from spitting her partially chewed bite across the table. She cleared her throat. 3, 4 times? I think that's pretty average." "Clearly, my future wife doesn't understand. We will be anything but average. But I will agree with her for now to 4 times a day as long as it's open to negotiation for more in the future." "Day?" she choked. "Yes, day," he confirmed, biting into the wedge of watermelon. "Surely, with the one-of-a-kind dress and Ed Sheeran, you weren't implying per week, were you?" She gulped down some water, shaking her head. No, of course not." Jackson took a mammoth bite of his sandwich and smirked. "I didn't think so," he mumbled. The conversation crossed the line from fun to really uncomfortable. "Whose twins are at your house?" "AJ's ex-wife's." "Oh, isn't it a little odd that his ex-wife and her family are staying at your house?" "So you get it too. Good, it's not just me." Jackson nodded. "His son has his first game tomorrow, so the whole damn family flew to Omaha, and my sister, who lives off instinct and usually bad instinct at that, said they could stay with us, since AJ doesn't have room for everyone at his house." "Well, she's a better woman than I am. That would be too weird and uncomfortable for me." "Jillian makes her own rules as she goes, and nobody understands them but her." They finished eating, with Ren giving him a look of incredulity as Jackson returned his usual cocky smirk. She put their plates in the dishwasher, feeling rather awkward about their odd dinner. "Well, I, need a shower." Jackson stood. "I like showers." She coughed out a laugh. The problem was he wasn't laughing. Her heart raced, making it impossible to calm her breathing and hide her nerves. Yeah, sure. We've known each other for, not even 3 weeks? 3.5, and so what? He possessed an over-the-top confidence. That wasn't good because her "you're 10 years younger than me" insecurities seemed to match his level of confidence. So, we're not taking a shower together. Why? He took one step toward her. Her heart felt like a hummingbird in her chest. Because that would mean you'd see me naked. So that's just not going to happen. How are we going to have sex 4 times a day if I can't see you naked? In the dark. We would only have it in the dark. The absurdity of their role-playing both baffled and thrilled Ren. Why the modesty? You're 10 times sexier than you think you are. And once you realize that, it's going to double. Agreed. You want to see me feel sexy? Then you have to let me look sexy first. And that will require some preparation. Preparation? His interest in her should have been flattering, but it wasn't, because he was 10 years younger and he was a guy. He could never understand the emotional barricades she had to overcome with her own insecurities. Insecurities brought to the surface because he was 10 years younger and looked like sex personified. Even if she were his age, his interest in her would be hard to believe and still unnerving. Yes, my body requires more maintenance than yours for it to look and run right. Her breasts had been held hostage in a compression sports bra all day, and they were going to look like roadkill when she removed it. Every woman who has worn one knows about this horrific side effect. They would require a very cold shower to perk up a little and convince her nipples it was safe to come out. Then there was a small issue of grooming. She had pubic hair, not too common anymore. There stood a good chance that Jackson had never actually seen pubic hair on a woman. It was bushy, very bushy. I'll wait. Wait? What do you mean, wait? He made a shooing motion with his hand. Go prepare. Come back downstairs, then we'll go back upstairs and shower together. That makes no sense. I'll have already showered. Well then, when do men shower with you? Apparently not when you need a shower, nor when you've just had a shower. Most bizarre conversation ever. Times 100. Men don't shower with me. Ever? You've never showered with a man? Was that so strange? No. Why are we having this conversation? You started it. What? I did not. Fine. He took 2 long strides. Palming the back of her head, he kissed her. It wasn't a peck or a partial kiss like before. It was the full kiss. The kind meant for tasting, not just feeling. The kind where his tongue couldn't get enough of her. She could have faded into the moment had she not thought about the egg salad she just ate. Her breasts trapped beneath a heavy layer of cotton and spandex, and the bush overgrowth. A visual chastity belt. No! She wriggled from his embrace as his hand went for her breast, her squashed, speed bump uniboob. Sorry. He held his hands up while pulling his brows together, as if he'd stepped on her toe. Too fast. I'm sorry. No, not too fast. She put her hands over her face, shaking her head. God, does that make me sound easy or what? Sorry, I'm really not good at this. On a deep sigh, her hands fell from her face. If you let me shower alone, I promise to return as the much more put-together version of myself. Deal? The smile on his face held so much promise, but his eyes filled with expectation. Expectation that on her best day after hours of cosmetic surgery and a lobotomy to erase the memories of her past, she could never live up to. Gunnar wasted no time earning Jackson's respect. While Wren threw together the best version of herself, which he deemed ridiculous because it was impossible to improve on stunning, Gunnar stood guard at the bottom of the stairs, looking at Jackson with an "I'll tear you apart" look on his face. The second Jackson started to move, either toward the window or the kitchen, Gunnar gave him a warning growl. There would be no snooping through Wren's things on Gunnar's watch. "Better?" Wren smiled as she came down the stairs wearing a long black and gray striped skirt with a red sleeveless top. "Clearly you don't understand what draws me to you, but I can see you feel more confident in that." She frowned. The guy who never slept with the same person twice wasn't good at the emotional side of relationships. For years, it had been his opinion that women's clothes were nothing more than expensive wrapping paper. New guy. New opinions. What opinions? He wasn't sure yet, but something told him women like Wren didn't have sex in alleys, and they needed constant reinforcement in the form of compliments. Compliments beyond, "I want to stick my dick in you." So, he reached into his magic hat and pulled out something that had nothing to do with sex. "I'll start with your lips." Even now, when you tried to frown, one side stayed curled into a smile. It's like your body rejects sadness. She stopped at the bottom step, paralyzed by his words. "Then there are your freckles that give your face this rare innocence. And I would stare at them all day if your eyes weren't so greedy. They demand my attention all the time." Wren rubbed her lips together. "My eyes are greedy?" "Yes. You should really be ashamed of them. Total attention hogs. But my point is really that I don't care what you're wearing. It doesn't change what I'm looking at." "Oh." She released a long breath. "Wow, We should go for drinks. I think I need some liquid courage to respond to your comments that really leave me speechless." "So, speechless is good?" Taking the last step with a bit of blush pinking her skin, chin down, she grinned. "Yeah, speechless is good." "You have a favorite bar?" "I do." Wren grabbed her purse. "After you." He held the door open. Chapter 10. The almost 40-year-old who had to pinch herself at least a dozen times in the car received the 10-minute summary of the sexiest and quirkiest guy alive. New York, parents died, and a string of temporary jobs was not what she imagined. But her history didn't fit her either. At least she hoped it didn't. "What are you drinking tonight?" Jackson asked as he slid into a small dimly lit booth in the corner. "Bloody Mary. That's why I come here." She pulled out her wallet. "Don't even." He shook his head, walking to the bar. After a few minutes of staring at his backside, she smiled to herself. He was right. Her eyes were greedy. They wanted to be on him all the time. She looked away from him long enough to notice how many other sets of greedy eyes clung to his body. Then, as if her observation brought it on, several younger women moved in as though they were trapping him in their circle. One of them teased her finger over the cross tattooed on his arm. The 20-something looked about Maddie's age. After breaking from the pack, the most sought-after man in the bar found his way back to the booth. "How great is it being you?" He set her Bloody Mary down next to his beer, then looked behind him at the predatory eyes still glued to him. "Apparently not as great as being you." Wren scooted over as he slid in next to her. Never before had a guy sat next to her in a booth when it was just the two of them. She glanced over at his growing fan club. They were all young, thin, and scantily dressed, which made Wren feel every inch of her long conservative skirt. "I don't think they're jealous. I think they want to claw my eyes out, or maybe yours for being so blind." Does my future wife need reminding that she's the sexiest person in this place? An unavoidable laugh escaped. Now you're just being ridiculous. I'm not a self-professed wallflower, but come on. I'm not them. Thank God for that. He slid his hand through her hair and brought her mouth to his. Another all-in kiss. The demanding stroke of his warm tongue temporarily dissolved all thoughts of the women watching them. The way he held her mouth to his, not giving a damn what anyone else thought, told all those wanton eyes that he was not available, at least not that night. The hand that wasn't holding her head rested high on her leg, then eased up until just his thumb brushed her bare skin, where her skirt met her shirt. Ren's hands stayed clenched at her sides. They yearned to touch him, grab him, possibly attack him. Therefore, she deduced it best to hold still and let him lead the way. Jackson released her lips, leaving her waiting for her next breath. An eternity later, it reappeared, and she went straight for her drink, guzzling it down to the very last drop. A stalk of celery, a straw, and a spear through an olive and baby pickle mingled with the ice in the bottom. He stared at her with a shit-eating grin. So, you like the Bloody Mary here, huh? Taking a bite of the celery, she nodded. Uh-huh. It's an in-house mix. The best tomato juice, fresh lemon, and a dash of bitters. And I'm going to need another pretty quick before we can talk about that kiss. He nodded to the waitress a few tables down. Her unapologetic gawking made it easy to get her attention. Miss Flirty's smile winked as he pointed to Ren's empty glass. I like kissing you. I think it's fair to say it's the highlight of my day. The pinch-me moments crashed into the shore again and again. Ren could see them coming, but each time they knocked her down, pulling her under. I'm not sure what that says about either one of us. She took another bite of celery, wishing the bartender would hurry up with her drink. Maybe we should talk about something else. He angled his body toward hers, resting his arm behind her while taking a long pull of his beer. Okay then, tell me about your daughter. Maddie was a tricky subject, however, unavoidable. She's studying law at Creighton. I can't even begin to tell you how smart she is. Too smart, really. But our relationship has been strained over the past few years. How so? The waitress brought Ren's Bloody Mary. It was a miracle that she didn't spill it with her eyes on Jackson and his tatted arms. Anything else I can get you? He kept his gaze on Ren. No, thank you. Shaking her head, she chuckled. Our waitress is quite attractive. Is she? He still didn't turn. I've never been with a guy that wouldn't have checked out that waitress at least once. I don't mind your... Well, you should. Any guy that takes his eyes off you is a fucking idiot. Excuse my language. Her drink called to her again. This time she stopped gulping at half the glass. It was progress. Okay, I'm ready to talk, her buzz declared as she licked her lips. Let's start with your vow of celibacy. If not a priest, then why? And if it's because some love of your life died, then just nod once and don't say anything. I'm not in my right mind, and even then I'm not sure what I would say back to you. Jackson studied her through slightly squinted eyes. First, it really wasn't a vow of celibacy. Jillian takes too many liberties with things I say. Moving felt like a fresh start, a chance to be someone different. So, I decided to seize the opportunity. So, if being celibate is different, then... Even with that warm buzz, Ren managed to add everything together. You must not have been celibate in New York. Jackson frowned. I was the opposite of celibate, as in very much not celibate. Like every day I practiced not being celibate. So, you had a girlfriend? No girlfriends. Oh, yes, 2 + 2 = 4. No girlfriends and not being celibate every day equaled a really bad answer. You're a playboy. Was. And I didn't actually call myself that. 6 gulps later, the second Bloody Mary vanished. This time Wren signaled the waitress for another, although it took a little more waving to get her eyes drawn away from Jackson. Wren stopped shy of jumping up and down on the table. I take it something happened. Did you get someone pregnant? That Wren could relate to. Or did you catch some nasty STD? Bloody Mary asked that question. There wasn't even a flinch like she shouldn't have asked it, or that she needed to take it back. Maybe she didn't need another drink after all. His brows drew tight. No kids or STDs. I just liked sex, but not relationships. My uncomplicated lifestyle suited me at the time. But now? Now I'm different. Why? Because I choose to be. The vodka seeped into her brain. They were the best Bloody Marys and never stingy on the alcohol. You should choose to show me all your tattoos. She slapped her hand over her mouth. Oh God, I just said that out loud. Jackson's eyes widened, and it's possible his ears perked up a bit too. You did. Keep going. I think I like you uncensored. The impish twist of his lips had her grabbing for more of her drink, but her hands were greeted by an empty glass. That made his eyes glimmer with even more delight. I'd love to show you my tattoos, but not here. He ducked his head to her ear. I'd have to remove all my clothes for you to see all my tattoos. We can't have sex! She blurted so fast it sounded like one long, loud word. Jackson looked around at a few of his adoring fans while wiping his hand over his mouth, as if he could hide or remove the smirk on his face. Oh, Bloody Mary, cut me off right now. What I mean... Her most wildly entertained date held his index finger to his lips over his permanent smile. Taking the hint, she lowered her voice, not realizing how loud she had been. What I mean is I have some things to attend to in the sex department. Biting his lips together, he nodded. More preparation? With inebriated confidence, she sat up ramrod straight and nodded. Exactly. I see. Well, you didn't finish telling me about Maddie. Her posture sank again. Oh, Maddie. She's so angry with me all the time. I'm trying to protect her from him, but she just doesn't see the whole picture. Him? The ex. He is not a nice man. She slid her celery in and out of her mouth, running her tongue down the center groove. Jackson cleared his throat. You're not eating that celery like we can't have sex. You need to take a bite or put it back in your glass. Now. Wren bit into it, eyes wide. Then she chewed it slowly, keeping her gaze locked to his. That's better. Now, the ex. Why is he not a nice man? He has too much money and anger management issues. Anger management issues? Wren tapped her fingernail against the side of her glass, exhaling a breathy laugh. I'm a little inebriated. A couple swigs past tipsy, but not officially drunk. Talking about the ex is not a good idea right now. He probably has someone following me and listening in on our conversation. Jackson took a slow glance over his shoulder. Why would he have someone follow you? Because he's a psycho, she whispered in his ear, then chuckled. If he gets within a football field of me, he'll be arrested. Sometimes I feel like someone is following me, but I can never detect who. It's just an unsettling feeling. So, it was physical abuse? Wren twisted her lips. Yeah. I'd say 7 trips to various hospitals in less than a year would qualify as physical abuse. Jackson didn't flinch or even blink. Most people had some sort of involuntary reaction if she confessed her past. It started years ago when Maddie was a baby. Ren rested her elbow on the table, then her chin on her hand. I think you should take me home, she yawned. We've been here less than an hour, and I've consumed way too much alcohol in that short amount of time. I'm off kilter around you. He grinned behind the mouth of his beer bottle as he took the last swig. Why is that? There was the lack of sex with something or someone other than an inanimate, vibrating object, the age difference flashing in neon, and the nervous vibe that someone set everything up as a joke. At any given moment, it seemed possible that her friends and family could jump out and yell, "Surprise!" or "Gotcha!" a 40th birthday prank of sorts. Ha ha. Ren actually thought this guy was interested in her. Why is that? Good question. Let me see. You kind of came out of nowhere. You have this Magic Mike stripper's body. Who's Magic Mike? Her laugh came out as a cough. It doesn't matter. My point is you're unexpected. Too unexpected. I'm trying to make sense of this little game we're playing. I'm on the cusp of losing my youth. Truthfully, I've already lost it, but I enjoy the warm comfort of denial. Then you swoop in just before I turn 40 and kiss me like we're teenagers. Joke about marrying me? And the way you look at me? Well, there are no words. Closing her eyes, she shook her head. The alcohol was no match for how dizzy she felt under the intensity of his gaze. These little muscles in your jaw twitch when I look at you. I like to imagine they're the gatekeepers to the words you're dying to say. The ones that I'm certain will land you naked in my bed. Jackson rolled his lips between his teeth and studied her, always with a look of intrigue. Then you swallow hard about every 10 seconds. Need I tell you what image that conjures in my head? But then I feel your heavy breaths, even though I know you're trying to control them, and swear I can actually hear your heart beating in your chest. I know you say we can't have sex, but I say it's too late. These little things you do fuck me in ways I never imagined possible. No matter what I say, you never look away. Your eyes can't hide what your body tries to deny. Panty liner. Ren needed a panty liner to absorb whatever trickled down her sex. In a desperate prayer, she hoped it was her melting libido and not the untimely arrival of her unpredictable friend. Did he see that in her eyes? Fear? Embarrassment? Anguish? You should go pull the car up front. He narrowed his eyes, but only for a second. Okay. Her living dream disappeared out the door. His car was 20 yards from the entrance to the bar. It wasn't raining, and she gave no explanation for her odd request. Yet he did it. No questions asked. The undefinable connection between them began taking on a life of its own. It was a lucid dream, and anyone who tried to wake her would be murdered, unless she herself died of embarrassment first. Please don't let Bloody Mary be the theme for the night, she whispered to herself, making a quick dash to the restroom. No blood. Ren sighed as she dealt with the juice fest in her nether region, with the most unpredictable terrain. One day, sex felt like trying to start a fire with flint and metal. The next day, just the thought of sex brought on a tsunami of secretions. Jackson was the earthquake that triggered that tsunami. Her cotton panties were drenched, and sadly, she had a wet spot on the backside of her skirt to prove it. Lovely, she murmured, looking over her shoulder with her back to the mirror. A quick air dry later, she wormed her way through the growing bar crowd to the wood-paneled chariot. Ren! She turned before opening the car door. I thought that was you. Eyes wide like the dots to two big question marks, she smiled. Hi, Brad. We had coffee about a year ago. Wren nodded, but her brain shook its head at the complete lack of recognition. My daughter Nora went on a spring break trip with Maddie. We had coffee at the airport waiting for their flight to arrive. Yes, I remember. She finally did. Brad was in his 50s, but his loss of hair since she last saw him added another decade to his physical appearance, especially since he refused to just shave it all. The wispy, combed-over strands were not attractive. You look amazing. Oh, well, thank you. His inspection of her amazingness gave her a bad case of the creeps. My divorce is final now. We should go out sometime for more than just coffee. That's a nice offer, but You? He inched closer. She's taken. Wren jumped. Jackson stepped out of the vehicle, resting his arms on the roof. Oh, hi. Brad smiled. I didn't realize Maddie had a brother. Wren closed her eyes. There wasn't a depth of hell deep enough to escape the humiliation. Funny guy. If you're lucky, Wren will get in the car before I have a chance to teach you a little lesson in manners. Brad held up his hands. Sorry, man. Honest mistake. He tipped up his chin. See you around, Wren. Oh, my God. She sank into the seat and yanked at the seatbelt, fumbling to fasten it. That was the worst reality check ever. Jackson pulled away from the curb. That you're taken? What? Taken? Are you serious? I'm taken, all right. Taken for a fool. Who am I kidding? I'm not old enough to be your mother, but he thought so. What does that say about me? He's an idiot. He wasn't trying to be mean. It was just an observation. Jackson shrugged. You don't look old. I look young. It's this new moisturizer I've been using. I think it's cut my wrinkles in half. The tight purse of her lips could not deter her smile. Shut up. You're so full of shit. I'm not. It has this coconut oil base, and I dab just a little around my eyes at night before bed. Enough. Just don't speak, she laughed. My ego needs a few moments of silence to grieve. All talk ceased as his hand took hers. She looked at their interlaced fingers and then at him. He could take her absolutely anywhere. Chapter 11. A crisp, cool morning breeze crept through the western-facing window. The bed creaked with distress as Jillian flailed, tangling the sheet around her body and burying her head under the pillows. Jesus, what's that sound? Tearing the pillow from her face and flinging it across the room, she opened her eyes. Morning. Jackson smiled around the tiny straw in his mouth and continued slurping the nearly empty contents of a juice box. These are good. You should get them more often. Stretching on a big yawn, she rolled her head side to side. Those are for the 5-year-old twins staying with us. But I guess you're not too far off, so you look like crap. He shot the empty juice box across her room to the trash, and of course he made it. Thank you. I love you too. I told you inviting the ex-wife and her family to stay with us was monumentally stupid. Sitting up, she crossed her legs, resting her elbows on her knees. Nice try, but that's not it. AJ's parents want him to move back to Portland for his treatment. But he said no. He hasn't decided. I'll be back. Jackson turned and Jillian leapt out of bed to chase after him, stopping him at the front door. Don't you dare! You'll have to go through me to get to him. She stood tall, which was still short, and fisted her hands on her hips. Jackson raised a single brow. You do realize our sparring is for practice and exercise, but in a no-holds-barred situation, I would take you down because I'm just physically that much stronger than you, right? Maybe, But if I had to defend AJ from you, I won't fight fair. Which brings me to my next point. With a wide stance, he crossed his arms over his chest. I'm doing this for you. On our way back from Portland, AJ hit me, so you hit him back. I get it, even if I let him do it. But this isn't about me, and that's what hurts the most. I have to let him make his own decisions, and in the end, he might not choose me. Hell, he might not even choose himself. The love he has for his family is admirable. It's us, Jackson. The growing lump in her throat made it difficult to breathe, let alone speak. If I were dying, would you let me go? Would you let me die in the arms of anyone else? Jackson flinched. That's not fair. Agreed. Life is not fair, but it's all we have. I'll let him go, and so will you. She pushed his arms away from his chest and hugged him. You want to go with him? She nodded. But I'm not. A painful laugh broke from her chest. He didn't ask me, and I don't think he will. Jackson kissed the top of her head. He's a fool. Resting her forehead on his sternum, she nodded. Tell me a story, like a Sesame Street story? Pfft, none of that. He retreated to the kitchen, stealing another juice box from the refrigerator. Ren agreed to marry me. Peachy. Jillian hopped up on the counter and took the juice box Jackson offered. When's the big day? We haven't set a date yet. I think I should ask her father first. Good call. She give you her virginity yet? A small smirk grew around his straw. She has a daughter, 21. You should ask for her permission as well. I'm guessing it's proper etiquette, though she won't give it to you. Why? Because she's going to be pissed off that her old mom is marrying a guy that she wants to nail. Jackson tossed the box in the trash and grabbed a Red Bull to wash down the juice. I'm pretty sure a woman can't actually nail a guy. Not the right equipment. I can't believe you sold enough lascivio crap to win a car. You're clearly not this sexpert everyone thinks you are. Whatever. So, how did it happen? The proposal? Yes. Did you get down on one knee and all that jazz? Nope. I gave her the option of marriage or meaningless sex. She thought about it for a while and chose marriage. I think it was a good choice. But I also think it's going to be a while before we have sex. For some reason, she feels the need to prepare herself. What do you think that means? Jillian giggled. I'm not sure. She's pushed a baby out of her vagina, so accommodating your wee little penis shouldn't be the issue. That earned her an exaggerated eye roll. Maybe, she held up her index finger. She doesn't think that's the hole you're going to use. Really? You think she's preparing herself for anal sex with me? No, not really. She returned the same eye roll. I think you make her completely self-conscious. She probably has a bit of overgrowth. Pubic hair? Maybe. Huh. Maybe I should tell her I've had sex with women who have pubic hair and it's no big deal. They both laughed. Yes, there might even be an e-card that says that. No sense in beating around the bush. Good morning. Jillian hopped off the counter. Hey, Brooke. Jackson gave her a half smile and went to his room. He didn't have to leave, unless you two were talking about me. No, Jillian laughed, unless you have pubic hair. An uneasy smile tugged at Brooke's mouth. I have some. Jillian's smile doubled. It wasn't a question, and the fact that Brooke shared that personal bit of information with her was too hard to take seriously. A landing strip? Huh? Jillian shook her head. Never mind. So, how'd you sleep? Brooke shrugged, taking a seat at the table. Honestly, not so good. I can't stop thinking about Cage. He's not going to take the news about AJ very well. He idolizes his dad. That's why he's here. Cage couldn't wait to graduate high school so he could move closer to AJ. Then I'm even more surprised AJ's parents want him to move to Portland and leave Cage behind. Brooke gave Jillian an uneasy look. Cage is one of the reasons they want him to come to Portland. They don't want him feeling the burden of being pulled between football, school, and AJ's treatment. And? Brooke released a heavy breath. Jim's worried that AJ could do something. Something? A single nod. He thinks AJ could become suicidal if or when things get bad. Every ounce of her wanted to refute what Brooke said, but she couldn't. Of course AJ would rather die than live in misery or be a burden to anyone around him. Jillian would have been the same way. The dense silence weighed heavily in the room. So, anyway, are you joining us at Lilith's for tea and coffee in a little bit? I have something I need to do before we leave for the game later. Brooke nodded. Okay, well, I'll see you a little later then. Jillian's mouth pulled into a tight smile. Dark, full clouds stretched for miles. Mother Nature painted the sky to match the mood. Perhaps it was to give the Monahan family permission to feel sad. So much sadness. Jillian, Jim answered the door. I assumed you'd be having coffee with the ladies. Not this morning. Is AJ here? He's still asleep. I didn't want to wake him. Shar said he was awake most of the night. Migraine. She frowned. Guilt for not being there seeped into her conscience. I'll tell him you stopped by when he wakes. There was no need. Jim didn't know Jillian, and since he said she should leave, then he most certainly didn't understand her relationship with his son. Actually, I'm going to peek in on him. She stepped past him, not waiting for his approval. I'm not sure that's the best. It's fine. You should go see if Dodge needs an excuse to leave the hen house. Well, okay, I guess. Bye, Jim. She waved without another look back. The room was black, trapped in silence until Jillian gently shut the bedroom door behind her. Breathing in a shaky breath, she slipped off her boots and clothes, then slid under the sheet. AJ didn't move. Pressing her lips to his shoulder, she waited to feel his heart, waited to feel his next breath. His chest rose and fell in a long, relaxed breath, and she sighed. I'd take it from you if I could. You have so much more to live for than I do, she whispered, resting her hand against the side of his head as he continued to sleep. I forgive you. Uninvited tears stung her eyes. I know you're going to leave me. She bit her upper lip hard. It's okay to go. They need you more. Maybe someday it would be okay for her to need someone more than anyone else. Then again, maybe she was the ultimate survivor and needed no one. Who could live like that? What if I need you more? AJ whispered, startling Jillian. Resting her cheek on his back, she snaked her arms around his waist. He grabbed her hands and squeezed them, wringing the tears from her eyes, the life from her soul. Then, I'm the luckiest woman alive. And I know I am, but not because you're going to stay. It's because I've had the privilege of loving a man that's going to be completely selfless and go home for all the right reasons. I have season tickets to Cage's games. I want you to go to them. All of them. She squeezed his hands back, so very tight. "'Kay. And I want you to make sure he stays out of trouble. I know that's a tall order for you." Jillian smiled. When? When? He questioned. When are you leaving? His chest expanded slowly. He inhaled a deep breath, the kind that gave one courage. I'm going back with them tomorrow. She held her breath. She held everything completely together, absolutely still. Jillian. Hmm? He rolled over and pulled her into his arms. The desperation in their embrace crushed something inside her, something that could never be repaired. I need you to be okay with this. You are the strongest person I have ever met, and I've met some really strong people. If you can't do this, I won't be able to either. That strength he referred to had become her greatest weakness, a burden, a curse. Tell me you'll be okay. A little girl's voice, the one she heard when Claire died, the one that wept for her parents, and the one that whispered goodbye to her heart in Argyle socks. It screamed so loud. I'm not okay. I'm not strong. I'm not anything you think I am. I'll be okay, she whispered. Cage James Monahan came into the world at 6:55 in the evening on August 3rd. It was the only time Brooke had seen AJ cry. He held his son in his arms and promised to give him everything. AJ added father to his list of failures in life, but Cage never did. While he loved his mother, he wanted to be with his father, the hero. It was bittersweet trying to live up to the rock star status Cage had bestowed upon him. The gifted son of the fucked-up war veteran grew up to be a good man, a hard-working student, and an amazing quarterback, all despite AJ's influence. The packed stadium roared to life as the son made a brief appearance to say everything would be okay. Cage would be okay. AJ didn't keep track of the score. He watched his boy light up the field, his ex-wife cheer on their son, his parents beam with pride every time Cage completed a pass, and the deflated woman who took so much more than he ever imagined he had to give. Jillian clapped when the crowd clapped and stared at the field the entire time. He heard her every word that morning, felt the depths of her grief, saw the vacant look in her eyes. Every day he saw deeper into her heart, into her past. In such a short amount of time, the things he hated most about her turned into the things he couldn't imagine living without. If she ever stopped getting the mail in her boots and panties, it would be the greatest crime ever at Peaceful Woods. The sex toy consultant with a Harley, that was Jillian. That was the woman he loved. That was the woman he fucked like his life depended on it. Somehow he knew the last image he would ever have would be of her. Good game, huh? His dad rested a firm hand on AJ's shoulder as the team walked off the field, celebrating their first victory. AJ nodded. The time came for him to rob all of that happiness from Cage, tearing his world apart before saying goodbye forever. Everyone met up for dinner. The bar and grill bulged to capacity with rowdy victory partying. AJ didn't rush anything. He gave his family time to share a meal, laugh, and celebrate. After the last bite, final beer, and check paid, his parents went home with Brooke's husband, their girls, and Jillian. AJ and Brooke drove back to Cage's place, and they ended his world as he knew it. Their 200-pound grown son sobbed like a little boy in his daddy's arms. A Band-Aid, kiss, and sucker couldn't fix it. Nothing could fix the ugliest part of life that knocked on AJ's door. Cage promised to come visit the first weekend he had off. He also promised AJ that he wasn't dying. His son held the same optimism Shar and Brooke clung to. That he could have. AJ wouldn't take that from any of them. After all, what's left when all hope is gone? Jillian. That's who remained when all hope faded into darkness. After the drive home with Brooke, he took a long shower. He closed his eyes and let his tears mix with the water and soap that he massaged through his hair. He cried for the boy who loved him so unconditionally, the father to the grandchildren he would never meet, the man who would do things so much bigger, so much better than AJ ever could. I'm so very sorry. He knew she'd come. She was his real, the keeper of his past, the defender of his honor, the breath he needed to get to the next one. Why? His voice broke as he turned and fell to his knees at her feet. She ran her hands through his hair as he hugged her waist. I've had too many opportunities to contemplate death. I think it's different for everyone, but for me, when my time comes, I won't ask any questions. I'll simply say, thank you. Her words fell upon him, soft and steady. He looked up at her, and after a long moment, he nodded. Then he dried them off and led her to his bedroom. Jill, she pressed her finger to his lips as he sat on the bed before her. Show me. He nodded again, and then he showed her. When he filled her, he rushed nothing. There was no hurry. All they had was now. Their hands caressed for a final lasting memory. Their lips said goodbye over and over. Their tears released the anger, the unfairness of it all. Then, with a final thrust, he spilled into her with an angry grunt. The kind that said, fuck you, world. Fuck you, cancer. Fuck you, PTSD. He fell asleep in her arms and woke beside a note. Thank you, Jay. Goodbye, Jillian Knight, he whispered, folding the note. Chapter 12. It rained for almost 48 hours straight, a few weeks too late for the brown lawns and cracked fields to make a comeback, with fall just over the horizon. Even the residents of Peaceful Woods agreed to stop watering the lawns and simply succumb to the inevitable. Ren received a message from AJ that he no longer needed her services. He thanked her for all the years she worked for him and promised to write her a glowing recommendation to keep on file for future clients. She didn't call him back. The message was brief, melancholy, and a little haunting. The for sale sign in his yard explained the termination of services, but it took her by surprise, given his relationship with Jillian. After a mad dash in the rain to the Knight's front door, she paused to take a few deep breaths. She hadn't seen or talked to Jackson since he took her home Friday night. She invited him in, but he insisted it wasn't a good idea until she took care of the needed preparations. Her face flushed every possible shade of red, and that's when he kissed her. The complete opposite of a chaste kiss. It held so much promise, leaving no confusion as to his intentions, his plans for her. It took a full 24 hours to wipe the smile off her face. In a moment of insanity, she trimmed her girly parts, then shaved them bare for the first time ever. It certainly made her look younger, like 10, at least in the pubic region. Sadly, she failed to consider the side effects, the worst being red bumps and itching. Dogs with fleas didn't scratch as much as she had been scratching down below. Lotion and body oil failed to provide relief. As long as she didn't touch the area or rub against anything, she was fine. Ren. Jackson dragged her name into 2 long syllables, like a jungle cat purring it. Mr. Knight? She squeezed past him, making sure their bodies didn't touch. Mr. Knight, huh? Yes, I'm working for you. It might be a good idea to keep things professional while I'm here. That sounds like a terrible idea. He towered behind her, bending down to kiss the back of her neck. A flush of heat spread along her skin, in spite of the shiver his touch evoked. "So, why is AJ selling his place?" "Because he's dying." Ren turned toward the scratchy voice. Jillian emerged from her bedroom resembling something like roadkill. "Welcome back, sis." She brushed past him, wearing her panties and a shrunken red tank top, hair matted to her blotchy face. Although they were siblings, it was still a little awkward for Ren. "What do you mean he's dying?" she asked in a small voice. Jillian opened the refrigerator door. Jackson looked at her with a mild frown before moving his focus back to Ren. "He has a cancerous tumor in his brain, so he's moving back to Portland with his parents. Treatment doesn't look promising." A sting of emotion pricked the corners of her eyes. Ren rarely saw AJ, but there was something about being in his home around his personal belongings that lent a sense of familiarity, a feeling that she knew him better than she really did. "Jillian, I'm so sorry." Ren rested her hand on her chest, maybe to comfort her own heart, maybe because she felt the pain in Jillian's. Grabbing two things from the refrigerator, Jillian placed them on the counter and stared at them: a bottle of Heineken and a juice box. Jackson opened a beer and dumped its contents down the drain. Jillian had no reaction. He inserted the bendy straw into the juice box and placed it in her hands. "You've got this," he said to her with a whisper of sympathy as he kissed the top of her head. Ren fell hard for Jackson, the way someone slips at the top of a steep hill and tumbles to the bottom, gaining speed and momentum the whole way down. She tried to stop it, but the force, his gravitational pull, was too strong. With each passing second, her heart fell for that man, the one who loved his sister so completely. Jillian looked at Ren. A sad smile worked its way to her lips. "I'm going to pull it together soon, and then we'll start planning the wedding." She brushed past her with a zombie's gait, straight to the bedroom, and shut the door. With wide eyes, she looked at Jackson. "What?" he shrugged, while biting back his shit-eating grin. "You told her we're getting married?" "I may have mentioned it." "It's a game, a ridiculous joke, some sort of twisted improv." Her hands flailed in the air. The dramatic emphasis to her point didn't faze him. Narrowing his eyes, he rubbed his chin. "I'm sensing some sort of apprehension from you." "Apprehension? We've known each other for 2 seconds." "True," he nodded. "But they've been the best 2 seconds of my life. I want more seconds with you." Flip, flop, head over heels, tumbling down. "I need to get to work, Mr. Knight." He killed her every time with his sexy grin. Backing her against the wall, he cradled her face and kissed her unconscious. Every time, a total blackout. The white tape on the bridge of his black glasses came into focus first when she opened her eyes. "I've been meaning to ask, why are your glasses taped together?" He released her face, straightening to his full height. "Because Jillian busted them." "Why don't you get a new pair?" "Because Jillian would stop rolling her eyes every time she saw me." "And that's a bad thing?" "Yes." His gaze melted over her body. Then he traced her lips with the pad of his index finger, trailing it slowly over her chin, down her neck, making a straight line to her breast. Stopping on her nipple, he circled once, bringing it to an embarrassingly hard peak before he grinned. Smug bastard. "Get to work, Miss Middleton." With an overload of confidence, he strode away. A few seconds later, she heard the back door to the garage shut. Finally, she could breathe again. His inappropriate touch matched his look. Everything about Jackson screamed inappropriate, dirty, and sinful. 2 questions bubbled in her mind. Why did she let him touch her like that? And why did he stop? "I'm going to Lilith's." Wren jumped at the sound of Jillian's voice. "Oh, sorry, you startled me." She hoped it would explain her red face and the light beading of sweat along her brow. "Where's Jackson?" Jillian asked, pulling her wet blonde hair into a ponytail as she slipped on her red rain boots. Wren took a deep swallow, gathering her senses. The garage, I think." Jillian nodded. Opening the front door, she stopped and looked back at Wren. "He likes you." She rolled her eyes. "I'm sure he's liked a lot of women." Jillian shook her head. "Truth?" Wren squinted a bit. Did she want the truth? After a few seconds, she nodded. "My brother has fucked a lot of women, but I don't think he liked any of them. He liked sex. Period." The door closed behind her, leaving Wren with a lot to think about. As expected, Lilith waited for Jillian with a patient smile and eager ears. Dodge didn't say a word when she walked through the door. He just gave her a hug and a sad smile before leaving. "He's not good with emotions." Jillian nodded at Lilith. "There's really nothing to say." "There's everything to say, dear. You let him go." Jillian plopped down on the couch. "I did," she replied with a deep sigh. "It was never going to work out anyway. The guy refused to take me on a real date. One with cloth napkins." Lilith smiled. "You're an amazing woman." "Well, I don't feel so amazing right now." "Is there anything I can do?" Jillian closed her eyes. "Yes, you can just listen." Day. "Damn it, Jones." Jessica jumped out of bed, leaving a mattress covered in tangled sheets and a collapsed wall of pillows, but no Luke. When it registered, the angry voice came from the other room. "What's going on?" she asked as Jones ran to her. Picking him up, she kissed his head. Luke had a murderous look on his face as he scrubbed the floor on all fours, wearing a t-shirt and pajama bottoms. "I took your dog outside, but he refused to do his business, instead deciding to hold it until we came back up here." She giggled, setting Jones down. He ran into his kennel as if he'd been sent to jail. Luke put the soiled paper towels in a plastic bag and washed his hands. "Are you laughing at the situation?" The look he shot her over his shoulder would have killed a lesser woman. "I can't even count how many times I've yelled, 'Damn it, Jones,' but never at the dog." Luke dried his hands. "I'm not laughing." "Of course you're not." She bit her lips together. He grabbed her arm and yanked her into his chest, stealing her breath. Then he turned them around and lifted her onto the counter. She ran her hands through the sexiest, unkempt hair ever. "You woke up alive," she reminded him with a beaming smile. Burying his face in the crook of her neck, he mumbled, "Indeed, I did." With a smooth, swift stroke, he pulled her tank top off, returning his mouth to the sensitive skin of her neck. His hands cupped her breast with firm pressure. In fact, his hand slid down and he curled his fingers around her panties, working them under her backside and down her legs. "I've never felt so alive." "Luke," she whispered, with an impatient need, grabbing the hem of his shirt. He helped her by pulling it off and sliding down his pants. No underwear. She smiled. He smirked, and it was so damn sexy. The hiss of his breath filled the room as she stroked him. He rested his hands on her legs and closed his eyes, letting his chin drop to his chest. "So, I'm moving in?" He was steel in her hand, a pinch-me moment to think that she, fucked up in the head Jessica, had such a visceral effect on him. Gripping her ass, he tugged her to the edge of the counter, then pushed her legs apart. Looking into her eyes, he promised her forever, before his lips spoke the actual words. "I'm never letting you go." She shivered as he slid inside her, claiming her lips with his, her hair with his hands, and her soul with every beat of his heart. "I'm driving." Jessica punched as much confidence into her demand as possible when Luke picked her up to meet her family before dinner. They decided to wait until he met her parents before they jumped into cohabitation. "Get in, babe." He shook his head as she went to open his door, but not before he slammed down the lock. The scowl on her face held great promise of a beating later that night. She reined in her stubbornness and got in the passenger side, but only because they were going to dinner with her parents. "If I didn't love you so damn much, I'd hate you for being so possessive and selfish. You have 4 siblings. How is it you don't know how to share?" Luke smiled as he pulled away from the curb. They were the last to arrive only because her parents and Jude arrived early. It was no surprise they wanted to interrogate her brother to see what he knew about the man she deemed worthy of meeting her parents. Jessica's secret was safe, although Jude was not happy that her brilliant therapist had crossed all ethical lines with her. "Hey!" She released Luke's hand to hug her parents as all 3 stood to greet them. "This is a mistake," Jude warned in her ear when she hugged him. "Shut it." She batted her eyes at him, feigning innocence. "Mom and Dad?" She gave Jude a barely detectable scowl. "And Jude, this is Luke Jones, my boyfriend." She said it like a question as she looked up at Luke with a bit of apprehension. Boyfriend seemed so childish for a distinguished psychiatrist. He kept his eyes and friendly smile focused on her family, so she assumed the label was okay. "Luke, these are my parents, Grant and Sunny, and my brother Jude." "It's a pleasure to meet you." He shook their hands, then they all sat down at the table, 2 seconds before the waiter rushed over to get their drink order. Jessica ordered wine. Luke ordered beer, a local brew. Grant nodded in approval. Jessica rested her hand on Luke's leg, a silent thank you. "So, Jessica told us you're a doctor," Sunny smiled. Yes, she had told them that, but they already knew. They knew more about Luke than she did. Since Claire's death, her father made every move Jessica made his highest priority. He and Jude had both offered to fill her in on the details, but she didn't want to know, at least not that way. Luke would share his past on his own time. "Yes, I'm a psychiatrist." They nodded. "Our daughter's psychiatrist?" Grant questioned. That was the one piece of information they didn't know. She begged Jude to keep it a secret, to make sure their father never found out. "I was." Jessica turned toward Luke, stunned. There was no other word. Not in her wildest dreams did she imagine him telling them that, not with his professional career at stake. A bubble of silence enveloped their table. Grant looked at Jude. Of course, he wondered how that bit of information failed to make it to him. Jude glared at Jessica with apparent anger over the secrecy that was blown with 2 simple words from the good doctor himself. Grant cleared his throat. He was a dark-haired, burly man with a Tom Selleck mustache. Most people found him intimidating. Jessica, however, was a daddy's girl and knew his softest side. That side wasn't on display during dinner. "And now you're romantically involved?" "I'm in love with your daughter." "Enough to risk ending your career?" her father continued, as Jude and Sunny watched like spectators at a Wimbledon match. Jessica feared the answer. The question weighed heavily on her own mind. Truthfully, she didn't know what she wanted his answer to be. Thinking of herself as a monster for so long made it easy to feel unworthy of Luke's love, and even more unworthy of him taking such a life-changing risk for her. "Yes." Sunny looked at Jessica, both of them teary-eyed. Grant nodded. "And dealing with her past? It's my #1 priority." Another nod. "If you hurt her, I'm certain I won't live to tell about it, sir." Luke smiled, and finally, so did her father. It seemed like Luke had passed her father's test, and everyone relaxed, except Jude. The thing she loved most about him was also the thing she hated the most. He believed no man would ever be worthy of his little sister. There was a better chance of San Andreas making Vegas a beach town than Jude accepting Luke as a worthy man. So, we have a bit of news. Taking a breath of courage, she forced an uneasy smile. You're getting married! Sunny jumped in with a hopeful guess. Jessica inherited her mother's beaming smile, but not her curly auburn hair that she wore long and wild, like the 70s hippie her name implied. No? Jessica gave Luke an apologetic look. They had never discussed marriage. He almost went down that road, and perhaps he didn't care to do it again. It didn't matter to Jessica. She would take him however she could get him. Everything else was inconsequential details. You're pregnant. Jude crossed his arms over his chest, a devilish grin on his face. The smug pot stirrer knew better. He just liked fishing for a reaction. Some things never changed between them. Sunny went from hopeful to terrified, and Grant looked ready to kill. No, Jesus, Jude, stop being such an ass. The urge to stick her tongue out at him overwhelmed her, another habit that felt impossible to break. However, the one thing she wanted more than to be that childish twin was to make Luke proud, so she pulled on her big girl pants to regain her composure. Luke got me a dog, Jones. He's amazing. The frown on Luke's face showed his objection to that statement, but he didn't say anything, so she continued. He asked us to move in with him, and I said yes. You live in a safe part of town? Grant asked. Jessica rolled her eyes. It was a ridiculous question. In all his background checks, Luke's address had to be at the top of the list. It was possible he had a satellite put in space just to follow his daughter. Yes, it's a newer building with underground parking and video surveillance. Jessica opened her mouth to speak, then closed it before the words came out. She wanted to remind her father that she had the skills to take care of herself. But once Claire died, her father trusted no one, not even his own daughter. Well, I hope you two are happy, and maybe someday you'll make a real commitment beyond just playing house. Grant tipped back his tall glass of beer, keeping his eyes on Luke. So, shall we get the waiter back over here to take our order? Sunny, God bless her. She knew how to save the day, even if she was the first one to mention marriage. They survived dinner, just barely. There wasn't much to say on the drive back to Jessica's. Luke shut off the engine, and they both sat in more silence. I'm going to marry you. Luke kept his eyes trained on the parked car in front of them. You don't have to say that. It doesn't matter what they think. I'm not waiting for you to get down on one knee. He climbed out of the car and opened her door, offering his hand. She took it and let him lead her up the stairs. Before she could fish out her keys, he kissed her. His touch healed her more than anything. Luke gave her strength. He gave her hope. He gave her life. I won't get down on one knee, he whispered over her lips. I'll get down on both knees, because I won't ask you to marry me. I'll beg you to marry me. Feathering his lips down her neck, he continued to whisper, But for now, I need to give you back the life you lost. I want you whole, complete. When I marry you, I don't want to share you with your past. I want it to only be us and our future. She wrapped her arms around his neck and held on to him like her life depended on it. And maybe it did. I love you. I love you. Oh my God, I love you so much. She hung from his neck and wrapped her legs around his waist. He chuckled and kissed her on the lips at the same time. Pack an overnight bag and we'll get the rest tomorrow. We need to get home and let your mutt out of his kennel. Home. They were going home. Really, Jessica was already there. Luke was her home. He would forever be her home. Chapter 13. Night. 40. Over the hill. The view was good from the other side. The 40-something had a birthday date with her 20-something daughter and 30-something boyfriend. Boyfriend? While the term implied something more than friends, boy screamed cradle-robbing cougar. Jackson Knight had become more than a fun banter role-playing fantasy. She fell for him for one reason. He loved his sister. Who falls for a guy because he loves his sister? Someone who lived her entire adult life, wishing a man would wrap her in his protective arms, kiss her on the head and say, "You've got this," in her darkest hour. That man deserved to see Ren in a new dress, one that said, "This is how sexy you make me feel." As an unexpected gift, Maddie rearranged her work schedule to spend the day with her. Though instead of a spa day, they decided on shopping, but only after Ren agreed to buy Maddie a new dress as well. The new adult age was a difficult time. She remembered it all too well. The early 20s felt like legal freedom without the maturity to go with it. Too old to justify holding on to the selfishness of adolescence. Too young to really let it go. At least that's how Ren saw it from the outside. She went from child to mother and skipped the wild freedom of her 20s. "So tell me about this Jackson guy," Maddie asked, as Ren slipped into her black strapless dress that showed a lot of leg and too much cleavage that was not perky enough to hold it in place well. Maddie assured her she looked hot for a mom. As expected, she regretted caving to Maddie, insisting she buy that dress. It didn't make her feel young. It made her feel like a 40-year-old woman trying and failing to hold on to her youth. But once she saw past her insecurities to the woman in the mirror, she had to admit the reflection had a little sex appeal going on in that dress. Ren returned, letting Maddie zip it for her. "He's from New York, and he teaches piano lessons." "Piano lessons? Really?" Maddie wrinkled her nose. "What is he, like, 80? Nerves hijacked her body, starting with her heart pounding in her chest. They'd had a dinner several times since she last cleaned his house, and each night ended with kissing that felt more like mouth-fucking and Jackson's hands making bolder moves, exploring her body, but always on the outside of her clothes. Wound tight and ready to self-combust was an accurate assessment by that point. "Actually, he's a little younger than I am." Maddie applied a thick coat of dark purple lipstick that looked quite hideous, but Ren didn't dare say anything. "Is he weird?" Ren laughed. "I don't know how to answer that. I'm not sure how your generation defines weird." "Well, what kind of car does he drive?" "A PT Cruiser." Ren's voice bubbled with amusement. Maddie paused mid-stroke, wide eyes looking at Ren's reflection in the mirror. "You're kidding." Ren shook her head. "Oh my God, only old people drive those things. Is he short and suffering from male-pattern baldness? He wears plaid pants pulled up to his armpits with a bow tie and a fedora, doesn't he? Oh, Mom, you can do better than that." "He's good-looking. Just keep an open mind, okay?" She slipped into her black heels. "Have Grandma and Grandpa met him?" "No, this will be their first time meeting him as well." "I'm sure they'll love him because he sounds nothing like Dad, which is unfortunate because all my friends think he's hot. It's pretty weird hearing that because he's my dad, but it's kind of cool too." Ren bit her tongue. She always did, but she wouldn't forever. Maddie's days of believing her father walked on water were numbered. "So, where is he taking us for dinner?" "I don't know. Someplace fancy, I assume, since he insisted we dress to the nines tonight." "He's paying?" Ren nodded as they walked down the stairs with Gunnar in tow. "Is he rich?" I don't know anything about his bank account. Well, he teaches piano lessons, for God's sake. He can't be that rich. Money isn't everything, my dear child. Clearly, it isn't to you, or you wouldn't have left Dad. Another dig that kept getting harder to ignore. Oh my God, Mom, Maddie called, looking out the front window. It's not just a PT Cruiser. It's a purple PT Cruiser with wood panels. It's totally like Barney meets National Lampoon's Vacation. Be nice, please. Wren grabbed her purse and kissed Gunnar on the head. Oh, fuck. Madison, Wren scolded. Sorry, but he just got out. No way. No freaking way. Maddie plastered her face and both hands to the window. Wren opened the door and stepped out onto the porch. Jackson grinned as he met her with a dozen red roses. Happy birthday, beautiful. He bent down and kissed her, keeping it PG. Maybe PG-13. Thank you, she smiled back, reaching up to rub the pad of her thumb along his lips to wipe off the transfer of lip gloss. Let me just put these in water. Maddie! She jerked her head toward the door when she saw her daughter still gawking in disbelief out the window. Maddie peeked around the door. Maddie, this is Jackson Knight. Go say hi and be nice while I put these in a vase. Nice to meet you, Maddie. Jackson offered his hand. Maddie took it and whimpered a little when the arm of his suit coat rode up enough to share a glimpse of a tattoo. Hi, she stuttered. He released her hand, but hers stayed frozen in midair for a few seconds. You look beautiful in your dress as well, and you have your mom's eyes. She nodded. It seemed as if that's all she could do. Maddie looked like a younger version of Wren, except with her dad's dimples. Maddie's pin-straight blonde hair cascaded to her butt. She looked and carried herself with a model's posture, yet Jackson's eyes stayed on Wren. Falling never felt so good. Ready? Wren asked, shutting the door. Jackson offered one arm to Wren and the other to Maddie, escorting them both to the car. Maddie's disappointed you're not balding or wearing a bow tie and fedora. Mom! Maddie shrieked as Jackson opened the back door for her. He chuckled. At one time, I had my head shaved. I considered getting a tattoo on the back of it, but it never happened. Wren had never seen her daughter stunned into complete silence. It was kind of nice for a change. Jackson shut Maddie's door and walked Wren to the other side. Your dress is going to put an end to my celibacy, he whispered in her ear before opening her door. She gulped, thankful for the panty liner she decided to wear because only the hottest women wore them on dates. So, be prepared. He pecked her cheek. Okay. That one-word stutter of a response brought a seductive grin to his face as he opened her door. She couldn't stop thinking about that promise. A promise of sex. Her age, her body, his past, his expectations, her minimal experience, his expertise. It overwhelmed her. So, Maddie, what made you want to become a lawyer? Jackson asked. After a few seconds of silence, Wren looked over her shoulder at Maddie in the back seat. Maddie, he asked you a question. She closed her unhinged jaw and swallowed, eyes still glassy. Money? And I like to argue. Her mother smirked. She won quite a few awards on the debate team in high school. I thought about law school at one point, he said. And you chose piano instead? Maddie asked with a condescending edge. In college, it's called music. But I didn't get a degree in music. It's just a hobby. If you don't have passion about your pursuit in life, it will never take you where you want to go. If I followed my true passion, I would be in medical school at Harvard. Why aren't you? Jackson looked at her in the rearview mirror. My dad won't pay for my college because somebody pissed him off. But I'm not mad at him. My dad's the best, and he still sends me a nice allowance for other things. Another dig at Wren. Jackson rested his hand on her leg. She returned a weak smile. Just because she'd learned to tolerate it, even expect it, didn't make it hurt any less. Seeing the restaurant parking lot filled to capacity, Jackson let the ladies off at the front door and searched for a parking spot down the street. Wren's parents were already seated. "Happy birthday, baby girl!" Her mom hugged her, and so did her dad. "Thank you." "Where's this mysterious guy?" her dad asked. "Oh my God!" Maddie plunked down in her chair and rolled her eyes. "Wait until you meet him. He's so out of her league. No offense, Mom, but seriously, guys like him don't date women in menopause. There must be something wrong with him. Like, maybe he just got out of prison and he has mommy issues, or—" "Madison!" Wren warned, and Maddie jumped. "That's enough." She wasn't in menopause yet, even if her hormones hadn't received that memo. Maddie sank in her chair while messaging with her phone. "Christ, Mom, you don't have to reprimand me like a child. Then stop acting like one." "Okay, this is supposed to be a celebration. Let's all calm down a bit." Wren's mom smiled as Jackson approached the table. The birthday girl, staving off anger to the point of near tears, forced a smile. The knowing look on Jackson's face confirmed she wasn't hiding it well. "Jackson, these are my parents, Ryan and Lynn." "Bet you can't guess how my mom got her name," Maddie mumbled, still staring at her phone. "Nice to meet you." Jackson offered his hand as both of her parents stared. "Mom, Dad!" They shook their heads. "Sorry, nice to meet you too. Thank you for inviting us to dinner," Lynn said as they took their seats. "My pleasure. I'm quite fond of your daughter." They nodded. Of course, they wouldn't be as bold and inconsiderate to ask why, but Wren could still see that question on their faces. In all fairness, she still pondered it too. "We just want her to be happy." "Done," Wren smiled, looking over her menu. "Maddie, your friends can wait. Please, put your phone away." Maddie rolled her eyes again. The waitress took their drink orders, ending with Maddie. "I'll have your most expensive scotch." "Madison!" "What? I'm 21 and Jackson is paying, so—" Jackson grinned. "Absolutely. As long as you drink every last drop." Maddie smiled, batting her eyelashes. "Of course." The waitress brought their drinks and took their dinner orders. Maddie grimaced, taking a small sip of her scotch. She might as well have ordered a glass of gasoline. "I'm impressed a young girl like you enjoys scotch. It's usually an acquired taste." She took several big gulps of her water, then cleared her throat. "Well, I'm a lot more mature than what I'm sure my mother has led you to believe." "Clearly." Jackson took a long pull of his beer, then smiled at Wren's parents. "Are you both retired?" "Ryan is. He retired from Kiewit as a civil engineer. He worked there in Atlanta, then transferred to Omaha when Lynn's eyes shifted to her daughters. "Needed us. I still work 20 hours a week as a pediatric nurse." Wren needed her parents when she decided to leave her abusive husband. It took an army of support to find the courage to leave the man who threatened to kill her. "Look, it's Dad!" Maddie jumped out of her chair. Wren looked over her shoulder and froze. Jackson turned to watch Maddie run into the arms of a tall man with copper blonde and gray hair, a custom-tailored suit, and a gold Rolex. "He can't be here," Lynn whispered to Ryan. "I see my lovely wife is celebrating her 40th birthday." The hair on the back of her neck stood erect. Would she ever hear his voice and not tremble? "You look amazing, Wren. You always did," he whispered in her ear. "Can he join us?" Maddie beamed, but Wren knew his being there was not a coincidence. "No, he can't, and I have a restraining order to prove it." "Jesus, Mom, it's dinner, not a reconciliation." "Yeah, Wren, we both know the restraining order is because you can't control yourself around me. After all, that's why Maddie was conceived." "TMI, Dad." Maddie rolled her eyes. Jackson stood and offered his hand. Jackson Knight. Preston Iverson. He sized Jackson up before accepting his hand. You should absolutely join us. Jackson signaled to the waitress, and she brought over another chair. Here, you can sit by me. Perfect, Mr. Knight. I don't really like you sitting by my wife anyway. I'm not your wife. Wren glared at Preston and then at Jackson for encouraging him to stay. Jackson gave her a playful wink which only infuriated her more. Try some of this scotch, Daddy. Maddie slid over her glass while giving Jackson a challenging look. Preston rested his hand on Wren's leg. Her heart exploded as fear coursed through her veins. My, when did you start letting our daughter drink scotch? She couldn't speak as tears stung her eyes. Preston brought the glass to his mouth as Jackson rested a hand on the back of Preston's neck, his fingers on one side and thumb on the other. How's the scotch, Mr. Iverson? Jackson asked. Preston swallowed, then coughed once before his eyes rolled back in his head. His limp hand slipped from her leg as the glass of scotch landed in his lap before his body collapsed to the side toward Jackson. Whoa! Jackson kept him from falling to the floor. Daddy? Maddie jumped up. Jackson shrugged while gently easing him to the ground. Mom, call 911! Wren couldn't move, let alone call for help. But a few seconds later, one of the waitstaff came over and let them know an ambulance was on the way. Is he breathing? Wren asked. Not that she really cared. Preston Iverson had worked hard to earn her hatred, to the point of wishing he were dead. Jackson nodded. I think he just fainted. Maybe he's diabetic. Maddie hovered over him, trying to wake him up, as a path was cleared for the paramedics. Preston came to as they loaded him on the gurney. Maddie insisted she follow the ambulance in her dad's car. No one objected. I want to go home. Wren couldn't stop shaking. Sweetie, her mom hugged her. Don't let him ruin your day. Stay and eat. I can't. She shook her head. Maybe it's best to reschedule the party, Jackson suggested. Her parents nodded with a mix of concern and anger on their faces. Okay, we'll call you tomorrow, darling. Her dad hugged her. Nice to meet you, Jackson. He smiled, tossing a wad of cash on the table, before taking Wren's hand and leading her from the restaurant. Wait here while I get the car. No! She grabbed his arm and bit her quivering lip. Don't leave me. His brows knitted together. Okay, I've got you. Wrapping his arm around her waist, he led her to the car. After they drove a few blocks from the restaurant, Wren broke the silence. Why did you invite the man who used to abuse me to eat with us? I still can't hear his voice without feeling his fist. Why would you do that? Jackson sighed. I hate how you let your daughter treat you. You know damn well she's the reason he was there. She just doesn't understand. Well, maybe it's time you explain it to her. What I tell my daughter and when I tell her is none of your business. And Preston, you did something to him. I saw you with your hand behind his head. Did you inject something into him? God, you're so stupid. Do you have any idea how much money that man has? He could destroy you. He smirked. I didn't inject him with anything. I simply applied a little pressure to his carotid arteries, causing him to take a little nap. The fact that Maddie chose to leave as well was just a bonus. That's my daughter you're talking about. You have no right to judge her. I can't be with someone who... She searched for the right word as fire welled in her gut. Anger stole her voice, just as it always had with Preston. He beat her down, physically and emotionally, leaving her broken and mute. Don't get out, she warned, throwing open the door before the car came to a complete stop. Wren, I mean it. She hopped on one foot and then the other, removing her heels on the way to her porch. Jackson jumped out. A few steps later, Gunnar greeted him with no intention of letting him go any farther. Can we talk about this? She turned. Talk. Can you call him off? Nope. Talk. She crossed her arms over her chest. An older couple walking by on the sidewalk stopped. Is everything okay, miss? Jackson gave Wren a pleading look. Yes, I've got it, but thank you. It pleased her that they stopped. Where were couples like them when Preston dragged her back into their house by her hair after she tried to flee? Well? He tipped his chin down, but only for a moment before looking at her again. I don't sugarcoat things. It's not my style, and it's not how I was raised. So here's the deal. I love being with you, and it may sound crazy because we've known each other 2 seconds. But you're the last person I think about before I close my eyes, and the first when I open them. Every day I don't see you feels like wasted time. But the look in your eyes when Maddie put you down, and then again when Preston arrived at the restaurant, it's like the light, the life inside you just vanished. They've been this 1-2 emotional punch of physical and verbal abuse. His brows pulled tight as if he felt the pain in his own words. The truth is not protecting Maddie. It's only hurting you. So it's up to you, Wren. Coddle your grown child and just keep turning the other cheek until she breaks you, because she will. But I can't stand idle and watch. Until he turned to walk back to his car, she didn't notice the flood of tears streaming down her face. Jackson's words hurt. They even cut a little deep in parts of her heart. However, they felt real and completely different than anything Preston had ever done or Maddie had ever said. Perhaps for the first time, it was the truth. Happy birthday, Wren. His sad smile clenched her heart as he got in his car and backed out. 40 sucked. Chapter 14. Within 1 week, fall graced Omaha with dropping temperatures, a sweet relief from the humidity. Nights were spent with windows cracked and a welcome break from the constant droning of air conditioners. Jackson made a point of not being home when Wren came to clean. The need to see her began to feel like toxic desperation. The need to let her figure out her own self-worth was greater. Jillian refused to talk about AJ, and she refused to call him. She insisted he had her number, and if he needed her, he'd call. If not, she claimed to have made her peace with him and his situation. Jackson knew she'd put AJ on a shelf in her head, or maybe even her heart, close to Luke, and that's where he would stay, tucked away and separated from everything else in her life. It was the only way she could keep going. Wren call? Nope. AJ call? Nope. Jillian poured a cup of coffee. She's not dying, so you actually have a case to plead. I already did. You insulted her daughter, and then you insulted her by implying her unconditional love somehow made her a doormat. Jackson popped the top to a Red Bull. That's what you got out of my explanation? Yep, and I'm a woman. So she is too, and if your sister, who lacks the female drama gene, thinks you were a bit harsh, then you were a bit harsh. Her daughter is an extension of herself, so basically you slapped her across the face and then punched her in the gut. Even if every word was true, and from what you've said I think it is, it doesn't make it any less insensitive. This is the reason I used to get laid and then moved on. I don't speak woman. Clearly, I'm too much of a man to make a relationship work. Jillian laughed. So guys in relationships are not true men? They probably were at some point, but I believe they had to remove 1 testicle to make the relationship work. Luke had 2? Bullshit. You completely castrated him, and just when he started to grow a new pair, you did it again. Wrong! You're so very wrong. It was just the opposite. A guy has to have two huge balls of steel to be with me, and you know it. Jackson grinned. It doesn't matter. Ren never saw my balls anyway. Just as well. They really are the most unmanly part of the male body. I mean, they're sensitive as hell and ugly. Man, are they ever ugly. Like twin turkey waddles. The penis is the only thing that saves you, and men with ED might as well trade it all in for a vagina, because at that point it's nothing more than dead flesh that leaks like a hose. He chuckled, rubbing his hands over his face. See, you just proved my point. You verbally attempt to castrate men all the time. You think? I know. Lucky for me, I knew you before you had boobs and such a smart mouth. Remember those days? You know, I caught you kissing one pillow and dry humping another while listening to Baby One More Time. The laughter that erupted from Jillian brought tears to her eyes and an even bigger smile to Jackson's face. Oh my God, I was so embarrassed. I still am. Well, put yourself in my shoes. Every time that song came on the radio, I had the most awkward image of you and those poor pillows. Sorry, I didn't have a lock on my door like you. But don't think I didn't notice how many times Mom asked you why there was always an odd number of dirty socks in your hamper when she gathered the laundry. That didn't last long. I eventually threw in an extra clean one to keep the number even. Jackson tossed his can into the recycle bin by the sink. Jillian sighed. It's crazy, but that was us when we were normal, innocent. I miss those kids. We're still pretty awesome. Yeah. She raised on her toes and pulled him down to kiss his cheek with exaggerated smack. At least to each other. Now, she headed toward her bedroom. Give up a testicle and call the girl. Apologizing for whatever Jackson did wrong in the very complicated female brain required a grand gesture. There was no need to remove a testicle, even though they both retreated closer to his body reminiscent of a cold shower, just in case. It's as if they anticipated what was about to happen the closer he got to her house. The sexiest ass in tight cut-off jeans greeted him as he pulled into her driveway. On all fours pulling weeds by the porch, she looked over her shoulder and wiped her brow. He liked her in that position. A little too much. Focus, he whispered to himself just before getting out of Woody. Gunnar charged him, halting Jackson's movements until Ren showed enough mercy to call him back to the porch. It was progress. Hi. She stood and brushed the dirt from her legs and tugged off her gloves. Hi. I came to apologize. For what? That wasn't the response he expected. It was a test. It had to be a test. Women loved playing mind games. The probability of him passing it was not good. For last week. You're going to have to be more specific. For what I said on your birthday. His comfort zone retreated a good 10 miles away. Which part? The part about Maddie. You didn't mean it? She stared at her fingernails, picking the dirt out from under them. Of course he meant it. He wouldn't have said it if he didn't mean it. His poor testicles. I shouldn't have said it. Seemed like a safe answer. So you mean it? You just regret saying it to my face? The slit-eyed look she gave him said there would be no bonus points for honesty. He wasn't even in the same realm as his comfort zone anymore. Casual dating and random sex never required much thought or carefully plotted script. No wonder he'd been so good at it. I'm going to go with, yeah, no. Yeah, no? A single slow nod. It was best to just stop talking. Tilting her head to the side, she twisted her lips, eyes still narrowed. She was good. Jillian good, at ball busting. How am I doing? She asked. Gunnar mimicked her head tilt as Jackson's eyes flitted between her and the dog. On the ride there, he convinced himself she was worth it. Testicle sacrificing worth it. At that exact moment, he wasn't sure anyone was worth it. You have any balls left? She grinned. Jutting his head forward, his eyes widened for a second before narrowing into a scowl. Her nose wrinkled. Don't hate me. I decided everything you said was right, even if it did hurt. I'm going to have a talk with Maddie. She's just been too busy to make time. I tried calling you about 20 minutes ago. Jillian answered. You must have left your cell phone. Jackson patted his hands over his pockets. She was correct. I called to apologize, hoping that it wasn't too late. You broke my heart a little when I cleaned your house and you weren't there. I thought you were really mad at me and didn't want to see me. But then Jillian explained the situation and she bit her lips together for a moment. Don't hate me, but she said I should make you sweat a little. It was clear that Jillian craved the taste of her own blood. Jackson would happily oblige her as soon as he got home. Thanks for reminding me why I have meaningless, sex-only relationships. Turning, he walked back to his car. Something went horribly wrong. Ren watched in shock as he returned to his car. The only part of a man more sensitive than the aforementioned testicles was the male ego, like a Georgia peach. Well, wait! Oh my God, you're really mad! It was a joke! I'm sorry! She chased after him. When she grabbed his arm, he turned, wearing the biggest shit-eating grin ever. He looked like a joker. You! Not funny! Pointing her finger at him, she gave him a cold glare. There were two possibilities: kill him or attack him. A week and a half earlier, after Jackson took her home on her birthday, she swore things couldn't get worse. They did. She started her period. Hello, ovulation. Ren thought about sex all the time. Not normal, fleeting thoughts of sex. 40-year-old, whacked-out hormones type thinking about sex. Woman who hadn't had sex in a very long time type of thoughts. When images of having sex with Humpty Dumpty, the mailman with a comb-over, in his white box on wheels crossed the conscious part of the brain, it was time for therapy. I'm extremely funny. What are you talking about? She shook her head with a soft chuckle. I don't know how to navigate this. Maddie came along before I had a chance to experience my young, vibrant, and wild years. The longest relationship I've had, outside of my debacle of a marriage, lasted 2 months, and that was 5 years ago. So, she shrugged. What is this with us? If not random sex, what's in it for you? Drawing in a long breath, he wet his lips. I'm not sure how to answer that. Because you don't know? With a slow headshake, he bit the corner of his lip. No, I know. I'm just unsure if you want the truth or if you want me to say what you want to hear, which might not be the truth. In all honesty, she didn't know either. Maybe it was too soon to even worry about defining their relationship or think very far into the future. Time wouldn't make the conversation easier, so she chose to hear the truth. I want the truth. There wasn't a second of hesitation before he answered with steadfast resolution. I want a wife. I want kids. I want home to mean something so much greater than an address. I want sex, lots of sex, with the same person for the rest of my life. Once again, that decade between them spanned the distance of eternity. He shrugged as she gave him a blank look. You wanted the truth. I did. Ren nodded slowly. So, it's your turn. What do you want? He leaned back against his car, hands shoved into his front pockets. Wow, she breathed. I haven't given it much thought. My mind is always in the past, reliving that whole nightmare. I guess I'm just so grateful to be alive and out of that situation that I've never allowed myself to think very far into the future. Except for our wedding, you did agree to marry me. Except for that, she winked, giving him a big smile. Talking about their imaginary wedding shot to the top of her favorite pastime list. Today, if you could do absolutely anything right now, what would it be? Keeping her gaze locked to his, she stared and then stared some more. The smile on her face grew with each passing second. Truth? She asked. Always. I want to see your tattoos. All of them. Truth or dare turned into a bad idea, times 10. Sex. Would it have really been so hard to just ask Jackson for sex? Instead, they were engaged in the most awkward game of show and tell ever, times 10. I was kidding. She wasn't. Ren chewed her lip like rawhide as she sat on her bed, nerves of a virgin or sacrificial lamb. The exact second after her wish tumbled from her lips, Jackson grabbed her hand, dragging her inside the house and straight to her bedroom. He shrugged off his shirt. She gulped. The blinds are open. He unbuttoned his jeans. She gulped again. Maybe that's enough. My God, you look like a human canvas. It's, a lot to take in all at once. We should maybe do this in phases. He smirked. Confidence bled from every inch of him. Where to begin? The man was born to be inked. A few bold black words interspersed with intense colors. Roses, hearts, branches, a dragon, numbers aligned in dates, musical notes. Are you hungry? Ren squeaked. It's getting late. You know what they say about eating after 8 at night. It all goes to your ass. He turned his back to her and slowly slid down his pants and briefs at the same time. She could no longer swallow. Her mouth fell open. Drooling came next. Oh, okay. I see that's not an issue for you. He stepped out of his jeans, completely naked before her. Do I meet your expectations? The room felt smaller. Too much light, not enough air. Exceeded, she whispered with a breathy voice. Jackson turned around. He deserved a medal or at least a high five or fist bump. Touching him, however, was not a good idea. Take your time. My eyes will wait for yours. Ren nodded once. Yes, she stared at his junk, which was far from junky looking. Everything was grand and perfectly structured. It all hung quite well. It was definitely more of a package. A very impressive package. UPS had nothing on him. What seemed like a week later, she blinked and met his patiently waiting eyes. Kudos to your parents. Really, just... She popped her lips. Yep. Do you have any tattoos to show me? No, nothing. Nada, zip, zero, zilch. Long after zilch, she continued to shake her head. Of course, her eyes had slipped a bit south again. Stretch marks. I have a few pregnancy tattoos, and I have a nice C-section scar. The giggles came out of nowhere. Ren covered her face and laughed. What are we doing? Put your clothes back on. This is too weird. A minute or so later, she felt his hands wrap around her wrists, uncovering her face. Taking a tiny peek with one eye first, she opened her eyes. The details of his body could never be erased. Panning her gaze around the room, she looked at everything but him. The moss-green walls adorned with pewter-framed photos of Maddie served as a nice distraction. So did the sheer white curtains dancing in the breeze of the open window. Shifting her eyes to the floor around her, she frowned at the dull, scratched wood that needed to be refinished. Finally, she elevated her eyes to meet Jackson's, which were level with hers as he waited on his knees before her. Hi. He smiled, fully clothed again. Hi. It was impossible to not smile back. Were you laughing at me? No. She laughed again, but not at him. It felt like we were two young kids sneaking into the bedroom to show each other our private parts. When I was 7, I remember my mom walking in on me and my cousin. It wasn't sexual or anything like that. It was just a show me yours and I'll show you mine moment of sheer curiosity. What did your mom do? Ren shrugged. Well, she's a nurse, so she asked us if we'd had enough time to check everything out. Then she asked us if we had any questions. We honestly didn't know if what we'd done was wrong. Remember, we were 7. We both shook our heads. Then she whispered that once you're 7, little girls are not allowed to see naked boys and little boys are not allowed to see naked girls. Then she said she'd let it slide since we'd both recently turned 7, as long as we promised to never do it again. Jackson chuckled. Your mom was pretty cool. Yes, she still is. There's only one minor flaw in your story. Ren narrowed her eyes. What's that? Today, I showed you mine, but you didn't show me yours. Strong hands gripped her legs as long fingers slid higher, stopping just under the frayed edge of her very short cutoffs. A nervous chuckle rattled in her chest. Yeah, about that. Jackson dropped his head in defeat. I fear you have these expectations, given your past and all, so... Two perfectly arched brows looked up at her. Expectations? Yes, She rolled her eyes to the ceiling. Say you lived by the ocean and then someone showed you their pond. You wouldn't be impressed. He shrugged a single shoulder. I might be. Ren shook her head in defiance. No, there's just no way you could be. The ocean is big, but it's also very dangerous. Sharks, jellyfish, tsunamis, pirates. Maybe I don't want the massive crashing waves and the fear of being pulled under by the tide, feeling lost at sea. Maybe I want the serenity of a pond and the way it reflects the beauty of everything around it. Maybe you're crazy. Pressing her palms to his cheeks, she grinned. His eyes homed in on her lips, sending her heart into a frenzy, waking all the butterflies in her tummy. She felt so alive. Ren, he whispered a second before his lips brushed hers. Let me swim in your pond. She laughed. It didn't matter that his thumbs were half an inch from her wet panties. It didn't matter that his lips were sealed to hers. It didn't even matter that his tongue teased the tip of hers. She laughed. Jackson sighed while sitting back on his heels, head bowed again. With a quick hand, she covered her mouth, hiding her smile and stifling her giggles. I'm so sorry. The sound of her laughter abated, though it still shook her whole body. But you did not just ask to swim in my pond, did you? Scrubbing his hands over his face, he grumbled something indecipherable. Standing with one swift motion, he walked toward her door. Don't leave. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. Give me another chance. Once again, she chased after him. His long legs made quick strides to his car. Where are you going? She called, throwing open the screen door. I'm going to figure out a way to be with you and keep my testicles. Chapter 15. A chilly burst of air breezed past Jackson when he opened the back door to their townhouse. The smell of burnt popcorn hung like fog as he pulled his t-shirt up to cover his nose. Every window in the place was open to its max. It felt like an Arctic gust whipping through their house. Jillian sat perched on the counter, legs crisscrossed with a heavy red hoodie shielding her from the temperature that read 55 degrees on the thermostat. She poked around her bowl of popcorn, tossing 5 black kernels in the sink for every 1 brown piece she deemed edible. He needed some guy friends. Stat. The women in his life were hell-bent on testing his last bit of patience. Want some? Jillian looked up from the bowl. What do you think? She shrugged. Damn bag got away from me. I set it to 5 minutes, but I go by the time between pops and I don't care. He grabbed a beer from the refrigerator. Sliding her fingernail between her teeth to free a hull, she watched him guzzle the contents all at once. After tossing it in the recycle bin, he fetched another one. Someone's grumpy. I am too, but you go first. Catching his breath after the marathon beer chug, he glared at her. New rule. If I leave my phone behind, you don't answer it. And if you ever discuss my testicles with someone again, I will make your life a living hell. Got it? Wrinkling her nose, she lifted her shoulders. Sorry, I was just trying to help. I take it didn't go so well. Finishing his second bottle, he tossed it, then rested his hands on his hips. Let's see. After I called her bluff on the devious little ruse you plotted, things went good. Really good. Then they went not so good. Then really good again. Then bad. Really, really bad. Dumping the remaining charred pieces of popcorn into the trash, she brushed off her hands. Lucky for you, I have the patience to deal with your code talk. The first good? She asked to see my tattoos. All of them. Sex? Jillian perked up. Not even close. You completely stripped for her and it didn't end in sex? Jillian's jaw dropped. Has that ever happened to you before? Never. ED? Fuck you. She chuckled. Then not so good? She laughed. Apparently it brought back some childhood memory for her. That's odd. So what was the really good again? He smirked. She got all insecure on me, comparing other women I've been with to the ocean and herself to a pond. I told her I prefer ponds. There was some kissing that felt like it was going somewhere. Then she laughed again, really hard. Why? Because of something I said. God. He pressed the heels of his hands to his eyes and shook his head. I know better than to chat it up, but she's different. So I thought I needed to say something. Something romantic. Something profound. And... With a grimace, he looked at Jillian. I asked her to let me swim in her pond. Sister Dearest bit back her laughter and just nodded, but tears welled in her eyes. Well, I'm not sure how romantic or profound it was. She snorted a little laugh that had to escape. But you could have said worse things. You could have asked to dock your vessel in her canal. That is, if you wanted to stay with the nautical theme of the evening. Another snort of laughter. Downstairs. It's cold as fuck in here, and I need to warm up. Kicking your ass should light a nice fire in my belly. Wait. The laughter evaporated, and what she had to say dissolved her smile. I need to show you something. Retrieving her phone from the pocket of her hoodie, she held it up. Colossians 3, 5-6. Jackson read it, then inspected the phone. This is your new phone? A nod. He Googled it because he wasn't sure of the exact verses, but he knew it had something to do with sin. Mortify, therefore, your members which upon the earth, fornication, uncleanliness, inordinate affection, evil concupiscence, and covetousness, which is idolatry. For which things' sake the wrath of God cometh on the children of disobedience. Jillian snatched her phone back. You and your King James Version. She did her own Google search. Put to death, therefore, what is earthly to you, sexual immorality, impurity, passion, evil desire, and covetousness, which is idolatry. On account of these, the wrath of God is coming. Yeah, that's what I said. Jackson grabbed her phone away. Maybe we should go in. Jackson's focus shifted from the phone to his sister. Go in? Back to Gale until this gets figured out. Or maybe we should request a new location, new identities. Omaha isn't exactly some small town. Obviously, our identities have been compromised. Now we're just being taunted. First, we are not being taunted. You are. Second, why were you not suggesting relocation and all this after the first 2 messages? Could it have had anything to do with you having a reason to stay? But now AJ's gone, so you want to just up and leave? I'm just saying. It's a new phone, and I'm still getting these cryptic messages. Who have you given your new number to? Jillian shrugged. I don't know. AJ, Dodge and Lilith, Cage, a few people with Lascivio, Mowing Man Bill. AJ. Oh, for the love of Pete, stop it. AJ loves me. He's not stalking me. Why would he move back to Portland? Isn't it a little hard to stalk someone from halfway across the country? Then it's Lilith. She lied to you about being deaf. I'm sure she's lying to you about keeping your past a secret. I should have removed her. Listening to your womanly intuition about her was a big mistake. It's clear after today that all women are fucking head cases. Jillian gave her customary eye roll. You're so delusional. I think your case of blue balls has affected your brain. He tossed her phone to her. I'm not leaving. Now I have a reason to stay. You're staying for a woman who can't stop laughing at you long enough to have sex with you? Someone begged for a beating. If I wanted to have sex with her, we would have sex. He held his scowl even though what he'd just said registered a second too late. Of course, Jillian didn't waste a single moment before jumping all over it. So, even today, when you were standing in front of her naked, you didn't really want to have sex with her? That's not how I meant it. I don't want just sex with her. I want more. The more is getting in the way. It's turned sex into a delicate situation. It's turned you into a pussy. I know. Fuck me. But seriously, she's 40. I bet she's dying to have a shitload of meaningless sex with a hot guy while her hips can still thrust without fracturing. You're trying to court her. You know what happens in those old movies where the well-mannered, high society guy tries to be a gentleman and court the lady? Jackson rolled his eyes to the ceiling and shook his head. The sweaty stable boy with bulging muscles, ripped pants, and old leather boots swoops in and fucks her like a wild animal in the tall grass near the river. And that's who she ends up with at the end of the story, because no matter what women say about chivalry, they don't really want a guy who's going to spread a blanket out under a tree and feed them grapes and cheese cubes. They want a guy who's going to spread their legs, bury his face, and feed himself without first asking permission to swim in her pond. Damn. He exhaled a heavy breath. I've lost my sex mojo. Crickets chirping, the pitter-patter of the pond fountain, the occasional popping of a motorcycle on the main road. The windows were closed, yet Jackson heard every little sound as red numbers on his digital night clock flicked to midnight. 2 beers and clumsy sparring with Jillian should have slam-dunked his brain into a deep coma. It didn't. All he could think about was Wren. She didn't wear an anorexic body or grin like a clown from Botox. Her breasts were real and they didn't stand out. If he looked closely, a few fine lines around her eyes were visible. He hadn't seen her stretch marks or her scar from childbirth, but she confessed it. They didn't meet at a bar and fuck in the bathroom or alley. Most of his conquests never even made it to his car, let alone his house. Truth? What he'd done with women in the past could hardly be considered dating. It was more fucking about. Two people using bodies for pleasure. There were never emotions, at least not for him. Any girl pathetic enough to mistake a quick fuck for something more, especially when names were rarely exchanged, had bigger issues than Jackson. What makes a man so callous, so immune to emotions, so obsessed with instant gratification? A secret. The kind of secret that one person alone has to keep to himself for eternity. The kind of secret that shatters lives, destroys families, and ends in blood. Jude Day had a secret that annihilated everything he believed to be true and forever changed his perception of his parents. Jackson Knight needed to believe that secret would remain buried in San Francisco. His entire existence clung to the hope of new beginnings. The night stretched on, dragging him in and out of restless sleep. He didn't wait for the sunrise. It never waited for him. Rubbing his face like he could erase the previous day, he lumbered from his bed straight into his running attire. 5 miles later, he returned for a shower, Red Bull, and protein drink. The day required an extra boost of everything. After a string of agonizing piano lessons with women who were not serious about playing the piano, he texted Ren, saying he had something to show her. It was the truth of sorts. "Jackson?" Greta called before he could shut the car door. He shut it anyway, then rolled down the window. "You on your way out?" she asked with a labored breath from crossing the street. He made a mental note not to get old. Nope, just keeping Woody company. Her brows pulled together. "Yes," he chuckled, "I'm on my way out." "Oh," she nodded, maintaining her confused look. "You're a funny guy." "I try. What's up?" "I'm having a party at my house next week, and Jillian said you have a lady friend now. Guess you couldn't wait forever for Marvin to die." She winked, but it resembled more of an out-of-control eye spasm or an eyelash in her eye. "Here's an invitation for you to give her. We'd all love to meet her." Oh. Jackson took the shiny black envelope, inspecting both sides. It looked familiar. What kind of party is it? "Well, a lascivio party, of course." What? Are you serious? "Yes. After the value pack incident, it's time to show Marvin that I'm not all dry and shriveled up. I'm still a vivacious woman at heart, even if my body is a little slower and not as flexible. Jillian said you're never too old to nurture your sexuality." Jackson rubbed his chin, nose wrinkled a bit. "She did she?" "She sure did. Marvin can value pack it all he wants, because after my party, I'll no longer be requiring his services, if you know what I mean." He didn't, or at least he sure as hell didn't want to, but on a sigh, he asked the obvious question anyway. "What was the value pack incident?" "Jillian didn't tell you?" Headshake. Making her usual scan as if anyone in the hearing aid community could really hear her, she leaned in closer to the window. "You know that value pack envelope of coupons everyone gets in the mail?" A nod. "Well, sometimes there are coupons for bras and other feminine things. So last week I stepped out into the garage to get my fly swatter that hangs by the door. And you want to know what I saw?" He didn't. He really didn't. Marvin sitting in a lawn chair by his workbench, playing with himself while he had 3 of the coupons from the value pack stuck to the side of the bench with magnets. One was for a bra sale at Penny's, one was for a 30-day trial at a fitness studio, and the other was for Hardee's. Everyone knows the hot women on those commercials don't really eat that stuff. Jackson would not be eating anything for a good long time. So, he held up the envelope. I'll give this to Wren. Wren! That's her name! Jillian told me, but I forgot. I knew it was a songbird, but all I could think of was robin. Well, toodaloo! Tell her I'm giddy with excitement to meet her. Greta waved as Jackson backed out of the garage. The Nike slogan played on repeat in Jackson's mind as he made the 2 right and 1 left turn that separated the 5 miles from his house to Wren's. The gusty winds that had ripped the amber leaves from the trees earlier in the day had died down. The blinding angle of the setting sun made it difficult to see pedestrians in the crosswalks, as the bars and restaurants bulged with the Friday night crowd. Even Wren Street had cars lined on both sides, walking distance from the entertainment district. Just do it. The line between psyching himself up and psyching himself out disappeared, leaving him lost in the blurry middle. Before his brain shifted into overdrive, he hopped out and strode toward her door with the confidence of this guy from San Francisco he used to know. One lock clicked and then another. Even with Gunner, Wren kept her doors locked at all times. Hi, she smiled with a bit of hesitation. Her look said, Are you still mad at me for laughing at your pathetic advances? He grinned. The less he said, the better. Come in. I ran late at my last job, so I need to shower. Dinner is in the oven. She walked toward the kitchen. The view of her ass shifting slightly side to side in her yoga pants fed his intentions. Just do it. Smells good. What is it? Lasagna, but it has about 30 minutes, so maybe I should run and take a quick shower. She slipped off her oven mitts after pulling the foil from the top of the casserole dish. No. She froze. Only her eyes flitted from one side of the room to the other, trying to solve his mysterious response. No, what? Just do it. One question. He pulled off his shirt, needing all the persuasive ammunition he could get. Wren's eyes widened. And it's a yes or no answer. He stepped closer, backing her into the refrigerator. Do you want me? I need a shower. He shook his head, inching closer yet. Try again. I've been cleaning houses. Another headshake that silenced her. She was his. Once a woman responded to his nonverbal commands, it was equivalent to folding in a poker game. Yes or no? He whispered in her ear. Backed into a hard surface with no place to go, breathless and stumbling for words, that's what he knew. There was only one word he needed. Say it. I probably smell like... Say it. Sliding his hands along the outside of her t-shirt, he stopped and kneaded her breasts with a firm pressure that made her hiss. I'm too... Say it, he growled, pinching her nipples so hard she jumped. Yes, she yelled. Yes, I want you to fuck me. Stilling his hands, he raised his face from her neck and just stared at her for a moment. Her breaths came so fast, she could hardly catch them. Wren looked shocked as if she, too, couldn't believe those words came from her mouth. He didn't say it, but he sure did think it. Holy shit, Jillian was right. Wren wants me to fuck her like the stable boy. If he didn't snap out of it, she could change her mind. They both could overthink everything. Just do it. Chapter 16. The oven heated to 375 degrees. Wren did too. Tomato, oregano, and basil filled the air. A bag of romaine lettuce waited by the sink to be cleaned and chopped into a salad. The cracked window welcomed the soothing yet dramatic tones of the Japanese wind chime on her back deck, dancing in the breeze. There was the compression bra issue again, but his magic touch managed to draw them out of hiding. The dirt and grime from a long day of cleaning clung to her body, and the shivering fear of everything left her trembling. If she'd had a tail, it would have been between her legs. The problem? He turned her on. Her thoughts couldn't stop her body from feeling so reckless. Resisting was far more painful, impossible, than submitting. My boobs look like pancakes, and I'm not well groomed in certain places. The words were out. It was as much a relief as an embarrassment. The truth felt like a baby in the womb, innocent and destined to come out. Jackson smirked and she pressed her lips together, hiding her grin. She loved the invisible string between his smile and hers, and how they played off each other. This is going to be fun. So much fun. Sex? Making it my mission to show you how sexy you are. He kissed her before she had a chance to argue. Each stroke of his tongue, controlling and demanding as his hands curled around the waist of her yoga pants. She tugged the button and zipper to his jeans. He pulled away, leaving her mouth begging for more as he peeled down her pants until she stepped out of them. The flush of her cheeks intensified at the realization that her panties could not have been any less sexy. They looked like hand-me-downs from her grandma. It had been a busy week and the laundry fell behind. Before he could make a good inspection, she slid them down and wadded them in her hand. He grinned, looking down at the bunched nude cotton she'd fisted. When his eyes shifted to hers, she maintained a neutral look as if to say, "There's nothing to see here." There was no way to hide the fact that she removed her underwear in one quick, desperate move. It had been far from graceful or indiscreet. Jackson just stood there waiting for her to do something with them. Leaning toward him, eyes locked to his, she reached behind her and cracked open the refrigerator door, just enough to toss her panties inside before leaning back against it like it never happened. She made a mental note to burn all her undergarments and replace them with rigid underwires and ass floss panties. I need you to hurry up, she grimaced, locking her knees to keep her legs from shaking. I'm naked from the waist down and completely coming apart inside. Their mouths crashed. He didn't give her another chance to speak or even form a coherent thought. Moisture pooled between her legs until she felt it drip like lava down her thigh. Her legs pressed together in mortification. He slid 2 fingers between her wet folds, stopping her motion. She moaned while he pressed his body firm to hers, as if he wanted to feel her sounds vibrate between them. The only thing sexier than him, which was basically everything that could possibly be sexy, was his physical desire for her. He wanted her. It took a moment in the heat of distraction for that to sink into her brain. When it did, all dignity evaporated and she widened her stance. Yes, she widened her stance. It may not have seemed like much to him, but for her it represented a brazen move. It said, I need as much of you as I can possibly fit inside me now. 3 fingers fit nice and snug. His tongue made languid strokes up her neck, with his teeth teasing her skin. When his hand stopped moving, she raised onto her toes and lowered back down. For a fleeting moment, she felt embarrassed by the desperateness of riding his hand. But when his palm grazed her sensitive clitoris, it no longer mattered. As long as he didn't stop kissing her, touching, needing her. Oh, God! Her eyes rolled back in her head. An orgasm approached the precipice. Wait! As he pulled his hand away, her eyes flew open. Did she dare tell him she hadn't finished? Half the blood in her body had converged between her legs, like water against a dam. A painful case of pink balls. Pulling a condom out of his pocket, he grinned. The words teetered on the tip of her tongue. Jackson Knight embodied a godly specimen. However, she'd never reached an orgasm from penetration. That confident grin said he'd be the first, but Wren had her doubts. Her teeth made a death grip to her lower lip as he pushed his jeans and briefs down. Steadying herself with one hand on his bare chest, her other hand rested over her heart. She didn't feel it there until he rolled on the condom and shifted his eyes to her. His signature take-charge demeanor paused for a moment. He peeled her hand from her chest, inching it towards his face. She looked up as he pressed his lips against her palm, closing his eyes for an eternal second that stopped the progression of time and her heart. When he opened his eyes, she felt the pull of a black hole sucking her into something so unknown it sent chills racing along her skin. He guided both of her hands to his neck, then slid his beneath her butt and lifted her up. Within a breath, he impaled himself inside her, all the way. She gripped his thick, dark hair and screamed into his neck, muffling her string of curse words. He paused, but only until she silenced long enough to draw in a quick breath. Then he reared back and plunged in again. Another cry. Again and again, he repeated the slow rhythm until her cries morphed into moans. Then he picked up the pace, really picked up the pace. Her back threatened to break against the refrigerator door as glass on the inside rattled along with the ceramic jars on top. After a few minutes, the most unexpected thing happened. That abandoned orgasm? It came back to life, building to a mind-numbing intensity with each thrust. Harder! That came from the woman who possessed Wren's body, because she had never said that during sex, even when that's what she wanted. Jackson's mouth found hers again, and every inch of his body brought unexpected pleasure to hers. The pain in her back vanished as all feeling gathered in one single spot. The spot he'd angled his pelvis to hit every single time. Yes, yes, there, there, there! She yelled through a never-ending orgasm, the first with a man inside her. The drain of energy made it hard not to collapse until he finished. They raced in tandem, and she just wanted to stop pedaling. Instead, she held him tight, contracting all her muscles until he groaned on a final thrust, stilling for a few seconds before his body completely relaxed against hers, keeping her pinned to the refrigerator. His sultry breaths blanketed the skin along her neck in ragged succession. If he'd wanted to stay inside her forever, that would have been fine by her. Once he completely shattered her vagina, which happened in the first 3 thrusts, they fit together quite nicely. Jackson lifted his head just enough to move it from her shoulder to her forehead. Rolling it slightly side to side against hers, he grinned. "I'm out of practice." That made front-page news because if what just happened was a result of him being out of practice, then she was in trouble. Epically huge trouble. "Can you stand?" He kept his forehead against hers. She nodded as he kissed her softly on the lips and eased her to her feet. Being fucked against the refrigerator left no room for modesty, but she still crossed her legs and rested her hands over her exposed area as he removed the condom and pulled up his pants. He grinned, nodding behind him. "I'm going to run to the restroom while you see if your panties have cooled down. Okay, hot pants?" Rolling her lips between her teeth and closing her eyes, she nodded. When the door to the bathroom clicked shut, she whipped around and retrieved her panties from the refrigerator. She stepped into them and yanked on her yoga pants at lightning speed. The sex and panty retrieval warranted a hand-washing before she proceeded to prepare the salad. Gunnar sat by the back door looking at her. "What?" she shrugged, daring him to make her feel guilty. The dog possessed an eerily accurate perception. Can I do anything to help? You could open that bottle of wine. Playing he didn't just fuck her brains out against the refrigerator cool required effort, but she did her best. He poured them each a glass. You're quirky. I like you. She laughed, keeping her head bowed, eyes trained to the cutting board. Really? I think the fact that you asked to swim in my pond, and then your response after what just happened is to tell me that I'm quirky, makes you the quirky one. You could be right. I think introverted people can be quirky. You are not introverted. She slid on the oven mitts and pulled the lasagna out of the oven. I am, actually. Both you and Jillian have made reference to your habits with women before you moved here. He carried their wine glasses to the table. I've always spent a lot of time on the computer or playing the piano. Only recently did I start teaching lessons. Most of my social interaction over the years has been via the internet or quick lays. Quick lays? Wow, that's honest. I told you I'm not good at sugarcoating. He smirked. Well, actually, I'm pretty good with the women in my neighborhood. Ren dished out lasagna and salad for both of them, then sat across from him. The quirkiness you're referring to is just my nerves around you. I'm not really an introvert, at least not by nature. I was very outgoing in my day. Shaking his head, he blotted his mouth with a napkin. Don't say, in my day. It makes you sound 80. Fine. Pre-Preston, I was outgoing, so basically as a teenager. I was in the drama club and got the role as Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. I worked at a daycare part-time after school and on the weekends, and I was an ambassador for Students Against Drunk Driving. Sad, huh? For personal reasons or just because it's a good cause? Ren stared at her plate for a minute before shifting her eyes to him. My older brother was killed by a 17-year-old girl who chose to get behind the wheel. Ren, She shook her head. I don't talk about it much. The driver was my best friend's sister. We were 13 when it happened. My brother was 15. He rode his bike home from a Friday night baseball game. We lived just 2 miles from the school. I was at their house that night. Her parents got a call from the hospital. She wasn't injured, it was more of a panic attack. Just as they were getting ready to pull out of the driveway to head to the hospital, my parents pulled in to get me because the sheriff had already delivered the news of my brother. In a matter of seconds, everyone made the connection. Jesus. Yeah, I haven't spoken to Heather since that night. We saw each other at school and she wrote me a few letters, but it was just too much. She gave him a sad smile. I've never gone to my class reunions in fear that she'd be there. Isn't that ridiculous? I know. I've always known it wasn't her fault. Her sister's the one who killed him, but it just hurts to be around her. Jackson moved his leg so it touched hers, intimate and kind. I'm sure she knows you don't blame her. She nodded. Anyway, taking a deep breath, then releasing it, she tried to smile. Sorry for the detour from my point, which is, I'm not a born introvert, so you cannot label me as quirky, especially since I'm not the one who wears taped glasses. Which, by the way, I notice you don't wear them all the time. Are you farsighted? Jackson looked down at his plate as he stabbed his fork into the lettuce. Something like that. I never asked. When you called, what did you want to show me? The self-professed introvert who occasionally wore glamour glasses stared at the woman trying to hide her desolate expression. The subtleties in her appearance drew his attention. The way her hair looked messy and sexy at the same time, and the way her brows peaked when she gave him a wide-eyed look every time she asked him a question. The tragic story still suffocated the air. Her question evaporated what little oxygen remained in the room. Was she not paying attention to the event that took place against her refrigerator? That voice in his head, the one that guarded his testicles, yelled, Man up, or maybe give her a little reminder of what you came to show her. Sometimes it felt impossible to rehabilitate from the man he used to be. Perhaps a man who never entertained the company of a woman beyond sex could not be rehabilitated or domesticated. I washed Woody, but he tried anyway. Oh? Woody is my car. Jillian would have been laughing her ass off. Wren nodded. Well, I'll have to take a look at Woody. Planting his elbows on the table, he dropped his head into his hands. Jesus, why is this so hard? He lifted his head. I didn't wash my car. That. He gestured to the refrigerator. That's what I came over to show you. The unfamiliarity of giving a damn about what a woman thought left him blind to the truth. Falling for her didn't happen all at once. It took him without warning, an unsuspecting culmination of 100 tiny things. In that moment, it was the way her smile grew in minuscule increments until her whole face beamed with sheer happiness. I like that. A lot. She blushed but never took her eyes from his. In fact, I'm okay with you coming over anytime to show me that. The same woman, twice. That would be a first. A good first. Oh, here, I have something for you. Leaning to one side, he grabbed the black envelope from his back pocket and handed it to her. Black, huh? This must be my belated birthday card. She opened it. Shit, your birthday. Well, no, that's not it. I brought flowers, remember? And then dinner. With a slight headshake, she tracked the words on the invitation. You want me to buy sex toys? What? No. Tilting her head, she pursed her lips. That's fine. You're right. I probably could use some practice. God, no, it's... My neighbor invited you because she wants to meet you. Lascivio is the company Jillian works for. Oh, okay. So, you'll go? Yeah, sure. You don't have to buy anything. I'm not going to show up and then not buy anything. I'll get something. Like what? Wren smirked. I don't know. Do you have any suggestions? He raised a single brow. Maybe a candle? Gathering their plates, she took them to the sink. I'm not going to just buy a candle at a Lascivio party. Jackson carried the rest of the dishes over to her. The fact that she gave careful consideration to purchasing sex toys confirmed he'd been off his game earlier. A do-over. That's what he needed to prove that nothing Lascivio sold would compare to him. Tell me what you think you want, and I'll prove you don't need it. She closed the dishwasher and leaned against the counter with her arms crossed over her chest. And how exactly are you going to prove it? Holding up both hands, he spread his fingers wide. Sharp teeth, 1 tongue, 2 lips, 10 fingers, and a very large cock. Take your pick. A blush crawled up her neck, slack jaw, lips parted. Jackson smirked. Yeah, he still had it. Chapter 17. Day. Samovar divine tea at its best. Jessica loved stealing the occasional evening with her dad working in his garage, but she also cherished Saturday morning tea with her mom. How's my girl? A smile overtook her face as she poured her favorite Golden Phoenix oolong tea. In love, Mom. But you already know that, Sunny winked. Yes, I do. Have you been making any other progress? The other progress always referred to her past. I think so. He still devotes several hours 3 times a week to listening to me. Sometimes it's just going over what we've already talked about, and other times he asks me the harder questions. Like what? Sunny bit into her scone. Like things that involve Gail? If you two get married, I know. Blowing on her tea, she took a cautious sip. And we will someday because he is everything. With each passing day, he becomes my new past, and I feel like eventually he'll be the only past I need. It's ridiculous, I'm sure, but I wonder if our life together can erase those memories. You know what I mean? I think so. I hope so, because I love who you've become with Luke. Each week, more and more. The woman before me resembles the girl I used to know. That innocent smile, the renewed sparkle in your eyes, amber like the desert sun. It's my boys. It's all my boys. Sunny grinned. How does Luke feel about being referred to in the same company as the dog? The dog? You know Jones is our baby. In fact, my boys are meeting me here in a little while for a jog. Jude said you wouldn't take him to obedience school. I see Luke's been running his mouth. Jessica rolled her eyes. I did take him. He just didn't fit in. I heard it's because you gave him a treat even when he didn't do what he was supposed to be doing. Mom, the other dogs were being rewarded and he saw it. I didn't want him to feel like he was being punished. Well, if he wasn't following directions like the other dogs, then maybe he really didn't deserve a treat. If you don't make him work for the reward, then the reward system won't work. Now you sound like the instructor. It doesn't matter. We didn't return after the first day because all the other dogs were giving Jones a complex. Sunny held her teacup, letting the steam rise near her face while she studied Jessica. How's the sleeping going? You mean, have I put him in the hospital? It felt impossible to look her mom in the eye. I've never blamed you for what happened to me. What happened? Are you serious? I happened to you, that's what happened. Don't make it sound like you fell down the stairs. It was an accident. Pain gripped Jessica's heart as her mom's hand rested on hers. Luke's fine. We've sort of figured it out. I'm glad. She nodded. Your father will be flying out to D.C. for the week, so I'm going to visit Kathy while he's gone. I can't believe you're still friends with her. We're still friends because she has been my friend since first grade. It's not fair to judge her. Jessica guffawed. She cheated on Daniel with his brother. Sunny stared at her tea. Yes, but it's not that black and white. You don't know all the details. You're right. It probably isn't, but I don't want to know the details. Cheating is cheating, period. Love is reckless because true emotions are immune to logic. The most beautiful love stories are often the most tragic. God, I hope not. I want my love story with Luke to be beautiful, but not tragic. Sunny's lips pressed into a smile that failed to disguise her concern. What is it? Jessica asked. Her mom shook her head. Nothing, dear. You sure? Positive. She looked out the window. There they are. Jessica waved at Luke, then stood. Safe travels. Call me when you get to Kathy's. She bent down and kissed her mom on the cheek. I will. Love you, Jess. And hey. She grabbed her hand. I hope you know. I guess I hope you've always known. What happened after you came home from the hospital? I forgave you the moment it happened. I've always forgiven you, okay? Tears stung her eyes as she looked to the ceiling, blinking them away. Thank you. I love you too. Hey, boys! Jessica beamed as she began to squat down. If you kiss the mutt first, you can forget about kissing me. Wetting her lips, she stood back up and wrapped her arms around Luke's neck, holding on tight as he lifted her up. Luke kissed her whenever, however, and wherever he wanted, except his office. They'd had more than one argument about that. How's our girl? He nipped at her neck before sliding her back down his body. I'm good. You could say I threw another shovel of dirt onto my past. They held hands and walked toward Yerba Buena Gardens. How so? My mom forgave me for the attack that put her in the hospital. Luke squeezed her hand. She hadn't before now? She did right after it happened, and many times since. Today, you forgave yourself. His words stopped her. Jones tugged at the leash while Luke bent down, level with her face. How did you know? She whispered. Cupping the back of her head, he pressed his lips to her ear. I have a degree in psychiatry. That makes sense, she smirked. Luke, is that you? He turned toward the woman's voice as Jessica stepped to the side to see past him. Jones! Jessica chased her disobedient dog after Luke dropped his leash. He just let go of it. Damn it, Jones, come back! Thankfully, another dog captured his attention, allowing her to grab the leash. After giving the other dog's owner an apologetic smile, she tugged Jones toward Luke and the tall blonde in a black, short-skirt business suit, with a good mile of legs and stupidly high heels, who happened to be embracing him. Excuse me, sir, I think you lost your dog. Jessica grinned with bared teeth as the blonde pulled away and adjusted her messy bun of hair while giving Jessica a coy smile. Luke grimaced, taking the leash in one hand and Jessica's hand in his other. My apologies. Jessica, this is Dr. Eva Lorenzo. Eva, this is my girlfriend Jessica Day. His girlfriend? With a quick look up at him and the hint of a smile, she forgave him for the dog-chasing incident. It's a pleasure to meet you. Eva extended her hand and Jessica released Luke's to accept it. You too. Are you in town for the medical conference at the Moscone Center? How did you know about that? Luke asked. While I waited for my mom at Samovar, the waiter said they'd been pretty busy because of it. Yes, I'm in town for it, Eva said to Jessica while looking at Luke. An awkward silence followed. Did you go to medical school together? We did. The grip Luke had on her hand tightened with his answer. The conversation, if it could really be considered that, felt strained and odd. Eva was Fran's roommate in college. Another awkward silence while the two much taller people stared at each other. Well, that makes sense. I don't know who Fran is, but she was my fiancé. Eva nodded, casting her eyes downward for a moment. Maybe it wasn't such a relief that she caught Jones so fast. Missing the most uncomfortable conversation ever would not have been a bad thing. I can take Jones and head home if you two need a few minutes alone to talk behind my back or reminisce about your engagement with Fran. Eva's eyes widened as her lips parted. Not so much as a flinch came from Luke. He knew Jessica's inappropriate humor and he'd perfected ignoring it. It was good to see you, Eva. Luke gave in to Jones's incessant tugging and pulled Jessica with them. I'll give Francesca your best. Luke kept walking, failing to acknowledge Eva's parting comment. I'm sorry. Jessica's legs sped to a jogging pace to keep up with Luke's long strides. Why are you sorry? I've not told you anything about Fran, including her name. I put you in an uncomfortable situation back there, and I should not have. Luke, I'm fine. It's not like I didn't know you were engaged. I just don't understand the weird looks you two were sharing. While you were chasing Jones, she told me something, and I had trouble processing it. Can I ask what she told you? Luke stopped so abruptly, Jones's momentum jerked his arm, causing him to flinch. You can ask me anything. You know that, right? That was a good question. Jessica couldn't say for sure why she'd never pressed Luke for information about his ex-fiancé. Had she been so self-absorbed with her own past that she didn't think Luke might have needed to discuss his? I think so, she nodded, narrowing her eyes a bit. They continued toward his condo. Fran is on the heart transplant list, Luke said in a Dr. Jones matter-of-fact way. Why? She has congenital heart disease. I think she had 2, maybe 3 surgeries as a child. For years she was fine. So what happened? He shrugged. Eva didn't go into detail other than to say Fran needed a transplant because the medications are no longer working. Sometimes there can be scar tissue from childhood surgeries that can cause problems later in life. Where does she live now? Scottsdale, with her parents. Maybe you should go see her. Do you want to go see her? They stepped into the elevator. Why would you ask me that? Because you said I could ask you anything. Easing his head back against the elevator wall, he closed his eyes on a heavy sigh. I don't know. Jones looked up, cocking his head. Why did you get Jones for me? Luke's brow furrowed, then he opened his eyes. I thought you'd like him. Jones shifted his head tilt to the opposite side. Jessica puckered her lips and blew him a kiss. Don't worry, Jonesy, I love you. The elevator door opened. Jessica and Jones followed Luke into the condo. So you, who thrives on order and cleanliness, just thought, hey, I think I'll get Jessica a puppy for no particular reason? Why are you asking me this a month later? He grabbed a Heineken from the refrigerator. Luke drinking before noon gave her an uneasy feeling. It's crossed my mind quite a bit, especially since you call him Mutt, and I think he's given you a few gray hairs. Maybe I wanted you to stop calling me Jones. She hopped up on the counter. I don't buy that. A long pull of beer bought him time to reply. Dogs can be therapeutic. Jones is part of my therapy? Yes. How so? You've referred to yourself as a monster. Jones brings out your nurturing side. Monsters don't nurture. So it was a test to see if I'm truly a monster? Luke shook his head. Yes, he answered, thick with sarcasm. Tell me about Francesca. Chuckling, he set his beer onto the counter and crossed his arms over his chest. You're asking a lot of random questions today. I'm not. They're all about you. I'm just trying to figure out how you tick. It's my turn to study you. That's not random. Besides, tell me about Francesca is not a question. What do you want to know? My God, Dr. Jones, you'd make a terrible patient. Talking about Francesca evidently required a second beer. Jessica frowned while he retrieved another one from the refrigerator. I saved Fran from a burning building. The pads of her fingers drummed her lower lip, eyes wide. She laughed, but it came out as a cough. You're choking! It was my sophomore year of undergrad while I was still a volunteer firefighter. She lived with 3 other girls in a rundown apartment building. There had been a party in the apartment below them. Someone fell asleep or passed out before putting out their cigarette. Her friends were all out of the building by the time we arrived, but Fran went back for her fish. He shook his head. A fucking goldfish in a bowl of water. And you saved her? And the fish from the 3rd-floor window. The next week, she dropped off a cookie bouquet at the fire station to her hero. So you ended up dating. Hearing every little detail felt unnecessary and a bit more nauseating than she anticipated. For a year before I proposed. Of course, she wanted to know how he proposed. Did he get down on 1 knee or 2? What did she do? She said yes. No, her profession. Oh, she was in school too at the time. She became a court interpreter. Long hours, stressful job. Staring at the label of his beer, he nodded. Who broke off the engagement? The muscle in his jaw twitched. I'm not sure. That answer fizzled her desire to know any more at that point. We didn't get our run in, so I might go for a bike ride. You want to come? No more questions. He finished the second bottle of beer. The beer chugger before her looked like Luke, but his actions were that of someone much different. Someone teetering on the edge of control. But why? No, but if you need to talk, I'm always ready to listen. Beer number 3. Jessica declared it an official what the fuck moment. How emasculating of you to my manhood and my profession. How sexist of you to assume only men can listen, when, by nature, your gender practices selective hearing 90% of the time. And if you're wanting to flash your doctor badge, I suggest you first do some inner reflection as to why you're on your third beer before noon, in less than an hour after finding out your ex-fiancé needs a heart transplant. The impromptu speech, filled with valid points, did not deter Luke as he popped the top to another beer. Take care of my puppy. I'm going for a ride. Chapter 18. Night. The list of things that could top being fucked by Jackson Knight against a refrigerator was short. The birth of Maddie held the number 1 spot. Refrigerator sex sat at number 2. The fact that there were only 2 events on Wren's life best moments list seemed pathetic. Dwelling over the sleepy details of her life was a waste of time. As she sat in her car checking her makeup one last time, the past didn't matter. It only took 40 years to be that girl, the one who got the guy that everyone else wanted. Maddie needed help moving to her new apartment closer to campus. Wren had not seen Jackson since the infamous sex night. He wanted to stay for a do-over, which was ridiculous because perfection was perfection. Period. More than that, she needed a shower and time to think about his lips, tongue, teeth, 10 skilled fingers, and 1 gifted cock. With 20 minutes before Greta's party, Wren couldn't keep herself from saying hi to Jackson before heading across the street. She knocked on the door, anticipating his sexy smile and a mind-numbing kiss to get her in the mood for the party. Instead, Jackson greeted her with rivulets of water racing down his body and a white towel tied low on his waist. Jillian is already over there. Sexy smile? Check. You look amazing, by the way. 26 letters and infinite ways to assemble them into words, yet she couldn't conjure a single one, let alone remember what she had on that looked so amazing. A short wrap skirt and a sleeveless blouse felt about right, but she really couldn't remember. If you keep looking at me like that, you're going to be late to the party. With wide eyes, she nodded yes to something. Yes to being on time, or yes to being late, or simply just yes to him. Do you want to step inside for a few minutes? He chuckled, which brought her attention back to his face after her ogling started to feel like a hallucination. Maybe for a minute. She stepped inside, coming to an abrupt halt as she closed her eyes. Or 2? Another chuckle. Are you okay? You smell like sandalwood and patchouli. Her eyes opened with her head still spinning from the intoxicating fragrance. I call it bar soap and shampoo, but I'm glad you like it. His eyes were unquestionably beautiful, even mesmerizing, but they didn't demand her attention like his bare, tatted chest, or the towel that looked like it could come loose at any moment. You seem distracted. She nodded. Maybe I should put on some clothes. Worst idea ever, in Wren's honest opinion. Pressing his hands against the wall above her head, trapping her under a bridge of muscled flesh, he leaned forward until his lips grazed her ear. Is that what you want? The question was absurd, barely worthy of an answer. No, she swallowed. He sucked her earlobe, teasing it with his teeth. Remove the towel, Wren. The strain of her nipples against the lace of her bra and the slide of her new thong between her legs when she shifted her weight had her ready to orgasm from just the words, remove the towel, Wren. Jackson moaned with his lips pressed to her neck as she feathered her fingers over the peaks and valleys of his abs, down to the towel. His dizzying scent intensified with each ragged breath she drew into her lungs. She wanted to taste him, devour him. "Stop!" Wren jumped, pressing her palms to the wall behind her as Jillian flew through the front door. Jackson grumbled a few expletives while keeping Wren caged beneath his arms. "Back away from the girl and go put some clothes on." This coming from my sister, who is basically a nudist. "I told you to send her straight over if she knocked on the door." Wren felt like a teenager getting caught with a guy. 10 years their senior, yet she shrank beneath the awkwardness of the Knight twins arguing over her. "Come on, Wren, chicks before dicks." Of course, Wren had no idea what that meant, but she let Jillian pull her toward the door anyway. "She still has a few minutes before the party starts. I'll send her right over." It was impossible to look at Jackson after that comment. Wren's whole body flushed with embarrassment. Jillian pointed a finger at him. "Knock that shit off. This is Greta's night. Do you remember when Mom used to go grocery shopping after dinner, and she'd come home with $20 worth of groceries because after eating nothing tempted her?" Jackson rolled his eyes to the ceiling. "Well, Wren needs to show up to Greta's hungry. Got it?" Before the door shut, Jackson yelled, "Then you're welcome. I think she's starving right now." Wren whipped her head back, mouth agape, as Jillian dragged her toward the street. Jackson winked through the glass storm door with a cocky bastard smirk. Then he removed his towel, turned, and sauntered away from the door. "He just flashed you, didn't he?" Jillian asked without ever turning back. She laughed. "I apologize on behalf of the Knight family. We have no self-control." "Oh my goodness, you're just adorable," Greta said as she gently touched the ends of Wren's hair before resting her palms on her cheeks. "Oh, and your eyes and these freckles, and you have the cutest little button nose." Wren felt 10 years old under Greta's exaggerated yet flattering assessment. "Thank you. So nice to meet you." "Well," Greta motioned for Wren to follow her to the great room. "You're just lucky Marvin is still breathing. Otherwise, I would have already snatched Jackson up." Wren equated Greta to warm chocolate cake. Sweet, addictive, and sure to evoke a smile. After handing Wren a glass of sangria, Greta brought 2 fingers to her mouth and catcall whistled. "Settle down, ladies, so Jillian can get started." The small group of 15 women, all over 60 years, turned the volume down to a few soft whispers as their eyes bugged out with each new item Jillian placed on the coffee table. Wren bit back a smile. It was the most unusual group for a lascivio party. Their fearless leader took them through everything, explaining how each personal pleasure device was to be used, before passing it around for everyone to inspect up close. When the nipple clamps came around, Wren took a quick picture and sent it to Jackson. "Wren, what do you think?" Jackson, "I think these work better." He attached a photo of his teeth biting the tip of his thumb. She giggled. Next, she sent a photo of the edible lubricant. "Wren, question mark?" Jackson, "Let me save you some money." The photo attached showed him licking his lips. She squeezed her legs together. Wren, "Jillian said nothing is better than this one." She sent a photo of a top-of-the-line vibrator. Jackson, "Your choice." Greta passed her a textured cock ring as Wren looked at his text. "I've got it, sweetie." Greta grabbed Wren's phone that fell in the crack between the cushions when she went to pass the vibrator to the next person. "No, Greta looked at the screen. "Oh, my! What or who?" Her other hand covered her mouth. "What is it?" Lynette asked, looking over Greta's shoulder. "Oh, my goodness! He's just being..." Wren grabbed her phone back, not realizing he sent a photo after his last remark. "Oh, shit!" Is that Jackson? Every eye in the room landed on Ren. She flipped the phone so the screen pressed against her leg. No, it's not what you think. It's just a friend playing a prank. It was exactly what they thought. Jackson's big, very erect cock. Jillian narrowed her eyes, then stepped closer to Ren. Is what Jackson? Ren shook her head like an errant child in school. Nothing. Jillian snatched her phone. Ren squeezed her eyes shut. Ew! Not cool, bro. Not cool, Jillian whispered to herself. Ren peeked open one eye. Jillian wore a wicked smile. Get some more to eat and drink, ladies. Then feel free to play with the toys and browse through the catalog. Once everyone focused their attention back on all the other embarrassing things in the room, Jillian grabbed the strap-on penis from the coffee table and took a picture of it with Ren's phone. What are you doing? Reciprocating. Jillian smirked as she moved her thumbs across the screen. Ren, how do you feel about anal play? I've always had a thing for MM porn. Is your sexy ass as tight as the rest of your body? Jillian tossed Ren's phone to her. No matter what, don't text him again or answer any of his texts. Ren stared at the message, horrified. What if he takes it seriously? Oh, he'll take it seriously. What if he's, she grimaced, okay with the idea? Jillian giggled. Then I guess you'd better add a strap-on and a bottle of lube to your order tonight. Ren's eyes remained glued to her phone. He's not responding. Ah, excellent. Just as I suspected, he thinks you're serious. God, I'm good. Jillian, Greta called, are butt plugs contraindicated if I have hemorrhoids? Oh, my God, Ren mouthed. Jillian winked before excusing herself to help Greta. She stared at her phone, willing Jackson to reply, but he didn't. An hour and 3 glasses of sangria later, she placed her order and walked back across the street, while Jillian and Greta finished up with the rest of the ladies and their orders. The alcohol almost erased the memory of Jillian's prank. Almost. Jackson opened the door with his body covered by a pair of jeans and an Eat Local t-shirt. The quiet ones were always the kinky ones. Jackson assumed with a fair amount of confidence that Ren was the exception. Her skittish reactions to his sexual advances pointed in the opposite direction of kinky. The text, however, surprised him, and he wasn't easily surprised. The tipsy, sexy, cock-hardening woman at his door was a partial explanation for the bold message. The still slightly disturbing part was drunk people didn't get new ideas from alcohol. The alcohol just brought out thoughts that were already in their brain. Her eyes perused his body, then a giggle escaped as she homed in on his shirt. Eat local. She bit her lip, glassy eyes meeting his gaze. I'm local. Jackson found the deep, uninhibited tone of her voice to be quite sexy. Miss Middleton, are you drunk? Twisting her lips, she shook her head twice. After a few seconds, she narrowed her eyes and nodded, as if her thoughts couldn't keep up with her body. A bit, I'd say. Keys. He held out his hand. I love that you're younger than me, yet more responsible. She handed him her keys. Ren lost her brother in a drunk driving accident. He knew she'd give him the keys without question. Come on, I'll drive you home. He took her hand and led her to her car. I love it when you hold my hand. People don't do that much these days. Everyone's too busy texting or holding their phones to their ears to pay attention to the people around them. He helped her in, then got in the driver's side. I agree, he said. You do? Ah, See, you're not too young for me after all. If I said the same thing to Maddie, she'd tell me something like, holding hands is for old people. It seems like kids these days are either texting each other from across the table or practically screwing each other on the dance floor of some club. Jackson chuckled as they pulled out of the development. He'd been on those dance floors many times, and they usually led to a bathroom, back alley, or backseat fuck before he went home alone. But Ren was different. He was different. That Jude guy died, and there was no reason to wake the dead. Greta is hilarious, and she has a huge crush on you. God, I hope I have half her spunkiness when I'm her age. She must have ordered one of everything from that catalog. I think she's secretly trying to kill her husband so she can ride off into the sunset with you and your Woody. Ren giggled. Did I mention that was the best sangria I've ever had? Jackson smiled. Ren's random chattiness made her a fun drunk, although she seemed just a bit tipsy as her words were not slurred enough for it to be considered drunken babble. Did you buy anything? Jackson asked as he pulled into her driveway. She turned, wearing a tight-lipped grin and a playful sparkle in her eyes. I did? Her brow furrowed. The funny thing is, I can't remember for sure what I did get. She shrugged, then eased out of the car. Since she'd left him painfully turned on after his shower earlier that night, his need to be with her felt urgent. However, her butt-clenching text had him second-guessing where their relationship was headed.